Chapter 1238. These demons were all controlled by the demonic territory. They couldn't resist Chun Zhao's orders. Plus, their master was still in Chun Zhao's hands. But it seemed that Kong Mosa was in a terrible state. He was unbelievably weak. Those who are willing to be sealed, stand on the left, Chun Zhao said. Those who don't can die. All the demons looked at each other. Whether it was being sealed or dying, neither was a good choice. Moreover, most of them were arrogant and unruly. They even felt that if they fought head-on, they might have a chance of winning. Gaia and the others were also prepared. As soon as Chun Zhao gave the order, they would start a massacre. But there were only a few dozen demons who chose to continue. The others all chose to retreat and stood on the right. Chun Zhao raised his right arm. Since the demons had chosen to fight, they were naturally quite strong. Demon Cannon. A chasm was left in the empty space in front of the headquarters. There was nothing but some debris in the chasm. Everyone and all the demons stared at Chun Zhao. The place was silent. The demons who had chosen to be sealed all broke out in a cold sweat. Their faces were drained of blood from fear. Kikira was frightened too. At this moment, she finally understood why Chun Zhao had such high prestige in the supernatural organization. Why no one had wavered before Chun Zhao gave the order, even though Gaia and the others had fought so fiercely during the day. Even though their stamina and magic power had been depleted by more than half, they still didn't retreat. This was because Chun Zhao hadn't really attacked yet. As long as Chun Zhao was here, the outcome was still unknown. Chun Zhao secretly felt that it was a pity. He had killed so many powerful demons again. The demonic territory he'd taken from Kong Mosa was much weaker now. But to Chun Zhao, the demonic territory wasn't very useful to him. Moreover, he couldn't bring a large group of demons everywhere. In the end, the demon army would at most stay in the headquarters. If enemies attacked the organization again, he would have more choices. President, it won't be easy to seal so many demons, West said, walking up. Will be a disaster if we let them out, Chun Zhao said. Then kill them all. The demons thought that they had escaped, but when they heard Chun Zhao's words, they peed their pants in fear. President, how about this? Let's manage them the same way as Lady Pamela's evil spirit group. We'll just seal some of the troublemakers, and the more docile demons will temporarily stay in the headquarters and work for us. What was West's greatest wish? The powerful supernatural organization. Now, there was such an opportunity in front of him. There were so many demons. If they could tame them all, it would be a huge boost for the supernatural organization. Write me a report on how to deal with them, Chun Zhao said. Zherlin had already leaped to his feet. Dad, you're the best. Chun Zhao was still carrying Kong Mosa, so it was really inconvenient for him to carry Zherlin. Gaia rushed up and took little Zherlin away. Chun Zhao squeezed hard and strangled Kong Mosa to death. In any case, there was no point in keeping this fellow. Chun Zhao would never let an enemy live, especially one that was useless to him. However, things were not over yet. Everyone will be busy tonight. Take Halle's for example. After the battle, Halle's wandered among the demon corpses. Others didn't want to go near the corpses, but it was a rare treasure for Halle's. She wanted to find suitable corpses to use as a medium for her necromancy. Another example would be Kira and Donya Tianchi. Both of them were collecting demon blood, skin, and bones. These were all good forging materials or magic materials. Jalig and Padala went to collect the angelic crystals around them. Angelic crystals were indeed good for defense against demons, but they were also a huge threat to the evil spirit group. Chun Zhao didn't let Pamela and the other evil spirits participate in the battle tonight because he wanted to use the angelic crystals. Also, if the association wanted to control these demons in the future, they couldn't let the angelic crystals continue to be scattered outside. Plus, Agar's was a demon too. She couldn't stand the dense holy power covering the ground. Of course, to the people of the association, everything was fine now that the battle was over. Why haven't you scrammed yet? Chun Zhao looked at the cowering Prague and the others. Prague and the others were speechless. Without your permission, would we dare to leave? You're a demon king. Lit Grove walked up and threatened them. Oh, If you dare to tell anyone about my teacher and what happened here, I promise you and your families won't live for more than 3 days." The four of them turned pale with fright. Chun Zhao saw that Lit Grove was holding a very thick fawn. It was still stained with blood. "Why are you holding this fawn?" "Teacher, this is the fawn of the first demon I killed. It's my trophy." Lit Grove was very excited and proud. He planned to make the fawn into a pendant. When he was old in the future, he would give this pendant to his grandson and tell him about his heroic deeds in the past. "Oh, you can kill a demon too?" Chun Zhao didn't expect this. Lit Grove's awakened ability was to see through weaknesses, but his body was only slightly stronger than a normal person's. He didn't expect that he could actually kill a demon. "Teacher, I've entered the Tower of Trials more than 20 times, Lit Grove said. Ritter Grove felt that he had to show off his abilities to Chun Zhao. Of course, he wasn't so naive to think that he could go against Chun Zhao. He just wanted to prove that he wasn't as useless as Chun Zhao thought. Today was too exciting for him. Lit Grove liked this kind of atmosphere. He hoped that next time something like this happened, Chun Zhao would bring him along. "Oh, did you ask for leave today?" "Fine. I was just joking with you. Since you did so well today, you can rest for a few days." Then, Chun Zhao ignored everyone else and went to play with Jerlin. It wasn't too late yet, but Jerlin didn't want to sleep yet. Chapter 1239. Mr. West, why do you have to do this? Helise looked at West, who was hung upside down in front of the headquarters. Last night, West had caused a huge death. He knocked on Chun Zhao's door in the middle of the night. Then, the people who hadn't slept and were still working heard Jerlin's cries from Chun Zhao's room. Then they saw Chun Zhao angrily drag West and hang him at the door. West had begged many people, but no one helped him. It was West's fault for causing trouble. They didn't want to get on Chun Zhao's bad side. In the morning, Chun Zhao went to West with a dark expression. "Why did you find me last night?" "President, put me down first. I don't dare to do it again." After West was put on the ground, he couldn't even stand up. His feet were already numb. "Tell me, what's the matter?" "President, I've thought of a solution. Take a look." Chun Zhao took West's report. West had thought about it for an entire night. It was a proposal to deal with the demons. First of all, those who committed crimes would be directly sealed. There was nothing much to say about this. Leaving them in the headquarters would only bring trouble. Secondly, some demons with better moral conduct and obedience would stay in the headquarters for the time being. They'd work for them for a few years and then decide whether to keep them or not. West had also made a very detailed plan. In fact, some of these demons had already integrated into human society. But since they participated in the attack on the supernatural organization, they couldn't just say that they weren't willing to be released, right? That way, there would definitely be more enemies attacking in the future. The organization had to maintain enough deterrence. Moreover, they needed some manpower too. For example, some construction projects. These demons were good manpower. As long as Chun Zhao could suppress them, West didn't think there was anything wrong with using these demons as laborers. Want to reject? Sure, go talk to Chun Zhao. See if Chun Zhao would agree. Just then, Klaus ran over. Judging from his face, he hadn't slept at all. "President." Klaus went straight to the point. "President, we want a few demons." "You? Demons?" Chun Zhao looked at Klaus and the others. "What do you want?" "Be our helpers and mounts. We chose a few demons and made contact with them. They were willing to obey us," Klaus said. "Then we asked Jolig and Padaloo to help us design a collar that can be used to restrain demons. The condition is 10 years. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. "Okay, go talk to them yourselves." In fact, there weren't many demons that were suitable to be Klaus's mounts. This was because most of these demons were in the form of beasts or birds and were considered low-level demons. At the start of the war, most of them had been killed by the people of the association. There weren't many left. It was probably only enough to arm Klaus's lightning squad. It was obviously impossible to equip every member of the association with a demonic mount. Of course, if they were willing to sit on the shoulders or head of the humanoid devil, that would be a different story. The arrival of these demons did not change anything for the association. At least, everything was normal. However, before these demons were completely organized and managed, Chun Zhao still had to stay here. The evil demon army had indeed brought some combat power to the association. However, it was a defensive type of combat power. In other words, when enemies of the same kind attacked, they could be useful, but bring them out? It was impossible. A group of demons could cause chaos in Los Angeles just by going out for a stroll, unless they could transform into a human like Thomas Bailey. But after Kong Mosa's resurrection, they had lost the ability to transform. Kong Mosa's resurrection had not only increased their combat power, but the demonic power had also distorted them. However, the demonic power that Kong Mosa had given them would gradually fade, because Kong Mosa was already dead. Therefore, they might be able to regain their past abilities in a few years or decades. If demons wanted to hide in human society, the first thing they had to do was to transform into humans. When they were first released from the seal, it had taken them a long time to integrate into human society. Now, they had to go through this process again. Of course, a large portion of them could not transform into humans in the first place. For example, those in the form of beasts. They wander in the wild all year round with wild beasts. Some are not affected by the demonic power and could still transform into humans freely. These were the weaker ones, so Kong Mosa's second demonic power contamination did not affect them too much. Fei Lai and Zhilin returned to Mirror Lake to live. However, Chun Zhao had another idea. He could use Kong Mosa's demonic domain to create another exclusive spell. At the moment, Chun Zhao's exclusive spells were 10,000 spells for one demon god cannon and strip that the handsome guy had created for him. Both the 10,000 spells returned to one and the demon god cannon had extremely strong offensive capabilities, which significantly increased one's combat power. Strip, on the other hand, was more special. It could only be used against special enemies and under special circumstances. The increase in combat power was not obvious. Kong Mosa had not reached the state of emptiness, so even though he had mastered the demonic domain, he could not comprehend it. However, Chun Zhao had mastered it, so there was no such thing as not being able to create exclusive spells. Chun Zhao named Kong Mosa's demonic domain Darkness Descent. Basically, it caused dark clouds to gather and created low-pressure air. The effect was the same as Chun Zhao's Small World. It increased one's mana source and sped up mana recovery. The only difference was that Chun Zhao's Small World absorbed spiritual energy, while Darkness Descent absorbed the demonic power of the demon army. In terms of visual perception, Darkness Descent was more visually impactful. In reality, it was not very effective. Chun Zhao lifted his hand and pointed at the sky. Darkness Descent started gathering. Dark clouds filled the sky above the headquarters. However, because the demon army had decreased in numbers, the range of Darkness Descent was very limited. With the headquarters as the center, it could cover a radius of 12 square kilometers. It could barely cover the entire headquarters. The Eye of the Thunder on Chun Zhao's arm turned electricity into ions and released them into the air. Chun Zhao discovered that as the ions dispersed, they were completely restricted within the range of Darkness Descent due to the low-pressure air. However, these ions also carried Chun Zhao's magic power, allowing him to clearly grasp every inch of the entire headquarters and every area. Chapter 1240. The people in the association realized that the sky was filled with dark clouds. They all thought that something had happened again. But since Chun Zhao was in the association, they had nothing to fear. Soon, they realized that the dark clouds seemed to be controlled by Chun Zhao. A bolt of lightning struck before Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked around, and a smile appeared on his face. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Wes' head. President, I'm being attacked. I'm being attacked. Chun Zhao could accurately grasp the accuracy and power of the attack. Within the association, he could strike whoever he wanted. Chun Zhao released even more ions. They scattered in the air. Everyone's hair stood on end. Just then, Chun Zhao's body floated up slightly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A huge pillar of lightning struck down. Of course, this electric current wasn't attacking anyone. Instead, it landed on a shelf nearby. The shelf shattered with a loud bang. This bolt of lightning was already very fatal. Chun Zhao started to control the lightning densely and hit the lake's surface continuously. It was as if there were countless grenades hidden in the lake. They kept exploding and splashing everywhere. At the same time, the fish in the lake were hit until their bellies turned white. Chun Zhao didn't stop until the lightning lasted for more than 10 minutes. It was another exclusive spell. But this spell had a weakness. It wasn't very effective against a single target. If it was a normal person, it could indeed cause a large area of damage. But if it was an enemy at Kong Mosa's level, then it would be difficult for the spell to cause fatal damage. Of course, this was a weakness, but the advantage was also very obvious. It covered a large area and consumed very little energy. Chun Zhao could last for a few hours and continuously strike the area with lightning. It wouldn't be a problem even if he plowed the entire area of the headquarters. If there was another large-scale attack like the demon army, Chun Zhao wouldn't have to do so much preparation. As long as this place was struck by lightning for a few hours, everything here would definitely be reduced to ashes. Another advantage was the accuracy of the hit rate, and the control of the power could be done at will. Moreover, after releasing the ions, Chun Zhao could accurately sense the movements of all living beings in the area around the headquarters. The members of the association could also tell that Chun Zhao was experimenting with a new spell. As for the strike on West, it was probably intentional. They also knew that Chun Zhao had very powerful lightning spells. But this time, the magic looked very shocking. Guild leader, is this your new spell? Harold stepped forward and asked. Yes, it's a new spell specially developed for the defense of the headquarters. West rubbed his head and walked over with a sad face. Guild leader, can you not make such a joke next time? I'm still trying. I can't control it well. West wouldn't believe that. Judging from Chun Zhao's expression, he'd clearly done it on purpose. President, what is this spell called? Lightning Storm, Chun Zhao said casually. To be honest, neither the Demon God Cannon nor the 10,000 techniques returned to one were as useful as the Lightning Tempest. 10,000 spells returned to one was an absolute single-target spell. The Demon God Cannon was a small area spell. In terms of single-target attacks, it could not compare to 10,000 spells returned to one. Lightning Storm, on the other hand, was a group spell. It was Chun Zhao's favorite type of spell. Unfortunately, this spell could only be used in the headquarters of the association. He wouldn't be able to use it outside of here. Everything was based on Kong Mosa's demonic domain, Darkness Descends. Without Darkness Descends, Chun Zhao couldn't use Lightning Storm. Speaking of which, if Kong Mosa had this spell that day, even if Chun Zhao could win, the headquarters would suffer heavy casualties. Fortunately, Kong Mosa was just a dabbler. However, Chun Zhao was curious about how Kong Mosa had turned humans into demons. Chun Zhao had potions that could turn humans into demons, but they were mixed blood demons. They wouldn't be like Kong Mosa and turn humans into complete demons. If Kong Mosa had enough time, he could create even more demon armies. Chun Zhao probably wouldn't be able to deal with it as easily as that day. However, he still had to find Kong Mosa's body. Who knew if something would happen to Kong Mosa's body if it was left outside? After this battle, Chun Zhao also realized that the association needed a healer. When the four from Prague returned to school, they heard a piece of news. Their classmate, Jill, had died in a car accident. They immediately thought that this must be the result of the supernatural organization's arrangements. They were sad for Jill's death. However, this also saved them a lot of trouble. After all, if they had to explain it, they wouldn't know how to answer the question about Jill's death. The experience of these 2 days and 2 nights was also extraordinary for them. From their worldview to their outlook on life, they had undergone major changes. In the past, the third and fourth types of contact they'd been pursuing were just interests to them. But suddenly, they realized that what they'd been pursuing actually existed. Moreover, the truth was crueler than they'd guessed. Jill's death and the battle a few days ago were enough to explain everything. Of course, the one who shocked them the most was the Chinese. That scary Chinese. Honey, I was really worried when you were gone for 2 days. Where did you go? I couldn't get through to you. Prague's smile was slightly forced. He looked at his boyfriend, Peter. Nothing, just a club activity. Your paranormal society again. Peter had never liked Prague going to the paranormal society. Yes, your society Somans has always liked you. He's been pursuing you. There's nothing like that. We're just classmates with common interests. Prague explained, if you mention this again, then let's break up. Fine, I was wrong, Prague. I won't mention it anymore, Peter said quickly. Come with me to the sea in a few days. See? Yeah. My friend has a marine exploration team. They're going to explore the Pacific Ocean. Don't you like these weird things? Maybe you'll encounter something mysterious. Exploration team? Are you sure we can join the exploration team? No problem. I talked to my friend. 2 spots is not a problem. Chapter 1241. On the second day back, Chun Zhao went to hell. This time, it was the handsome guy who summoned him. The magic tide was about to arrive. Of course, it was Chun Zhao's suggestion. It was easy for the handsome guy to summon Chun Zhao. For example, Beelzebub Zophi had to summon Chun Zhao with a magic seal and a token from Chun Zhao. The handsome guy took the token and dragged Chun Zhao to hell. The handsome guy summoned Chun Zhao twice, both times in different places. Handsome, don't you have your own territory? Right now, Chun Zhao and the handsome guy were sitting in a Porsche 918 sports car. Chun Zhao had specially brought this car to hell. However, the 2 sports cars were hovering in the air. The entire hell is mine. Why do I need a territory? It's different. I mean, like a palace. Yes, but one of my clones is sleeping in the palace. Do you have a lot of clones? No, I only have that one. It's in Pantmaninen. Chun Zhao had heard of Pantmaninen. According to legends, it was the center of hell and also Satan's palace. It was also built by Mammon, the king of greed. Pantmaninen also stored all the wealth Mammon had accumulated for Satan. Why do you have to leave a clone there? Because there are always ignorant people who try to covet my treasures. Don't you have subordinates watching for you? Yes, but even my subordinates can't resist my treasures. So I chased all of them out of Pantmaninen. Chun Zhao muttered inwardly. The handsome guy's treasures probably weren't ordinary ones. If you want to go, I can take you there. Forget it. I'm a very vulgar person. I never challenge my desires. Chun Zhao had always been a very worldly person. If there was some treasure that could make demons lose their minds, then he probably wouldn't be able to control himself. Just then, a blue curtain of light extended toward them from the end of the sky. The blue light was dazzling, but Chun Zhao could feel its vastness and surging. Chun Zhao saw a demon fly up from below. This demon was very powerful. At least, he was more powerful than Chun Zhao. Much more powerful. When he saw Chun Zhao and the handsome young man, he immediately attacked. The handsome young man simply turned his head and glanced at the devil. The demon screamed and fell from the sky. At this time, more demons rose from the forest below. Some demons were hostile to the flying Porsches. However, no demons attacked the Porsche again. After all, they had seen it in the forest. One of their strongest existences was struck down by the owner of this strange thing. There were more demons, but their attention wasn't on Chun Zhao and the handsome guy. They were also flying forward, flying towards the blue screen of light. What is this? Magic tide. The handsome boy had one hand on the door and the other on the steering wheel. At this time, the blue curtain of light had already spread over. Chun Zhao immediately felt the dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth fill his small world. As the blue curtain of light spread, more and more evil demons rose into the air. Although there were occasional fights, most of the demons were moving in the opposite direction of the blue curtain of light. In the same direction as the sports car, they were also heading in the direction of the blue curtain of light. A large number of demons on the ground were also moving in that direction. Most of the demons on the ground were weaker or couldn't fly. Where are we going? The closer the magic tide is to the source, the denser the elements are. Can't you take me to the source directly? Chun Zhao asked. Or can't you even get close to the source? I can go, but you can't. Just then, Chun Zhao realized that some demons were already falling behind. Like a boat sailing against the current, they were instantly swept away by the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chun Zhao could already feel the pressure. If he flew on his own, he would probably be sent flying before long. But now the handsome guy was driving him. He didn't need to think about how far he could go. He only needed to think about how much spiritual chi he could withstand. This was similar to the process of diving into deep water, similar to water pressure. But so far, he could still withstand the pressure of the spiritual chi rather easily. Every 13 years, the magic tide sweeps through the entire hell. Every demon has to go against the flow of the magic source. Isn't it the most convenient for demons who live near the magic source? The handsome young man shook his head. Every mana tide, the location of the mana source is different, and the location of the mana source is often littered with corpses. This is because the mana source is a place with the densest elemental energy. Even great lords can't withstand it, so the number of casualties is very high. In hell, it's not uncommon to see countries destroyed because of the mana source. Destroyed countries? Chun Zhao exclaimed. Is there no way to prevent it? Yes, I can. I know where the magic source is, but why should I save them? Fine. He couldn't use the moral standards of the world to ask a demon king. What's the reason for the magic tide? Chun Zhao wasn't a researcher, but he was still quite interested in this. The environment, the handsome guy said. Don't landslides, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions happen in the human world too? It's the same for the magic tide. It's a 13-year cycle. The magic tide should be a good thing for most demons, unless the magic source appears next to you. It's not entirely a good thing. Some old demons will die suddenly because of it. Chun Zhao more or less understood why the handsome guy had summoned him to hell. When the spiritual chi of heaven and earth reached a certain level, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth would constantly pour into the body like a force-fed duck. The spiritual chi didn't turn into magic directly. Instead, it stayed in the body temporarily. Chun Zhao didn't need to absorb it at all. Techniques or books were useless now. He just gave up resisting and converted it. Your magic isn't the main thing. I can take you deeper and let your body receive the impact of the elements directly. As long as I don't die, it's up to you. The deeper he went, the stronger the pressure was. Even if Chun Zhao went thousands of meters under the sea, he wouldn't feel this much pressure. Chun Zhao could feel his bones changing shape. Even his skin had changed shape. Chapter 1242. Yes, Chun Zhao was adapting to the feeling brought by the pressure. Chun Zhao's bones, skin, and flesh were all changing rapidly. Ever since Chun Zhao absorbed the golden key, he had been changing constantly. Not on the outside, but on the inside. Sometimes, Chun Zhao even doubted if he was still human inside. Of course, Chun Zhao did a checkup too. The results from the blood sample and DNA analysis were satisfactory. At least Chun Zhao still retained his human characteristics and characteristics. Many demons had the ability to quickly adapt to the environment. However, this ability of a demon was mostly obtained through changing their form. A thought suddenly popped up in Chun Zhao's mind. It was a completely groundless thought. It was like something he should have known. The ability to adjust the strength of the pressure. He could fill his skin with magic and obtain stronger resistance to pressure. Chun Zhao thought a possibility. His body's ability to adapt to pressure had evolved to the extreme. Therefore, he could no longer evolve through transformation, so he changed to another method. That was to provide a better solution through knowledge. Every species had an upper limit to their abilities, also known as the ceiling. For example, the world records of athletes were actually the ceiling. Under normal circumstances, humans couldn't compete with carnivorous animals in speed, strength, or reaction time. But in some situations, humans could do it. It was through skills. Actually, using tools and inventing machines were also a type of skill. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't walk the path of technology. This knowledge seemed to be innate. Chun Zhao completely understood and grasped this knowledge. Chun Zhao tried to send magic into his skin. This was very complicated, but Chun Zhao could do it easily, as if he had muscle memory. "Can you continue?" the handsome guy asked. "Yes, just a bit more." Chun Zhao felt that he still had plenty of magic. This skin resistance skill didn't seem to have reached its limit. The closer he got to the source of magic, the greater the pressure. The handsome guy didn't react at all. There was no comparison. They weren't even on the same level. No, they weren't even creatures of the same dimension. The handsome guy moved forward several times. Each time, he would carefully ask Chun Zhao if he could still take the pressure. Finally, Chun Zhao felt that the pressure he could withstand had reached its limit. The handsome young man also stopped moving forward. In this place, the mana conversion system in Chun Zhao's body was not activated by the Qingyi manual. Instead, it passively allowed the external spiritual energy to propel it forward. At this time, no matter what cultivation method he used, it would not be faster than external power. Chun Zhao was cultivating passively. This couldn't even be considered cultivation. It was just watching his mana grow bit by bit. Chun Zhao's body was like a pond. The cultivation technique was equivalent to a water pump. When cultivating, the water pump would be activated and the water would be pumped into the pond. However, the current situation was that the water pressure was too high. The water was directly pumped into the pond, and the pump did not need to be activated at all. Of course, Chun Zhao's body was still a rather large pond. Therefore, even if his cultivation speed doubled, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to his own mana source. If he could maintain this state for more than 10 days, his mana source would probably double. But Chun Zhao clearly didn't have that much time. Even if the handsome guy summoned him, he couldn't change the rules. Chun Zhao only had 24 disappearances. Just then, Chun Zhao saw a huge demon flying to the front. The handsome guy frowned and pointed. The demon instantly fell from the sky. Chun Zhao glanced at the handsome guy, not understanding what he was doing. I don't like strangers running in front of me. It's an eyesore. Fine, you're a demon king. How long will the mana tide last? A few days. 1,000 years ago, were humans communicating with hell very frequently? Chun Zhao asked curiously. Yes, there were indeed many humans communicating with hell back then. Then why did it disappear later? The rules. The rules changed. Demons affected the human world and even affected the progress of the human world, so the rules gradually changed. Then who made the rules? Gods? No. You should have come into contact with the alien god, right? Do you think that counts as a god? Chun Zhao shook his head. Alien god? He'd beaten up the alien god like a dog. Chun Zhao didn't think that gods were useless. What about the gods in your eyes? I've never seen a god. I was born from the rules, just like my other brothers and sisters. Are you talking about heaven's brothers and sisters or hell's? Both, the handsome guy said. So we can't break the rules. Am I hallucinating? Your hair seems to be growing longer. Because my magic power is growing too, the handsome guy said. Although this growth is meaningless to me. Will the growth of magic power make your hair grow longer? A small spell. My magic power is too large, so I use my hair to store magic power, and then, as the handsome boy spoke, his hair suddenly shortened again. Then I send magic power into my magic source. You could try the small spell. It can speed up the conversion of magic power and elements. Chun Zhao was interested and started asking the handsome guy for advice. However, Chun Zhao didn't learn this spell because it could speed up cultivation. It was because it was interesting. The handsome guy imparted the spell to Chun Zhao without hesitation. It was indeed a simple spell, but it wasn't. However, when Chun Zhao's hair reached his waist, he took a look in the mirror and smashed it. So ugly. Chun Zhao directly sent the magic power into his mana source. He would never use this spell again. It was so fucking ugly. Chun Zhao must be crazy to want to grow his hair long. He didn't have the handsome guy's unparalleled beauty. The length of his hair had a different beauty to him. Chun Zhao only had one conclusion. Long hair really wasn't suitable for him. Actually, if you don't like long hair, you can try body hair. It'll have the same effect. Chun Zhao thought about how furry he looked and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. Give it a try. No, it's ugly. The handsome guy rejected decisively. It's fine. You can handle it. The handsome guy turned his head and ignored Chun Zhao. Chapter 1243. Suddenly, Chun Zhao cast a spell on the handsome guy. The handsome guy was already prepared. Chun Zhao was clearly 100 years too early to ambush him with his current level. The handsome guy didn't hold back either. He casually cast a spell on Chun Zhao. Instantly, Chun Zhao turned into a hairy savage. All right, there was really no point in playing this trick. The level difference was too big. Comparing Chun Zhao and the handsome guy, one was a level 100 player with paywalls, while the other was a level 1 player with 0 paywalls. After playing for a while, the handsome guy turned Chun Zhao into a hairy monster. To be honest, I've never thought of using this spell on anyone before you. There's something called hair growth in the human world. I think this spell suits the name. Hair growth. Don't you think it's appropriate? The handsome guy snapped his fingers, and all the thick hair on Chun Zhao fell off. It's called hair loss. Teach me this spell too. It's too complicated. You can't cast it with your current strength. What? Hair tonic can be used, but hair loss can't be used? Hair growth is a blessing spell, but hair loss is a curse. The magic theory is much more complicated. If you can reach the level of a great lord one day, you should be able to learn hair loss. How far is my current strength from that of a great lord? About 100 times. Chun Zhao almost vomited blood. He thought that he should be very close to that level. He didn't expect to be shocked by the handsome guy's words. Is the difference that huge? Don't you have a great lord friend? I think he's Beelzebub's subordinate. You should be even weaker than him. Is Beelzebub Zophi stronger than a normal great lord? He's mastered the devouring technique. He's already devoured 4 great lords of the same level, so he's much more powerful than a normal great lord. There are less than 100 great lords like him in hell. He's close to a secondary demon king now. Chun Zhao's heart jumped. He remembered that when Beelzebub, Zophi, and Oris gave him Abidos, they'd said that they had a plan, but they didn't say it clearly. They said that they wanted him to take care of and educate Abidos, as well as to seek refuge. Chun Zhao had always been confused. They were so powerful. Why would they hide? Moreover, they shouldn't have any stronger enemies, right? Regular lords were no match for Beelzebub Zophi. Was there a need to entrust his own son to him? It felt like he was entrusting an orphan to her. Handsome, does he want to do something? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, do you want to know? Chun Zhao was conflicted. Should he find out from the handsome guy? Can I know? There's nothing I can't know, the handsome boy said. Then tell me. Their goal is very simple, to hunt secondary demon kings, said the handsome guy. You're saying that Beelzebub Zophi wants to challenge someone more powerful than him? It's not a challenge. It's an attempt to replace him. The handsome young man said, to deliberately devour other great lords to accumulate and increase their own strength. The goal is clear. Naturally, it's to replace a secondary demon king. Can he succeed? 1%, the handsome guy said. The handsome young man said, there are too many lords in hell. Almost every lord has their own ambitions, and there are not many lords who put their ambitions into action. Since I came to hell, there have only been a few successful examples. Is the success rate that low? Although a secondary demon king isn't a true demon king, I personally confer the title. Without the right, I won't confer the title. Therefore, a secondary demon king is already very powerful. To be conferred the title of a secondary demon king, a new one can only be appointed after a secondary demon king dies of old age. However, in the past few thousand years, no secondary demon king will die of old age. Therefore, the ambitious great lords naturally won't be willing to wait for a few thousand years. They'll personally kill the weaker secondary demon kings. What do you mean by weaker? Even the weakest secondary demon king is still 10 times stronger than your friend. Didn't you say that he's very close to becoming a secondary demon king? Yes, he's indeed very close. Originally, he was 100 times weaker, but now he's only 10 times weaker. Isn't he very close? Chun Zhao was speechless. There seemed to be something wrong with the concept of close. Don't worry. Before he reaches a true level, he won't do anything. You're saying that Beelzebub Zophi can also reach the level of a secondary demon king. He can in terms of power. Then, other than power, what's the difference? Secondary demon king. Why do you think he's a demon king? I don't know. As long as you have the title of demon king, no matter if you're a secondary demon king or a demon king, you'll have subordinates. The more subordinates you have, the stronger the demon king will be. But didn't you say that you don't have subordinates? You're not the strongest? I'm different from the other 6 great demon kings. We don't need to take the initiative to increase the number of subordinates, because all the demons are our descendants. All the demon kings and secondary demon kings are our subordinates. Is it like the demonic domain that the enemy I met a few days ago, Kinsmosa? More or less the same, but you can't compare it like that. It's almost the same, but it can't be compared like this. The demon domain that relies on opportunistic methods to obtain itself is incomplete, and it's a one-sided enslavement. On the other hand, being a subordinate is a win-win situation. If the subordinate is strong, then the bloodline of the subordinate's descendants will also be strong. If one day one of them is weak, the strength of the other will not fall because of it. This subordination relationship is protected by the rules. If one day the strength of the subordinate's descendants reaches the secondary demon king level, then they will leave their original subordination and become someone else's subordinate. What about me? Am I Beelzebub Zophie's subordinate? Your right arm is, but it doesn't belong to him. It belongs to the king of gluttony. He's a great lord, so he doesn't have the power or ability to have subordinates. When you reach the level of a secondary demon king in the future, I can help you squeeze out a spot for a secondary demon king. Then you can leave Beelzebub. Forget it. Chun Zhao shook his head. Is there anything I can help Beelzebub Zophie with? Chapter 1244. How many secondary demon kings are there? 99, the handsome guy said. That many, of course. In hell, including me, there are 7 major demon kings, 21 demon kings, and 99 secondary demon kings. In the past 100,000 years, there have been 12 secondary demon kings and 1 demon king. Do you decide on demon kings and secondary demon kings? I don't have to decide on demon kings. Secondary demon kings that can challenge demon kings can naturally be replaced. Can demon kings challenge major demon kings? Theoretically, yes, but it's also impossible. At least, there's no record of any demon king challenging major demon kings. To Chun Zhao, the things that the handsome guy was talking about were too far away from him. He was more concerned about Beelzebub Zophie's safety. Because he was a friend, it was that simple. Oh, did you bring the demon god pillar? No. You can bring the demon god pillar next time. I will help you find a suitable demon and seal it in the demon god pillar to be used as your familiar. Chun Zhao's heart jumped. The demon god pillar in Mirror Lake was still empty. Chun Zhao had always wanted to find a suitable demon to be his familiar. Agar's was not bad, but she wasn't actually very strong. She wasn't even as strong as Abito's, so it was meaningless to bring her to his doorstep. I want a demon that can protect my territory, Chun Zhao said. It'd be best if it's easy to control and not untamed. Next time you come to hell, I'll help you find one. Chun Zhao stayed in hell for a full 24 hours. His magic power increased by 1/10. It wasn't much, but it wasn't a small amount either. These 24 hours were probably equivalent to half a year of normal cultivation. Chun Zhao knew his current level and how difficult it was to double his magic power. Chun Zhao returned to the human world and saw 2 missed calls. They were from West. Hey, guild leader, there's a man called Inro. He says he wants to meet with you. That liar. Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. Earlier, Sharon had asked him to teach Inro a lesson for her. Chun Zhao hadn't agreed. This had nothing to do with him. Plus, he'd helped Sharon record Inro's dirty plans. He'd already done his best. Chun Zhao was too lazy to be a busybody. This couldn't even be considered as acting bravely for a just cause. Shalon was a cop herself, and she had the skills to deal with a liar. Therefore, Chun Zhao didn't feel the need to be nosy. However, Chun Zhao didn't expect Inro to still find him. Guild leader, that person is a swindler? What did he lie about? He's a con man who takes women's money, Chun Zhao said calmly. Guild leader, how do you know such a person? West's tone was filled with obvious disgust. A suicidal idiot, Chun Zhao said. Where did he ask to meet me? Bar 551, Richard Street. Richard Main Street? That far? Guild leader, these scammers usually have many tricks up their sleeves. You'd better be careful. West wasn't worried about Chun Zhao's safety. If there was really something that could threaten his safety, it would probably be the end of the world. However, swindlers were different. They might not be harming people's lives. Got it. I'll be careful. Chen Zhao arrived at Richard Main Street. Richard Main Street was an old neighborhood. In the 50s and 60s, before Hollywood's movie industry was established, Richard Main Street was already a famous industrial district. However, as Los Angeles' pillar industry changed and the movie industry rose, Los Angeles became a world-famous movie factory. Richard Main Street gradually declined. There were still many old houses on both sides of the street. Most of them were built in the 50s and 60s, old and weathered. There weren't many people living here. There were also very few people and cars on the street. When Chen Zhao had wanted to come to America, he'd done some research. This was one of the places where the rent was cheap and it was safe. This was a white neighborhood. Although it had declined, most of the residents still retained their stubbornness and pride. They also had some racial tendencies. If Chen Zhao had chosen to rent a house here, he might not have been able to get one. Chen Zhao parked the car on the side of the road and strolled around the shops. Soon, Chen Zhao found Bar 551. Bar 551 wasn't a house number. It was just called Bar 551. Chen Zhao didn't know why it had such a strange name. A man in a windbreaker pushed open the door of the bar and bumped into Chen Zhao. The two glanced at each other. The man shrugged. Sorry. Chen Zhao touched his pockets. He hadn't lost anything. Entering the bar, Chen Zhao saw Inro. Smiling, Chen Zhao sat down before Inro. At the same time, he asked the waiter to pour 2 glasses of wine. Hi, Mr. Inro. I heard you were looking for me. Mr. Chen, did you tell Sharon about my plan? Inro looked at Chen Zhao with a livid expression. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You tricked me. Inro stared at Chen Zhao angrily. Don't you know the rules of our industry? You causing trouble like this and exposing my plan is not tolerated by the industry. Chen Zhao finally understood. This guy was here to punish him. Chen Zhao didn't know if Sharon had told him everything. Chen Zhao didn't care what Inro's goal was. He only blamed Sharon. After all, he'd helped her. How did he get involved again? I don't understand the rules. Chen Zhao stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Chen Zhao wasn't interested in wasting time with a liar who tricked women. So he turned to leave. Just then, Inro slammed the table and stood up angrily. Yellow monkey, do you know you've made a stupid decision? Chen Zhao stopped and turned to look at Inro. Don't force me to attack you here. You'll regret it. Inro stared at Chen Zhao with a livid expression. Chen Zhao sneered. Regret? He really wasn't afraid of Inro's threat. If Inro's threat could really pose a threat to him, then he wouldn't have specialized in deceiving women. I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll make me regret it. With that, Chen Zhao turned to leave. On his way home, he received a call from David. Hi, David. How come you have time to call me? Where are you now? Home. What's up? Chapter 1245. Escape? David, your joke is so strange. I'm strange. You're the one who's strange. David's bruises were slightly angry. Are you going to come to the police station and surrender yourself? Or do I have to arrest you myself? I don't know what you're talking about. Your murder of Inro Becker has already been recorded by the surveillance cameras. I think you don't have to pretend in front of me anymore. Wait, kill Inro Beck. Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense was this? When did he kill that liar? David, say it clearly. I don't care what you want to say. Anyway, come to the police station immediately. If you're sentenced, your sentence will be reduced. Chen Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was going on? But he couldn't explain it now. He could only go to the police station and figure things out first. When Chen Zhao parked the car in front of the police station, Sharon was already there, staring at him. You did this for me? Weird. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes and entered the police station without looking back. Seeing Chen Zhao, David handcuffed him right away. Chen Zhao looked at the handcuffs. It wasn't the first time he'd put them on. Last time, it was Sharon who'd done it for him. Chen Zhao didn't think that David would do it himself this time. Is it necessary? Chen Zhao looked at David helplessly. Follow me. David brought Chen Zhao to the interrogation room and closed the door. Chen, why did you kill that person? David, I didn't kill anyone. At least, I didn't kill anyone today. Where were you at exactly 4 in the afternoon? Chun Zhao didn't really remember the time. After thinking, he said, either at 551 bar or in the car. But the surveillance camera at the entrance of 551 bar recorded the entire process of you killing Inro Becker. You even dragged Inro Becker's body into a van. Chun Zhao scratched his head. Can I see the surveillance? David looked at Chun Zhao deeply. He knew many things about Chun Zhao. He even knew that Chun Zhao would sometimes use private torture. David wouldn't ask about it either. After all, some of Chun Zhao's actions went against his professional ethics. But this time, Chun Zhao was too brazen. So David was even more conflicted. In the previous call, he even hoped that Chun Zhao would run away and disappear from the world. But he didn't expect Chun Zhao to turn himself in so casually. David played the surveillance video to Chun Zhao. The surveillance video recorded Chun Zhao entering and leaving the bar. When he saw this, he looked up at David. See? I've already left. But just as he finished speaking, Inro walked out of the bar. At this moment, a van suddenly braked in front of the bar. In the video, Chun Zhao charged out of the van and shot Inro's head 3 times. Then, he dragged Inro's body into the van. Chun Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, because the person in the monitor was really him, and he was dressed exactly the same as him. David ended the video and looked at Chun Zhao. The owner of the bar called the police. He also confirmed that you and Inro Beck had an argument in the bar. Chun Zhao rubbed his head. Can I say that I'm not the murderer in this video? Chun, the evidence is clear now. Why are you still denying it? I hope you can hand over Inro Becker's body. I really didn't do it. Chun Zhao's face was filled with helplessness. Chun, someone changed into my appearance and committed the crime, Chun Zhao said. Do you think that if I wanted to kill someone, I would do it so openly? David frowned at Chun Zhao. To be honest, if there wasn't this video, he wouldn't believe it either. He believed that Chun Zhao wouldn't be crazy enough to commit murder in broad daylight. More importantly, did Chun Zhao need a gun? I didn't do it. Are you serious? David stared at Chun Zhao seriously. Chun Zhao rubbed his chin. Turn around and look. When David turned around, he was shocked. Behind him, a black and red liquid appeared, as if it was going to swallow him. Chun Zhao had shown David the dark lava. At the same time, he'd swallowed the table in the torture room right in front of him. Did you see that? Chun Zhao said helplessly. If I wanted to kill someone and destroy the evidence, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. I can make them disappear without anyone noticing. I don't need to self-destruct like this. Chun Zhao couldn't show this ability in court, but David believed Chun Zhao. So, someone really changed into your appearance and committed murder in the street? Chun Zhao nodded. David was troubled. Is this person also a spiritualist? Maybe. It's possible. If it's just plastic surgery, they can't change their clothes in such a short time. I think it's some kind of spiritualist magic. If that's the case, this person can change into your appearance, then it's possible that he can also change into someone else's appearance. In this case, it's almost impossible to catch the real culprit, and you will inevitably be tried in court, and your crime will almost never be cleared. So troublesome. Chun Zhao sighed. Use my phone and call someone called West. Tell him to come here. Fei Lai, try to hide it if you can. Call her and tell her that I got drunk here, Chun Zhao said. Oh, if I want to be released on bail, what procedures do I need? How much? You can't be released on bail now. Why? Because your assets and the current evidence are too obvious, so you can't be released on bail. Even if it's accepted, you'll probably have to pay $10 million. No one was in more pain than David, because he knew that his friend was innocent, but he couldn't do anything. He even had to send his friend to jail with his own hands. Chun Zhao was very angry now, too, but he had to suppress his anger. He couldn't vent on David, right? You can only stay in the detention room tonight. David seemed pained. Tomorrow, you'll be transferred to jail until the court or I find groundbreaking evidence. Chun Zhao nodded helplessly. He was really unlucky this time, but he didn't have high hopes for David and the police. Chapter 1246. Chun Zhao was locked in the police station's detention room. The handcuffs were temporarily removed. Actually, David also knew that handcuffs were meaningless to Chun Zhao. In fact, The police station was meaningless to Chun Zhao. If Chun Zhao wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Chun Zhao didn't think that he would have a day like this. However, Chun Zhao actually had a cellmate. It was a bald fatty wearing a loose t-shirt. There were all sorts of strange tattoos on his head, extending all the way to his shoulders. His expression was ferocious. Chun Zhao lay on the bed, but the fatty was already staring at him. "Kid, take off your pants," the bald fatty shouted. Chun Zhao turned his head and glanced at the fatty, after which he sat up. "What did you say?" "I told you to take off your pants." Chun Zhao stood up, but he subconsciously glanced at the surveillance camera. He was already very angry, very angry. "I told you to take off your pants. Don't you understand?" The fatty roared again. At the same time, he stood up and reached out to grab Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao swung his fist and smashed into the wall behind the fat bald man. His body smashed into the fat bald man's body. The fat bald man was knocked back onto the bed. He saw Chun Zhao's fist retract from the wall. The dust on the wall landed on the fatty's face. Baldy raised his head and looked at the hole in the wall. His expression suddenly became unnatural. Chun Zhao put his hands on the edge of the bed frame. He squeezed hard, deforming the metal frame. "What did you say?" "Say it again." I was joking." The fatty wanted to cry. He was about to piss his pants. He'd thought that Chun Zhao was an Asian with yellow skin. He'd heard that Asians were all cowards in America. Who would have thought that Chun Zhao wasn't cowardly at all? He even looked ferocious. More importantly, this guy was so strong that he didn't seem human. Duong Duong. Chun Zhao turned around and saw David standing outside the door. He knocked on the metal fence. "Chun, someone's here to visit you." Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead and walked to the fence. When David opened the door, Chun Zhao said, "If he wants to change rooms, don't agree." David looked at the bald fatty who was so scared that he peed his pants, and then nodded. Chun Zhao was brought to the interrogation room and saw West sitting there. Generally speaking, when a suspect was locked up in a temporary detention center, he was not allowed to see anyone other than his lawyer. But West must have his own ways. Seeing Chun Zhao in handcuffs, West covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. He had never seen Chun Zhao in such a sorry state. "If you're here to mock me, I'll make you regret it when I get out," Chun Zhao threatened. "All right, guild leader. Let's get down to business." West immediately gave in. The mocking words that he had prepared were immediately tossed aside, not daring to come out of his mouth again. "Guild leader, tell me the specifics." "I was framed." Chun Zhao told the whole story. "There are people who can change their appearance and even their clothes?" "Yes." Chun Zhao nodded. "Is there a way to capture him?" "Alyssa knows divination, but it'll be difficult if the person's magic level is higher than Alyssa." "Then let Alyssa do the divination first," Chun Zhao said. Seeing that Chun Zhao was filled with anger, West didn't dare to provoke Chun Zhao. Otherwise, Chun Zhao would really lose control. Chun Zhao didn't want things to get out of hand. After all, Fei Lai was pregnant. He didn't want her to be worried. "Tomorrow, call Fei Lai and tell her that I'm going on a secret mission." "Okay." Chun Zhao stood up and walked out of the interrogation room. David was waiting for him at the door. He wasn't eavesdropping at the door. Instead, he was helping Chun Zhao watch and make sure that other police officers wouldn't come. "Are you done?" "Yes." Chun Zhao nodded. David brought Chun Zhao back to the detention room. "Can your friend help you find person?" "I hope so." To be honest, Chun Zhao's thoughts were all over the place. If he really couldn't find the person, what should he do? Run away? Then his 1 year of hard work would go down the drain. Or accept the punishment of the law. Or go to jail for 8 to 10 years. Either way, Chun Zhao couldn't accept it. Indeed, he had to find the culprit. Chun Zhao returned to his detention room with a dark expression. Seeing the trembling, bald fatty, a cruel smile appeared on Chun Zhao's face. "I'm warning you, don't do anything stupid. I know a gang." The bald fatty stared at Chun Zhao in fear. "You're right. Are you gay?" No. "Then what do you want me to do by taking off my pants?" I just want to tease you." Chun Zhao couldn't understand this kind of bad taste. "You like people taking off their pants? Fine, then take off your pants." What were you doing?" The fatty covered his butt and stared at Chun Zhao in terror. "Are you going to take it off yourself, or do I have to help you?" Chen Zhao looked at the fatty. To be honest, he wasn't really interested in the fatty's naked body. However, the fatty had provoked him first. If Chen Zhao didn't fight back, the fatty would really look down on him. I'm not doing anything. I just like to see naked bodies. When Chen Zhao said this, even he felt like vomiting. I'll sue you. I'll sue you for bodily harm. The fatty didn't think that one day he'd have to use the law to protect himself. Chen Zhao looked around and then dismantled the fatty's bed frame. He held an iron rod in his hand. When I take off your clothes and pants, there'll be one more of this in your dick. Do you believe me? No. The fatty felt as wronged as a wife who'd just met a hooligan. He didn't know that Chen Zhao was so fierce. In the end, under Chen Zhao's coercion, the fatty took off his clothes and pants. Just leave your underwear. So fucking disgusting. Chen Zhao couldn't bear to watch anymore. He lay back on his bed and turned his back. However, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Chen Zhao turned around and glanced at the fatty. At the moment, the fatty was curled up on his bed. Because of Chen Zhao's violent actions, his bed had already collapsed. Hey, what's your name? The fatty looked up at Chen Zhao. He didn't really want to speak. But after some thought, considering Chen Zhao's combat power, he still spoke. Morocco Bic. What crime did you commit? Chapter 1247. Morocco Piccolo would be sent to prison tomorrow, just like him. Just the thought of going to jail gave him a headache. Go to jail, stay in jail. Chen Zhao was getting more and more anxious. Morocco curled up in the corner. He felt that Chen Zhao's gaze was a bit scary. Even the air in the detention room became oppressive. Morocco curled up like that for the whole night. Chen Zhao didn't sleep for the entire night. He just sat on the bed. The next day, Chen Zhao and Morocco were sent to the escort vehicle, to a prison in the suburbs. Chen Zhao's hands and feet were shackled. According to the prison rules of the United States, when transferring prisoners, murderers were required to wear leg cuffs. So, Chen Zhao was honored to put on the shackles. Morocco glanced at Chen Zhao, who was in the same car as him. He secretly prayed that he wouldn't be in the same cell as Chen Zhao again. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. After arriving at the prison, Chen Zhao was finally unshackled. He changed into an orange prison uniform. Then he was sent to his cell. Coincidentally, when Morocco saw Chen Zhao walk into the prison, he looked like he was about to cry. Hi, Morocco. We meet again. What a coincidence. Morocco felt like crying. Thankfully, he wasn't as irritable as he was in the detention center. At least when Morocco didn't provoke him. Chen Zhao couldn't be bothered to vent his anger on him. How long is the sentence for intentional homicide in Morocco? Morocco's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't be a homicidal maniac, right? It depends on the plot. It's shooting someone in the head in the middle of the street. At least 10 years. Hearing Morocco's answer, Chen Zhao started thinking about how to escape. How troublesome. At this moment, the ringing of a bell came from outside the cell. What's that sound? When Morocco heard this, he relaxed and explained, it's lunchtime. At this moment, the electronic door opened with a click. Chen Zhao and Morocco walked out of the cell. The prison canteen was a hodgepodge. There were all kinds of people. Of course, Chen Zhao was also one of the various types of people. Chen Zhao carried a plate. The prisoner in charge of carrying the food looked up at him. Newbie? The prisoner casually gave Chen Zhao some food. Chen Zhao didn't like this attitude, even if he didn't care about the amount of food. Forget it. I'm already in prison. It's better to keep a low profile. Chen Zhao found Morocco's seat. Seeing Chen Zhao sit down, Morocco immediately put a drumstick on his plate to Chen Zhao. No, you eat, Chen Zhao said calmly. But just then, a big guy walked over and grabbed the drumstick from Chen Zhao's plate, eating it right away. It's not your fault. The big guy looked down at Chen Zhao. Newbie, you don't seem to understand what this place is. Bullying newcomers was a prison rule. Whether it was in China or abroad, the rules were the same. Han Bao, as a veteran of the prison industry, was very knowledgeable about prisons and had a lot of feelings for them. After all, Han Bao had been in prison for 15 years. Of course, it wasn't because he committed a crime. This is a prison, a place for bastards. Ha, you also know that it's a place for assholes, so you should know that I'm an asshole. The big guy patted Chen Zhao's head lightly. Ha, Chun Zhao had already smashed the plate into the big guy's face. All the prisoners looked at Chun Zhao. However, no one was surprised by this. In this place, there would be a fight almost every day. Even the prison guards weren't surprised. So, they didn't care about the fights. Of course, if someone hit too hard, they'd be locked up. The big guy climbed up and wiped the food off his face. His expression was ferocious. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." With that, the big guy pounced at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed the guy's chest, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Bang! The entire cafeteria could hear the sound of the big guy's intimate contact with the ground. "I forgot to tell you," Chun Zhao said with a faint smile. "I'm also very knowledgeable about killing. Maybe we can discuss it." The big guy reached out to scratch Chun Zhao, but his limbs couldn't reach Chun Zhao. Suddenly, someone hit the back of Chun Zhao's head hard. Chun Zhao turned around and saw a black man hitting him. Chun Zhao pushed forward, and the black man fell 3 or 4 meters away, landing heavily on the ground. But another person came up to attack Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao lifted his hand and threw it again, smashing it onto the big guy's body. Another one seeking his own death, and another one. Chun Zhao used one move after another, piling them all on the big guy's body. After knocking down 6 people in a row, no one else continued to attack Chun Zhao. Just then, the prison guard on the second floor knocked on the metal bars with his baton. "Stop, you bastards. Don't look for trouble." The prison guards also liked to watch fights, but they would stop it before it got out of hand. Chun Zhao took the lunches of the 6 prisoners he'd knocked down. Under everyone's gaze, he ate all 6 lunches. Morocco stared at Chun Zhao with wide eyes. Not only could this guy fight, but he could also eat. In prison, there were usually 3 types of prisoners. The other type was that those who had gangs outside would form their own cliques after entering prison. Other prisoners were basically unwilling to provoke these cliques, and they wouldn't actively provoke other prisoners either. Another type was those who were better at fighting. They would gather a group of people and wouldn't provoke the cliques. Instead, they would provoke newcomers and those who were easier to bully. The third type was those who were easy to bully. There were also people like Chun Zhao who looked like they were easy to bully. Of course, after this battle, there shouldn't be anyone who would think that way anymore. Although a prisoner like the big guy had been taught a lesson by Chun Zhao, this was too common in prison. However, this kind of thing was too common in prison, and it was always bullying. There wasn't any life or death feud. After this, they might not become friends, but they wouldn't become enemies either. Just like in the movies, after being beaten up, you would stab someone with a knife. This would never happen in real life. Prisoners weren't stupid either. They wouldn't seek death. In prison, there weren't many prisoners who would want to take their opponent down with them just because they'd been beaten up. Chun Zhao suddenly slapped his head. He could have been released for medical treatment. He should have been beaten up by these bastards and then released for medical treatment. Morocco, who was sitting opposite Chun Zhao, was shocked. He didn't know why Chun Zhao had such a sudden reaction. Chun Zhao looked at the big guy and the others with a bitter expression. Seeing Chun Zhao's gaze, the big guy and the others couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 1248. Lingam, you're really something. Inro patted his partner's shoulder. That yellow-skinned monkey must be regretting it now. Never in his wildest dreams would he think that he'd end up in jail for no reason. Lingam crossed his legs and drank his whiskey nonchalantly. He'd worked with Inro many times. Inro knew his abilities. Of course, it was more like hiring than working together. Each time, Inro would pay him tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Here's your check for this trip. Lingam glanced at the check and pocketed it. Suddenly, Lingam's brows twitched as a very bad feeling crept into his heart. Lingam stood up abruptly. Someone's trying to find my location. What do you mean? Inro wasn't a spiritualist, so he didn't really understand. Lingam's special bloodline allowed him to change into someone else's appearance after coming into contact with them. This ability was almost unsolvable for ordinary people. But for spiritualists, there were ways such as divination. However, Lingam had telepathy. If someone used divination to find his location, he'd immediately sense it. Divination could indeed lock onto a person's location to a large extent, but it could only lock onto a temporary location. It couldn't be tracked, So Lingam only needed to change his location and the person would miss him. Let's leave immediately, Lingam said. Do we have to leave now? Yes, we have to. Inro hurriedly packed his things and left the rental house with Lingam. 20 minutes after they left, West, Alice, and Klaus came in. Huh? Where is he? Did he run away? Klaus kept his hands behind his back. He looked around the rental house to make sure there was no one. Is it a coincidence? Or did he notice that we're following him? Call Alice first and ask her if she can divine it again. Mr. West, don't touch that first. We can find fingerprints on it. What's the use of fingerprints? West asked, confused. That person can change his face, but his fingerprints might not be the same. I need to confirm if his fingerprints are in the government's archives. If they are, I might be able to find his various records, including his real identity and what kind of car he has now. What's the point of knowing what car he's using now? We don't know where he is, so it's pointless. Mr. West, don't you know that surveillance cameras can automatically identify license plates? Lingam's hair stood on end again. Not again. Damn it, who's divining me? Lingam didn't feel good at all. To be able to divine him continuously, it was very likely that the other party was a spiritualist stronger than him, or even a witch. Lingam himself was a spiritualist, but he did not know much about the supernatural world. Most of the people he came into contact with were the elders of the family. His family elders had always warned him not to have any conflict with witches. Their family was not a powerful spiritualist family. If he encountered a witch who was extremely aggressive, then he would hide and escape as much as he could. Never think of provoking a witch. If she was divined 3 times in a row in a short period of time, then she was most likely a witch. Generally speaking, wizards did not have such powerful magic power. Inro, drive in another direction, Lingam said to Inro, who was driving. Lingam, what's going on? Someone's using magic to track us, Lingam said. Inro was shocked. You mean there's someone else with special abilities besides you? You think I'm unique in this world? Lingam looked at Inro as if he was an idiot. What do we do now? It's okay. As long as we keep changing locations, that person won't be able to find us. Then if he keeps using magic to track us, we won't even be able to stop, right? He can't keep using magic to track us. At most 3 or 4 times. As soon as Lingam finished, the feeling came again. Damn it, it's only been a while, and it's here again. Lingam told Inro to change directions again. But not long after, Lingam felt it again. Bastard, who's looking for me? What does he want? Isn't he tired of using divination so recklessly? Bastard, he changed locations again. This guy can sense my divination? Alice said in surprise. Can't you determine his location? Gaia asked. He seems to be constantly moving. Every time I finish divination, he'll change directions. What should we do? It's okay. He has to stop eventually. I'll just keep doing it. You keep using divination. Can your magic power hold up? He's very weak. I can do it for the whole night. The mana cost of divination was related to the target's mana. If the target's mana was 1, then the cost would be 1 too. If it was 10, then the cost would be 10 too. Alice estimated her own mana cost. The person's mana should be less than 30. This was even lower than the lowest mana of the Supernatural Organization's members before Chen Zhao's era. Now, Alyssa's mana was as high as 350. It consumed less than 30 points of magic power each time, which was no problem for Alice. Basically, she could use divination every 10 minutes to recover her mana. Therefore, she could use divination infinitely. Of course, except when she was eating, sleeping, or going to the toilet. Alice worked especially hard too. After all, she was an early member and her magic was special. Alice wasn't a combat witch, although she could attack. She wasn't a support type witch either. She was a functional witch. Sealing, divination, and prediction spells were her forte. At the same time, she belonged to the magic encyclopedia. Of course, because it wasn't complete, many spells weren't complete. He changed directions again. He seems to be leaving the city. He's on Route 122 now. Route 122? That road should lead to Compton, Gaia said, holding the map. You said that he'll change directions every time you do divination, right? Yes, Gaia analyzed. It was originally at Shalene Street, then here, and finally Highway 122. Gaia's eyes flashed. She pointed at the map. Alyss, next divination after 30 minutes. Don't do it before then. Chapter 1249. Chen Zhao was depressed. After the fight, he'd wanted to continue provoking Big Guy and his gang, but they were all terrified. This doesn't seem to be the same as what I know. Chen Zhao wanted to get beaten up, but in this prison, no one was willing to fight him anymore. As a result, Chen Zhao didn't have a good appetite during dinner. He ate unhappily. Boss Chun, are you full? Morocco asked. Do you need me to get you some food? No need. Chen Zhao was very unhappy. He kept staring at Big Guy and his gang. Big Guy and his gang kept their heads down, not daring to meet Chen Zhao's eyes. Boss Chen, there's a boxing match tonight. What kind of match? Chen Zhao asked, confused. It's organized by the prison guards. The contestants are all serious criminals. Chen Zhao wasn't a serious criminal. He was just a suspect now. Before he was convicted, he wasn't a real guest here. Generally, the felons in the prison lived separately from the ordinary prisoners. They would only go together when they had to eat or when they were out for a walk. Nothing will happen. Of course, every year, a few people die on the stage, Morocco said. But so what? Yeah, so what? Even in a country with relatively complete laws like America, there are still many dark people. But the prison guards can't force you to participate in this match, right? The prison guards have their ways. Which serious criminal doesn't want their sentence reduced? Every time they reduce their sentence, the prison has to issue an evaluation form. The prison guards have the absolute right to decide. Are you familiar with this prison? I've been here at least 6 times, Morocco said. The longest time was 2.5 years. After dinner, Chen Zhao and Morocco returned to their cells. Around 10 at night, there was the sound of a baton knocking on the cell door. A prison guard poked his head in. Are you asleep? Neither Chen Zhao nor Morocco was asleep. No, Morocco replied. At this moment, the cell door was opened. Knock, knock. The guard knocked on the door again, then left. What does he mean? He's asking if we're going or not. If we're going, go to the cafeteria. If not, close the door. There were so many rules in this prison. However, he still wanted to see the world, so he went to the cafeteria with Morocco. At this time, the tables and chairs in the canteen had been pushed to the corner. 40 to 50 prisoners were standing on the tables and chairs beside them. A dozen prison guards were standing in front of the bars on the second floor. A short convict was walking among the other prisoners, collecting gambling money. This short prisoner was probably the prison guard's lackey. Help the prison guards open the gambling house and collect the gambling money. Chen Zhao was quite surprised that these criminals actually had cash. Moreover, it was like a regular boxing match. There was even a host holding a microphone, introducing the first 2 contestants to the audience and gamblers. Chen Zhao heard that people didn't use their fists in underground fights. However, the fighters in this prison boxing match were wearing masks. The rate of death and disability without gloves was too high. If the prison guards organized a boxing match, they probably wouldn't earn more than $10,000. However, if one person died, the various procedures and arrangements would be very troublesome, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, the boxing match was still carried out in a more formal way, and there were also referees. Of course, rather than calling it a boxing match, it would be more accurate to call it a freestyle fight. Most of the rules were also freestyle fights. Apart from not stabbing the eyes or attacking the lower body, all attacks were allowed. Chen Zhao had thought that he would be able to see a bloody fight, but he was still somewhat disappointed. The fight to the death like in movies and TV dramas did not appear. Of course, it might also be because there weren't many benefits. Boss Chun, do you want to buy some of play? The short convict asked Chen Zhao. I don't have money. Chen Zhao had everything in his spatial ring except cash. Boss Chun, I do. Where did you get the money? Chen Zhao saw Morocco take out a stack of money. It was at least $1,000. Chen Zhao had heard from Morocco that he had robbed a convenience store for a few $100s and even injured an employee. How could he have more than $1,000 now? Chen Zhao found it unbelievable. I'm here to help someone bring goods. Chen Zhao was stunned. This guy was helping someone bring drugs into prison? However, Chen Zhao couldn't be bothered with Morocco. Morocco wasn't anyone to him. They weren't even friends. How did you bring it in? Chun Zhao asked curiously. But Morocco bet $100 for Chun Zhao and also bought $100 for himself. How much can you earn each time you bring goods? $10,000. Chun Zhao was speechless. He had to bring at least $50,000 worth of goods to get $10,000 in shipping fees, right? Chun Zhao wasn't in this business, but he still knew about the prices of these black industries. After all, Chun Zhao would occasionally buy goods from him. Morocco had to stuff at least 2,000 pills in his, but the match began. The two fighters in the ring were both death row convicts. When Chun Zhao heard their information, he wanted to kill the two death row criminals. The fight in the ring was very intense. They almost gave up on defense and used fierce attacks to hurt each other. To be honest, Chun Zhao had probably killed more people than everyone else here combined. However, Chun Zhao really couldn't see what was so interesting about this fist-to-flesh fight. The surrounding convicts, including Morocco, were all roaring hysterically, as if they were influenced by the fight in the ring. This match used the rule of one round to the end. There were no breaks in the middle. After 10 minutes of intense fighting, one of them fell to the ground, his face covered in blood. The winner raised his hands and roared at the people around him. Only Chun Zhao watched the match expressionlessly. The surrounding audience also cheered in unison. The winner looked around and suddenly saw Chun Zhao, who was facing everything coldly. The winner pointed at Chun Zhao with his gloves and made a provocative gesture. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. What does he mean? Boss Chun, he's challenging you. Oh, so I can fight in the ring? Of course. Anyone is welcome to fight in the ring. Chun Zhao walked to the bottom of the ring and jumped onto it. The host introduced Chun Zhao cooperatively. He also told them about Chun Zhao's achievement of defeating 6 people this afternoon. Chapter 1250. Chun Zhao suddenly looked up because he smelled magic in the air. It was very faint, but it couldn't escape Chun Zhao's senses. Looking at the excited prisoners and prison guards around him, Chun Zhao was sure that someone was using magic here. He didn't know what the purpose was. Poof! Just as Chun Zhao was distracted, a fist punched his face. He didn't feel any pain, but to Chun Zhao, this was a great humiliation. Chun Zhao punched back and knocked the person to the ground. The scene quieted down immediately. No one expected the competition to end so suddenly. Chun Zhao looked around again, but didn't see anyone suspicious. Whatever, it had nothing to do with him. Chun Zhao couldn't be bothered to ask. Plus, he was a prisoner now. Why did he have to care who was doing what? At the moment, Inro and Lingam were on their way out of the city. Suddenly, Lingam's body trembled. That feeling came again. Again? Should we change direction? Inro was already used to it. We can't change direction. Lingam shook his head. There's still a lot of traffic in our direction, but there's clearly much less traffic going into the city. If we change direction, we might be discovered. Lingam analyzed. Let's keep going in this direction. Lingam, where are we going? If we keep being sensed by other people using magic like this, we'll be found sooner or later. It's okay, Lingam said. This time, the person's divination took half an hour. It means that he's starting to get tired. He was very confident in his analysis. He can't keep divining forever. As long as we leave L, it'll be hard for him to continue tracking us. If he divines again, we'll return to L, A, and the person chasing us will be tired of running. Lingam, do you know who's chasing us? No. Lingam had always been afraid of this. He didn't want to talk about it in front of Inro, because he was afraid that Inro would leave him, because he didn't know how to drive. This was the crux of the matter. If Inro were to separate from him, there would be no one to drive him. Then it would be very troublesome to change direction quickly. So Lingam didn't want Inro to know that the person chasing him was very powerful. But just as Lingam had feared, and Lore was behaving like this, he did not want to run around with Lingam. Lingam, don't you think we should split up and run? Are you sure he's only looking for me? It's possible that they're trying to capture both of us at the same time. I can sense their divination, but you can't. Perhaps you've already been divined many times before this. If I wasn't here, I'm afraid you'd have already fallen into their hands, Lingam said. Inro's expression changed slightly when he heard Lingam's words. Indeed, if Lingam wasn't around, they might have captured him. At the same time, the members of the Lightning Squad were patrolling the roads leading into and out of the city on Highway 122. If it was during the day, it would be hard to find him with the traffic in downtown Los Angeles. But at night, the traffic flow was relatively less. Therefore, it was very easy to find them on the roads leading into and out of the city. Klaus had found both Inro and Lingham's fingerprints at their residence, and Lingham's fingerprints were in the FBI's files. Lingham was also a repeat offender, but these files were all from before the age of 18. After the age of 18, Lingham had turned into a good young man with no criminal records. Through the bank spending records, Klaus also found out that Lingham had bought a car not long ago, but Lingham didn't have a driver's license. That meant that Lingham had other accomplices. This information was obtained by West through the authority of the Anti-Terrorism Department. Zella, there's a car 5 kilometers ahead of you. It looks like the car we're tracking. Chase after it and take a look. Also, don't approach recklessly. We're not sure if the other party is an attack-type spiritualist or some other type. Don't take the risk. Okay, got it, Zella replied. Klaus had obtained the real-time monitoring authority of the highway system. He had been in charge of monitoring and commanding. There's a car behind us. Inro saw the headlights behind them. Lingham's expression changed slightly. Just then, his body once again felt the divination of his pursuer. Turn into the woods at the junction ahead. Inro immediately turned when he reached the junction, but they suspected that it was the car following them, so they also turned into the forest path. This time, they finally confirmed that the car behind them was really following them. What do we do now? Keep driving, Lingham said. We're running out of gas. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lingham grumbled. Do I even need to say it? We've been driving for 5 or 6 hours. Inro also had some complaints in his heart. He felt that this had nothing to do with him. It was all Lingham's trouble. Not long after, the car completely ran out of gas and stopped. Inro and Lingham immediately took out their pistols. Although they were both scammers, they always carried guns with them for self-defense. Zella, who was in the car behind, saw Inro and Lingham get out of the car in front and the pistols in their hands. He instantly felt that it was ridiculous. They were actually using guns in front of him. If they were using magic, he might be afraid, but they were actually using guns. Gaia, where are you now? I've already found them. Their car seems to have run out of gas. They seem to be resisting and have guns in their hands. Zella also had guns in his car, but he didn't plan to use them. After all, they were trying their best to capture them alive, not kill them. At this moment, Inro and Lingham were also unsure. They had almost never used guns. The two of them slowly approached Zella's car with guns raised. Get out of the car now. Now. Zella got out of the car. He raised his hands and smiled at Inro and Lingham. Who are you? Why are you following us? Zella looked at the two with calm eyes. Why are we following you? Well, you should know what you've done. I don't care who you are. Get on the ground now. Now hurry up. The two planned to snatch Zella's car and then leave. Unfortunately, Zella still stood there with his hands raised. I advise you to put down your guns. Chapter 12:51. Don't waste time with him. Get in the car. Inro pushed Zella away. Zella didn't use any strength and let Inro push him away. As soon as they got in the car, they realized that Zella had a gun. Not a small pistol like theirs, but a machine gun. Why isn't he fighting back? He's definitely out of bullets. Yes, for clips. The two looked at Zella, who was standing outside the car. Their expressions were a bit unnatural. But Zella's smile was very natural, and he kept smiling. Lingham suddenly got out of the car and pointed his gun at Zella. Why aren't you fighting back? Kid, you obviously don't know what you're facing. Zella still had that smile, but his smile made Lingham's hair stand on end. Lingham, let's go. Don't waste time. Suddenly, the dark forest path was suddenly enveloped by a red light. Lingham and Inro looked up at the sky at the same time. Then, they saw a ball of fire fall from the sky. Inro scrambled down from the car. Boom! The fire fell on the roof of the car. Zella took 2 steps back and fanned the heat. Lingham and Inro were hit by the heat and fell to the ground. They felt like their bodies were about to fall apart. When they turned around, they saw a tall woman standing on the roof of the car with flames all over her body. This woman was like the legendary goddess of war, looking down on all beings in the flames. Gaia, It took me a lot of effort to modify this car. Gaia shrugged. The landing failed. I've been practicing landing in human form recently and couldn't do it accurately. Lingam stood up with difficulty and looked at Gaia in fear. He turned around and ran into the forest. Not chasing? He's running in the direction that Helith is coming from. I think we should stop him. Helith respects the chairman the most. Are you sure Helith won't kill this guy? Helith knows what she's doing. Inro twisted his butt and tried to sneak away. Suddenly, a great sword fell in front of Inro. If you want to lose a limb, keep crawling. Gaia looked down at Inro. Extremely tragic screams came from the forest. Inro was startled. It was Lingam's voice. Then, he saw Lingam running away frantically. Inro saw the look on Lingam's face. It was obvious that he had encountered something even more terrifying in the woods. Not long after, Helios walked out of the forest. Gaia, can I kill him? If we kill him, Chen won't be able to come out. All right, we'll wait for the guild leader to come out before we kill him. Harold, compromised. Who the hell are you people? How much do you want? I can give you however much you want. $100,000 US? No, $500,000. Boss Chun, you're amazing. The man you just beat up was a professional boxer before he went to prison. Professional boxer? Even if the boxing champion came, he would still be defeated. Is that guy famous? Boss Chun, don't you see the news? That guy is a very famous boxer. What crime did he commit to get in here? He raped his own daughter. Fuck, I should have killed him just now. That kind of scum. I hope he can meet White Nightmare. What White Nightmare? Chun Zhao asked curiously. Chun Zhao had seen nightmares before, but he had never heard of a White Nightmare. Norma had the bloodline of nightmares. She could turn her soul into a nightmare. I haven't seen it either, but in this prison, there is a legend about the White Nightmare nightmares. It is said that the White Nightmare nightmares will enter the prisoners' cells and kill them. Every time someone dies in the prison, someone will say that the White Nightmare nightmares did it. The last time I came here, someone died. A prisoner said that his roommate was killed by the White Nightmare nightmares. Every prison had all kinds of legends, but most of them were made up. When he was fighting in the ring, Chun Zhao had indeed felt magic. However, it wasn't strong and he didn't feel any evil aura. People often said that words were like the person. Some people could tell a person's state of mind and emotions from words. Relatively speaking, words couldn't completely tell a person's good or evil, but magic could. For example, Chun Zhao's magic was filled with violence and madness. Gaia's magic was scorching and determined. Heli's magic was obscure and impure. Alice had told Chun Zhao that some spiritualists would go to special places to practice magic. For example, prisons were often visited by people who practiced black magic. Practicing black magic didn't mean that they were evil. For example, Heli's was the representative of black magic. Her magic was impure, but it wasn't evil. Whatever, let's not talk about this. It's so uncomfortable to talk about this at night. After the lights went out, Chun Zhao heard Morocco mumbling. At the same time, an ethereal aura appeared. Chun Zhao turned his head and saw wisps of white gas seeping in from the crack of the door. The white gas gradually gathered into a white creature. The creature was as white as snow and had a cat's head. It wasn't tall, less than 80 centimeters, and it stood upright. It looked like a cat demon. The creature bounced lightly and stuck to the wall. Then it jumped to the ceiling and hung upside down. It walked a few steps upside down on the ceiling until it was above Morocco. Then it swooped down. The cat demon wasn't invisible. Morocco could feel it when it fell. Morocco opened his eyes and saw the cat demon on him. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound. He couldn't even move. The cat demon reached out with its claws and slowly grabbed Morocco's neck. Morocco wanted to struggle, but he couldn't move at all. It was as if a ghost was pressing down on him. His body tensed up. The cat demon was very small. It probably didn't weigh more than 20 kilograms. Normally, a creature of this size wouldn't be able to harm Morocco's body at all. Morocco was 8 meters tall, but he weighed 110 kilograms. He was more than 10 times the cat demon's weight. However, the cat demon's seemingly weak claws made it hard for him to breathe when it grabbed Morocco's neck. Help! Help me! Morocco turned his head with difficulty. He wanted to cry for help, to ask Qin Zhao for help. But his voice was very weak, and he had trouble breathing like a drowning person. However, he saw that Qin Zhao seemed to be looking at him. Morocco couldn't make a sound. He could only move his mouth to ask for help. Suddenly, the cat demon realized that Qin Zhao was looking at it too. Hiss, hiss, the cat demon hissed at Qin Zhao. Chapter 1252. Qin Zhao thought that he'd been preparing for a long time and could definitely capture it. Unexpectedly, the cat demon was also very fast. It leaped and dodged Qin Zhao's attack. At the same time, it reached out with its claws and scratched Qin Zhao's arm, but didn't even break Qin Zhao's skin. Qin Zhao grabbed again, even faster this time. Seeing that it couldn't beat Qin Zhao, the cat leaped onto the ceiling and jumped to the door. Then it turned into white smoke and escaped through the crack. Whoosh! Morocco bounced up, fear written all over his face. Boss Chun, white nightmare, white nightmare. That's a white nightmare. It wants to kill me. It wants to kill me. Morocco was really frightened. He'd thought that he'd die for sure. If Qin Zhao hadn't chased the white nightmare away, he'd definitely be dead. Qin Zhao pursed his lips. He pinched Morocco's chin and looked at the mark on his neck. The mark wasn't deep, but it left a bruise. I won't die. Time to sleep. Qin Zhao lay back on the bed. Morocco couldn't sleep now. He pushed Qin Zhao. Boss Chun, don't sleep. What if the white nightmare comes again? You're disturbing my sleep. Do you want to die? Qin Zhao turned around and glared at Morocco. No. Boss Chun, what if the white nightmare comes to attack you? I'll kill whoever disturbs my sleep, whether it's you or it. Qin Zhao glared at Morocco. Fuck off. Don't disturb my sleep. Morocco wanted to cry. Qin Zhao was his only support. Qin Zhao was fearless, but Morocco, who'd just escaped from the gates of hell, didn't dare to close his eyes. He couldn't sleep for the entire night. He curled up in a corner of the bed, not daring to close his eyes. The next day after breakfast, it was time to relax. Morocco had completely become Qin Zhao's lackey. He followed Qin Zhao closely. He'd really been frightened last night. After a night of thinking, he felt that Qin Zhao wasn't a normal person. How could a normal person not be afraid in that situation? Yes, maybe Qin Zhao was an Eastern wizard. Maybe he'd come to the prison on purpose to capture the White Nightmare. 013, someone's here to see you, the alarm said. 013 was Qin Zhao's number. Qin Zhao went to the visiting area. It wasn't the kind of place where people communicated through a glass. Instead, there was a table and 2 chairs facing each other. There were already a few prisoners in the visiting room. Qin Zhao saw David sitting in front of the table and walked over. Chun, did you know that Inro, who was supposed to be dead, surrendered to the police last night? He's not dead. No. And he's not injured at all. He's perfectly fine. He's already confessed. In order to frame you, he purposely hired someone who looks like you and staged that farce. However, he seems to be quite frightened. When can I go out? I'm working on the paperwork for you now. You'll be able to leave this afternoon. Can you slow it down a bit? All right, send Inro to this prison. Previously, Qin Zhao had been scheming to get out, but now that he could, he didn't want to leave so soon. Let me out tomorrow, Qin Zhao said. Don't kill anyone, David said. I don't want you to go to jail. Don't worry, I won't. After hearing David's news, Qin Zhao relaxed. However, West also told Fei Lai that he was going on a secret mission and would need 2 or 3 days. If he went back now, Fei Lai would be suspicious. Qin Zhao always reported only the good news to Fei Lai. After all, Fei Lai was pregnant now. Qin Zhao didn't want her emotions to fluctuate too much. Boss Qin, why are you so happy? When Morocco saw that Qin Zhao had returned from the visit, the gloom on his face seemed to have dissipated. His face was filled with sunshine. The Asterisk Shoal who framed me will be sent here in the afternoon. Qin Zhao's smile suddenly turned cruel. Someone dares to frame you, Boss Qin. Not before, but this time there really is. Suddenly, Morocco's expression turned very ugly. Boss Qin, are you going out soon? Yes, tomorrow. Morocco became anxious. Then, what if the White Nightmare comes to find me again tonight? Qin Zhao glanced at Morocco. To be honest, in the past, Chen Zhao definitely wouldn't care about someone like Morocco. However, people's thinking would change when they were in a different environment. Chen Zhao now felt that Morocco wasn't that bad. You only robbed a few $100s. You'll only be locked up for a few days, right? I'll bail you out, Chen Zhao said. No, I also hurt someone. I'll probably be locked up for half a year, Morocco said with a sad face. Didn't you come here to deliver the goods? Why did you hurt someone? I robbed and hurt someone. Then a local leader found me and told me to deliver a batch of goods. Earn $10,000 and get locked up for half a year? I really don't know what you're thinking. Chen Zhao shook his head. Tell me, how much money do you need to bail you out? Probably more than $50,000. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and said, I can lend you money, but you have to return me the bail money after you go to court. For Chen Zhao and Morocco, this was a temporary prison. After being sentenced in court, they would most likely be transferred to another prison. America's crime rate had always been high. It also had the most prisoners in the world. There were more than 4 million prisoners, so there were also many prisons. There were more than 30 prisons in Los Angeles alone. Usually, the bigger the city, the more people there were, and the more criminals there were. Of course, there were more prisons too. Unless Morocco's luck was extremely bad, he would not be assigned here again. Usually, the judicial system would randomly assign prisoners to prisons. Unless it was a military prison or a special prison, most prisons would be assigned to those with more empty rooms. Morocco had been to prison 6 times before. 2 of them had been to this prison. If his luck was really that bad, Chen Zhao couldn't do anything about it. Chen Zhao had already done his best to help him pay the bail money. If he came here again, Chen Zhao wouldn't go to prison to protect him. Also, the White Nightmare was hard to deal with. It wasn't that she was strong, but that she was slippery and hard to catch. Hey, that big guy over there. Come here. Chen Zhao saw the big guy he'd beaten up yesterday and waved. The big guy didn't dodge anymore. He ran to Chen Zhao's side. Boss Chen, what's up? Are there any gay men in your underlings? Boss Chen, do you like gay men? The big guy asked, surprised. Chapter 1253. The big guy immediately understood. He didn't have to say it out loud. Plus, it wasn't his first time taking on something like this. In prison, those with power would be respected. It was the law of the jungle in prison. Either they could fight, like Chen Zhao. Either that, or he had a powerful background to begin with. Chen Zhao had only been in prison for less than 2 days. However, Chen Zhao had already gotten to know 2 people who were very influential in the outside world. Of course, they were both in the underworld. They weren't friends, but they still got to know each other. This was mutual respect. If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. Occasionally, when they were out, they would throw a cigarette over. Usually, the gangsters who came from the outside wouldn't bully newcomers like the big guy. They had their own enemies, which were usually the bosses of rival gangs. In this prison with a few hundred people, there were more than a dozen gangs. They were either allies or enemies. So, they wouldn't offend others for no reason. There were also 2 or 3 gangsters who came to get close to Chen Zhao and ask about his background. Because of what happened last night, Inro was already scared out of his wits. He didn't expect the people who captured him to be Chen Zhao's subordinates. At first, he thought that Chen Zhao was rich, but Chen Zhao was a foreigner. So, Chen Zhao wouldn't have any power. He didn't expect that none of Chen Zhao's subordinates were normal. All of them were as scary as demons. If he didn't give himself up, they'd eat him alive. Inro wanted to cry, but had no tears. Sitting in the escort car, he was at a loss for what to do. After arriving at the prison, he went through the procedures and also had a physical and drug test. Inro was brought into the cell by the prison guard. Go in. You'll live in this room. Inro entered the room and saw the person he didn't want to see the most in his life. Why are you here? Why am I here? Chen Zhao found it funny. Why are you surprised? Why am I here? Morocco looked at Inro fiercely. Inro was the one who made a throat-cutting gesture. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. It was my fault earlier. Please forgive me. Forgive you? Why should I forgive you? Chen Zhao sneered. If you want to use this method to make me spend 10 years in prison, then I'll make you die here. Inro was about to piss his pants. Chen Zhao was even more evil than he'd imagined. Even if you don't die in prison, I guarantee that you will die on the first day you walk out of prison. Chen Zhao really wanted to kill. He had seen all kinds of demons and ghosts, but this time, he almost fell into the hands of Swindler. How could he let the matter rest? Inro was so scared that his face turned pale. Take off your pants first. Morocco grinned at Inro. Inro subconsciously covered his butt. You? What are you doing? Inro's tragedy was only the beginning. Chen Zhao was very vengeful. At noon, Big Guy took the lead and came looking for trouble. In the face of a few burly men, Inro could only obediently endure. But at dinner time, the Big Guy came looking for trouble again. After that, they went to the bathhouse to take a shower. Inro's tragedy had only just begun. In the past, Chen Zhao hated things like rape, but he didn't have any sympathy for Inro at all. In the past, Inro specialized in cheating money from women. Moreover, it wasn't just a little bit of money, but all the money of others. He even made women owe huge sums of money and then disappear from the world. Chen Zhao really couldn't feel sympathy for such a person. Chen Zhao watched as Inro covered his butt and went back to his cell with a pained expression. He felt great. Morocco smiled knowingly and also looked at Inro with evil intentions. But when the lights went out, Morocco couldn't smile anymore. It was another sleepless night. The next day, Morocco and Chen Zhao were released together. However, Chen Zhao was released without charge, while Morocco was released on bail. When he went to court, he still had to go to prison. After leaving the prison, Morocco looked at Chen Zhao. Boss Chen, where are you going next? Someone's coming to pick me up. I'm leaving first. Remember, you have to pay me the bail money. Klaus' car was parked nearby. Morocco saw that Chen Zhao had a special car to pick him up, and the person who picked him up didn't look like an ordinary person. Although Morocco himself was an unemployed person with a lot of criminal records, Morocco still had some foresight. He could tell that the person who picked Chen Zhao up was probably a retired soldier. And from their attitude, that person should be Chen Zhao's bodyguard. Is Lingam in the headquarters now? Yes. Klaus nodded. Good. Then let's go to the headquarters. Klaus saw Chen Zhao's murderous expression. It was better not to talk to Chen Zhao now. When they reached the headquarters, the members all stopped what they were doing and came out to greet Chen Zhao when they heard that he was back. Bring that asterisk shoal out. Lingam had already been dragged out by Klaus. Lingam was unharmed. It wasn't because the members of the association were soft-hearted. It was because Lingam was waiting for Chen Zhao's punishment. Oh, it's you. Chen Zhao remembered that this man had bumped into his shoulder before entering the bar that day. Lingam's face was pale. If he knew that Chen Zhao had so many scary people under his control, he wouldn't have offended Chen Zhao. It was only $50,000. He had to face such a scary group of people for $50,000. Mr. Chen, how do you want to die? Chen Zhao asked. Lingam's face turned even paler, and he trembled all over. Just then, dark clouds gathered in the sky above the headquarters. Everyone jumped in fright and immediately backed away from Lingam. Lingam didn't know what had happened, but the dark clouds above the headquarters made him feel very pressured. The clouds started turning into thunderstorm clouds. Rumbling sounds rose and fell. Choose. Be struck by lightning, eaten by demons, ground into pieces by a meat grinder, or I'll throw you into the sky. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Don't want to die? That's not up to you. Chen Zhao stared coldly at Lingam. Hurry up and decide. I can pledge my loyalty to you. I can do many things for you. I don't need it. Chen Zhao rejected Lingam's request without hesitation. Chen Zhao pointed at the sky. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit his finger. Chapter 1254. Chen Zhao pointed at Lingam, lightning flashing on his fingertips. Lingam trembled like a sieve. Wait, Lingam finally yelled. I'll trade something for my life. What? The Devil's Grimoire, Lingam exclaimed. The Devil's Grimoire passed down through my family. What? President, the Demon Bible is a magic book that borrows demonic power, but it doesn't record it. Instead, it records all kinds of methods to borrow demonic power, Alice said. In the Dark Age, many royals and nobles were related to demons. Some of the families that have survived to this day have the Demon Bible. Oh, are there many Demon Bible? Not many, but it's not unique, Alyssa answered. Where's it? Take it out. It's not with me. It's in my family. Lingam looked at Chun Zhao in fear. I can give it to you. No need. Ask your family to bring it. Don't tell me you can't take it out without it, Chun Zhao said. There's nothing that can't be explained with a phone call. If there is, then 2 calls. Lingam lowered his head, his eyes flickering. Okay, I'll call. Give him his number, Chun Zhao said. Lingam held the phone and dialed a number. Grandpa, it's me. What's up? A stern voice came from the other end. Grandpa, I did something wrong and was detained by the supernatural organization. They want me to trade the demon Bible for me. Okay, give me the address. Lingam's grandfather didn't refuse or agree. Instead, he asked for the address. However, Lingam could hear the anger in that calm tone. His family wasn't powerful. After all, the ability to change one's appearance couldn't bring them actual power. Lingam's father was the leader of the family, but his power was average. Lingam's grandfather, Offit, was different. Offit was the owner of the demonic grimoire and the only one in the family who could use the contents of the demonic grimoire. Also, Offit controlled a terrifying organization. Lingam had been afraid of his grandfather since he was young. It wasn't just him. Although Offit wasn't the leader, he was better than him. Even his father acted like a grandson in front of Offit. My grandpa wants the address. Lingam looked at Chun Zhao. Give me the phone. Chun Zhao took the phone. Hello, sir. How are you? Who are you in the supernatural organization? Guild leader. The Lin family changed into my appearance and killed people on the street. I wanted to kill him, but he said that you have some demon Bible. So, either you use the demon Bible to exchange for his life, or I'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs. That's right, Chun Zhao said. Address. Chun Zhao could tell that the old man's tone was rather unfriendly, but he didn't care. If this old man wanted to use force, he would let him reunite with his grandson. After Offit hung up the phone, she nodded. Supernatural organization. Offit had heard of the supernatural organization before. But in the supernatural world, the supernatural organization had never had a strong presence. Offit picked up the phone and dialed a number. Rooney, gather everyone and come to me. It didn't take long for Offit's subordinates to assemble. Boss Offit, is there another mission? Boss Offit, we've been idle for half a year. Where are we going this time? I hope it's Egypt. Last time we failed. This time, after half a year of preparation, we definitely won't fail. I'm ready too. Plus, I've become much more powerful. We definitely won't fail. Offit's subordinates yelled at the same time. Okay, quiet down. Offit interrupted them. We still need some time to prepare for the Egypt mission. This time, it's something else. Nicole, you know the supernatural organization, right? Offit looked at a woman in a black dress. She was tall and wore rimless glasses, holding a book. The supernatural organization. Nicole pushed up her glasses. Yes, it's an international organization. Currently, there are 13 members in the world. They're China, America, Japan, England. I want to know more about the supernatural organization of America. Boss, the organization is very weak. It was founded in 1990 and has been around for 29 years. It's supported by the Anti-Terrorism Department. They've changed their president many times, but because the members are too weak, the president left and abandoned the organization in the end. President, does our mission have anything to do with the organization? They kidnapped my grandson, Offit said. They want me to hand over the demon Bible in exchange for my grandson. What? Are they crazy? God, do they know what they're doing? Offending Boss Offit? I don't understand what they're thinking. Boss Offit, let me go. I'll bring your grandson back in one piece. No, I'll bring my grandson back personally, Offit said coldly. Offit said coldly. Perhaps it's because I rarely move around the country that the spiritual world in the country doesn't know about me. Perhaps I need to use this operation to prove my existence to the spiritual world in the country. Yo, Boss Offit is angry. So scary. Boss Offit rarely shows such an expression. Pray for the organization. I hope they won't collapse. Where are they now? I can't wait to see their expressions when they see us. L. Hey, great, we can go to L.A. now. Everyone was very relaxed. To them, this was just a vacation. Boss Offit, do you need a divination? A woman holding a crystal ball asked. Let's do it. Holding the crystal ball, the woman chanted. Suddenly, the crystal ball cracked. As if shocked by electricity, the woman hurriedly stopped. What happened? Damn it, I just bought this from a magic shop. That shop sold me low-quality goods. I'm going to smash it. Forget it, Offit said. No need for divination after we return from L. I'll buy one for you. Okay, Boss Offit, should we go now? I still have some unfinished medicine in my lab. A blue-haired woman with a colorful face said. Chapter 1255. It's up ahead. There were 9 people in the group, driving 4 cars, lined up in a straight line. Offit had been resting with her eyes closed. Hearing her subordinate's words, she opened her eyes. Seeing the building ahead, she said coolly, smash the metal gate open. Aduz, who was guarding the gate, had already stood up when he saw the 4 cars. He was about to open the gate, but he didn't expect the car at the front to ram in. He was already standing behind the gate. When the car crashed into him, he couldn't dodge in time. The metal door was knocked down, and Aduz, who was behind the metal door, was crushed under it. Aduz's screams reached the headquarters, and when the people there heard it, they immediately rushed out. A few evil spirits had been wandering nearby, but when they heard Aduz's screams, they immediately rushed over. But before the evil spirits could save Aduz, a red light swept past. The evil spirits had been turned to dust. This scene was witnessed by West, who had just come out. He saw 9 people get out of 4 cars. The leader was a tall old man with a white beard. Who are you? West yelled. Luo Du go. Luo Du immediately charged at West. Luo Du's poison was very fast. Seeing that he was going to attack him without any explanation, West hurriedly used slow field. In an instant, Luo Du's movement stopped, and he stood still on the spot. Oh, what spell is this? Who are you? West asked again. You call me here. Why are you asking me who I am? Offit looked coldly at West. Just then, Pamela arrived as well. Seeing the enemy invade, Pamela dove down from the sky toward Luo Du. Nicole immediately flipped the book at her hand. A few evil souls rushed out of the book and attacked Pamela. Pamela saw the vile souls approaching. She turned around and let out a shrill scream. In the blink of an eye, those vile souls were destroyed. So strong. This evil spirit is so strong. Nicole's eyes were filled with wariness. Pamela burrowed into Luo Du's body. Luo Du and Pamela immediately fought for control of the body. But soon, Luo Du lost control of his body. Crack, crack, Pamela controlled Rhoda's body. His bones made crisp sounds. Mr. West, who are they? West heaved a long sigh. I don't know. Hurry up and save Aduz. Offit and the others frowned. What was up with this evil spirit? She had actually taken control of Luo Du's body. One must know that Luo Du was a spiritualist. Although he wasn't very strong, how could a spiritualist be controlled by an evil spirit so easily? Pamela controlled Rhoda's body. It wasn't her body anyway, so she didn't care if it would be hurt. The Banshee's aura began to spread throughout Luo Du's body. Luo Du's face turned pale, and his pupils turned white. At this time, more and more people came out of the headquarters. Mr. West, Ms. Pamela, what happened? Was Aduz attacked by them? Who are they? I don't know who they are, but they attacked our headquarters first, West said. Save Aduz first. I'll call the chairman. Baka, I will kill them all. Anyone who dares to offend us will be killed. Dongye Tianchi yelled, sword in hand. Old man, you go attract their attention. I'll go save Aduz, Gitkiris said. Okay, kill. Dongye Tianchi immediately rushed toward Offit and the others. Offit rubbed his nose. He didn't need to do anything. Behind him, Antaeus had already turned into a 4-meter-tall giant and punched at Dongye Tianchi. Seeing Antaeus attack, Dongye Tianchi raised his sword and slashed at Antaeus. The sword hit Antaeus' fist, but there was only the sound of metal and sparks. Antaeus' fist was unharmed. Antaeus increased his strength, and Dongye Tianchi was sent flying. But Dongye Tianchi didn't fall to the ground. After being knocked back a dozen meters, he actually managed to dissipate the force and landed steadily. Antaeus, we're not here to kill, so don't be too heavy-handed, Offit said with a smile. Boss Offit, I can't control my power. Antaeus' voice was majestic, and there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. Antaeus was just like Antaeus, the son of the earth in Greek mythology. As long as his feet were in contact with the ground, he would never feel tired. The earth could bestow him with endless power. At that moment, Gitkira had already circled around from the side. She didn't plan to fight. She only wanted to save Aduz, who was under the iron door. But Antaeus didn't plan to let Gitkira succeed. Antaeus punched at Gitkira. Gitkira quickly raised his hammer to meet the attack. Bang! Gitkira was also sent flying. She was in a much worse state than Donya Tianchi. Donya Tianchi knew how to dissipate the force, but Gitkira only knew how to meet force with force. With a single blow, he was sent flying 30 meters away, hitting the outer wall of the headquarters. How dare you cause trouble in the association? Kill! Harris's voice rang out. Then, the lake in the distance began to churn. One by one, skeleton soldiers emerged from the lake. Harris's undead creatures were all hidden in the water. Because the headquarters wasn't suitable to store these undead creatures, she usually hid them in the lake. Black Witch. Offit raised an eyebrow. Nicole also frowned. This girl who came out from the back was very powerful. It seemed like this supernatural association wasn't as weak as the rumors said. A large number of skeleton soldiers charged at Offit and the others. At that moment, a flash of fire descended from the sky. Boom! A violent explosion rippled out. The expressions of Offit and the others changed again. Such powerful magic. Gaia had rushed back from the set. When she heard that the association had been invaded, she immediately stopped what she was doing. Gaia walked out of the flames step by step. When she saw Aduz, who was pinned under the iron door, Gaia's expression instantly turned furious. This cute little old man was their association's mascot. Gaia raised the tip of her sword and charged at him. Antaeus punched Gaia again. Gaia swept her sword. This time, it was Antaeus who was forced back, while Gaia was unstoppable. Gaia was about to lift the iron door to save Aduz. Suddenly, a force came at Gaia and sent her flying. Although the force was very powerful, Gaia wasn't hurt. Beside Offit was a long-haired woman. Her body was light as she floated slightly in the air. A strong cyclone surrounded her. Trying to save him, the long-haired woman looked at them with contempt. Chapter 1256. The long-haired woman didn't use wind magic but a bloodline ability. She could control the wind, and it danced with her. Suddenly, a cold light cut through the air. Oh no! The long-haired woman's expression changed drastically. She immediately controlled the wind element and turned it into a chaotic airflow. But the cold light seemed to have eyes and accurately passed through the chaotic airflow. It pierced through the long-haired woman's chest. She grunted and vomited blood. There was an arrow in her shoulder. The long-haired woman looked up and saw a leopard-shaped figure holding a longbow on the rooftop. Just then, Gila's skeleton army had arrived and was charging it off its group. These skeleton soldiers were very weak. Even Gitkira could kill one with one punch, let alone Antaeus. However, they weren't really that weak. Even if they were smashed, they could still reassemble. Also, the reassembly form wasn't like human skeletons. They could take any shape, like beasts or even dragons. Helis didn't use her brothers and sisters. She didn't let them get too close to Aduz. She didn't want to hurt Aduz by accident. Klaus and the others did the same. They didn't show themselves, but they had already taken the high ground. As long as they found a chance, they would attack Offit's group. After Gaia was sent flying, she charged forward again. But this time, she turned into a fire dragon. Offit and his subordinates' expressions changed when they saw Gaia's fire dragon form. Gaia lay on Antaeus' body. The hot flames made Antaeus howl. Offit was finally moved. The supernatural organization was stronger than he'd imagined. He couldn't keep watching. Offit chanted and turned into a werewolf. This was his first form. He borrowed the power of the Hell Wolf. Seeing Gaia and Antaeus fighting, he was about to attack Gaia. Suddenly, a murderous intent approached. Whoosh! Offit immediately took a step back. A bowl-sized hole appeared on the ground beside him. Sniper! Offit's face darkened. Is everyone in the supernatural organization sneaky like this? West looked at Offit from afar. You said we sneak attacked? In that case, isn't it a sneak attack when you sneak attacked our association? You kidnapped my grandson. So, you're that idiot's grandfather. As expected, like grandson, like family. West glanced at Aduz. Aduz's situation wasn't looking good. He could not drag this on any longer. West walked forward. Field of sluggishness. Everyone who was enveloped by his field of sluggishness stopped moving. Gakula, go and save them. Offit wanted to move, but he felt as if his body had been filled with cement. It was difficult for him to move. Offit sensed that the sniper was aiming at him. Offit immediately activated his second demon form, the Immortal Golem. In an instant, Offit's body turned into stone. At the same time, his power increased. Wester immediately felt a huge force being exerted on him. The mana consumption of the slow field was several times higher than before. Gitkira had already rescued Aduz while Offit and the others were frozen. But at this moment, West's slow domain finally collapsed. Offit grabbed West and choked him. Now, do you have any other spells? It's meaningless for you to win, Wester said nonchalantly. At the same time, he looked up at the sky. You're already in my hands. Do you think it's meaningless? In your hands? You don't seem to understand. I'm not in your hands. You're the one who broke into hell, the Demon King's territory. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky started to gather. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the rolling clouds. Gaia suddenly retreated from the battlefield. At this moment, the members of the association also retreated a certain distance. Suddenly, 8 bolts of lightning shot out from the sky and pierced through Offit and his subordinates. The stone on Offit's body collapsed instantly. Wester landed on the ground and adjusted his collar nonchalantly. Offit and his subordinates all clutched their chests and half-knelt on the ground in pain. Although the lightning just now wasn't fatal, it still brought them great pain. And Ty's body was the strongest, and he was the first to recover. Offit and the others felt a terrifying, murderous intent behind them. Antaeus, behind you. Antaeus turned and saw a man standing at the gate. With a roar, Antaeus charged at the man. Hiss! Under everyone's gaze, Antaeus was forcefully torn in half. Flesh, blood, and organs splattered everywhere. The man didn't feel like he was tearing apart a person or a giant, but a piece of roasted rabbit meat. Antaeus! The long-haired woman screamed. Antaeus was her husband, but he was killed right in front of her. Instantly, the long-haired woman sank into madness. I'm going to kill you. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning fell from the sky and landed on the long-haired woman's head. Ah! The long-haired woman was scorched. Her carbonized body fell to the ground. Who's the leader? Chun Zhao's cold gaze swept across Offit and the others. Offit's expression changed. She chanted a spell. King Kong Demon. Offit's body started to change shape. His skin started to be covered in metal. The dark lava turned into a blade and sliced across the ground. Offit suddenly felt danger and tried his best to move away. But he wasn't faster than the blade in the end. One of his arms was chopped off. Chun Zhao stood at the gate and saw Aduz, who was being carried by Genicla. This infuriated Chun Zhao. The dark lava seemed to boil and spread under Offit and the others' feet. Everyone felt like their feet were about to be scorched. They wanted to escape the dark magma-covered ground, but their feet were firmly fixed in place. Everyone was screaming miserably. Regardless of whether they were men or women, all of them were enduring endless pain. Rooney was the first to fall to the ground. A large part of his body came into contact with the dark magma. The dark magma stuck to his skin. Rooney struggled to get up under the intense pain, but his skin couldn't get up with him. Half of his body's skin was torn. Within the dark magma, Dark Bastille appeared and devoured the corpse. Everyone sank into despair. Who are you? Offit cried out in pain. You came to my territory and asked who I am. Wes was only one step away from Offit, but he wasn't affected. The dark lava was less than a meter before him. Chapter 12:57. Offit struggled to pull his feet out of the dark lava. By now, the skin on his feet had already peeled off due to the high temperature. The pain was indescribable, but he still endured the pain and let out a low growl. Boss Offit is going to use that move. Damn, we're too close. We'll be affected. Offit's subordinates wanted to escape, but their feet were all tied up. They couldn't move at all. Offit raised his arms. His limbs were growing longer, and his body was growing larger. He turned into a demon and started breathing. His stomach bulged as he inhaled. Offit's subordinates all covered their ears. Roar! Instantly, Offit released all the air in one breath. It was like the lion's roar in wuxia novels. Offit's subordinates were too close. It wasn't a direct attack, but they still spat out blood. Their mouths, noses, and ears were bleeding from Offit's roar. The surging sound waves crashed into Chun Zhao as if they were solid. But Chun Zhao still didn't move. The sound waves could indeed form an impact. But to Chun Zhao was just a slightly stronger wind. Offit's roar lasted for 10 seconds before it finally stopped. The cement at the entrance of the headquarters was also lifted. Only Chun Zhao remained where he was. Offit and his subordinates all stared at Chun Zhao, dumbfounded. Even such terrifying power couldn't defeat that person. Offit was known as the King of Lions in the international supernatural world. He'd never lost before. But now, an unknown supernatural organization had defeated them. This made everyone feel that this was unreal. Suddenly, another bolt of lightning fell and pierced through Offit. Offit spat out green smoke and fell to the ground. Chun Zhao frowned. Lightning Storm's single-target attack was indeed weak. It couldn't kill a single person. He'd already used his full strength, but the power was still limited. Whatever. Killing them like this would be too easy on them. After Chun Zhao arrived, everyone retreated from the center of the battlefield. They didn't want to be affected by Chun Zhao. Even if Chun Zhao avoided them, they were still afraid that he wouldn't control himself and would be affected. To be honest, they didn't know where this group of people got their courage from. Even if Chun Zhao didn't appear, they were confident that they could keep all of them here. The reason why they had been suppressing their attacks was not because their strength was limited to this. This was because Aduz was still by their side, and the people from the association were afraid that Aduz would be implicated. Rodu's body was controlled by Pamela. After Chun Zhao arrived, he killed 3 more. Now there were 5 people left. 5 people were dragged into the hall and thrown on the ground. When they came, they were arrogant and didn't care about the supernatural organization at all. However, after arriving here, they suddenly realized that the situation was more troublesome than they had imagined. Especially after Chun Zhao's arrival, the situation that could barely be maintained instantly fell apart. Chun Zhao sat in the middle while West and the others sat in rows. It was like an old master attending a court in ancient times. How is Aduz? It's quite serious, but stable for now. Gaia will drive Aduz to the hospital now. Yes. Chun Zhao nodded. Who are they? President. He's Lingham's grandfather. He's probably here to steal Lingham. Offit and the others all lowered their heads. It was too pitiful. They had lost too miserably, and the other party didn't even know who they were or why they were here. Bring Lingham out and shove him and his grandson into a meat grinder. How dare you? Offit glared at Chun Zhao, gritting her teeth. Chun Zhao's gaze was cold as he looked at Offit casually. Are you going to use your power to threaten me? Or your family? That's fine. Tell me, and I'll be happy to slaughter your family. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. They had completely different thoughts. Actually, West and the others all knew that Chun Zhao never attacked the innocent. But right now, he needed to have an imposing manner. You might not know, but our president just slaughtered a few hundred people in San Diego half a month ago. Haven't you heard about the gang massacre? Offit and her subordinates couldn't help but shiver. That incident was so huge that even the spirit world was in a state of panic at the slightest sound. Many people believed that it was done by people from the spirit world, including those from the spirit world themselves. Now, they finally understood who they were going against. This man was a butcher, a demon king. Offit had indeed wanted to use his family to threaten Chun Zhao. But now, he really didn't dare to mention his family. If he were to find out about this, his family would most likely be killed as well. This man was a demon. You're a righteous organization. How can you do this? Oh, right, we're a righteous organization. Chun Zhao turned his head and looked at West. In what name should we take revenge? West rolled his eyes. President, we're a righteous organization, but that doesn't mean we'll let people bully us. They're already at our doorstep. We can't just swallow it, right? So, our revenge is open and reasonable. There was no absolute justice in this world. Only the victor could decide who was righteous. See, we're righteous, but we have a good reason too. I'll give you the book of the demon. Offit finally said after making up her mind. That's not enough. Your grandson, Lingam, offended me. He was the one who promised to give me the devil grimoire, and you guys ambushed our headquarters and injured our people, causing huge losses to our organization. You can't possibly think that we can let this go so easily, right? You killed our people too. I shouldn't have killed them. Chun Zhao's eyes widened. His anger that had just subsided was ignited again. We can compensate your headquarters and the injured people. Chun Zhao rubbed his chin and considered. Should he kill them now or compensate them? Chun Zhao turned to West. West thought for a moment. Compared to Chun Zhao's anger, West was much calmer. He didn't want to kill them all. In fact, Chun Zhao didn't want to kill them all. That was why he wanted West to think of a plan that could let him vent and compensate the organization's losses. Chapter 1258. Chun Zhao didn't have to do anything. He just had to smile. But in Offit's eyes, Chun Zhao's smile was a butcher's. When Offit and the others were sent to prison, Lingam thought that they were here to save him. In the end, they were locked in the dungeon by Klaus and the others. Lingam was dumbfounded. In a way, the grandfather and grandson were reunited. Grandpa! Offit was furious when she saw Lingam. Ignoring the pain on her body, she lifted her leg and kicked Lingam. You asked her, Shoal, how much trouble did you get me into? Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Lingam wanted to cry. Offit's other subordinates, including the unconscious Rodu, were locked in the next cell. Separated by a man and a woman, they were all weak and had their heads lowered. Klaus knocked on the bars. Name, ability, and magic element. Offit, black magic. Offit said with her head lowered. She specializes in borrowing demonic power. After recording for Offit, Klaus went to the next room. There were 3 women in the next room. Name, Klaus said. Nicole Givel. Fustaduya. More Raz. Ability, Klaus said. My power mainly originates from my Book of Holy Spirit. Sealed within the Book of Holy Spirit are countless walkers and ability users. Whenever I need it, I will flip through the corresponding Book of Holy Spirit and borrow the power of the walkers and ability users within, said Nicole. The Book of the Holy Spirit was also the association's spoils of war. It was now in the association's hands. However, only she could use the book. Even if she told others about the book's ability, she wasn't afraid that someone would take it away. I'm a fortune teller, Fusta said. I'm a healer and pharmacist, Moraz said. Healer? What healing spells do you know? Klaus was instantly energized. He knew that West and Chun Zhao had been looking for a healer to join them. He didn't expect that there would be a healer among the captives. Moraz had been frightened tonight. In the past, she'd always been a support. Her companions had protected her well. But who would have thought that what everyone thought was just a vacation would turn into a disaster? I know injury suppression, rapid injury recovery, deferred execution, and holy light glory. These are the main 4 spells. Right now, I'm really practicing purification. What do? Injury suppression can temporarily suppress extremely heavy injuries and reduce the pain. Rapid injury recovery can be used for lighter injuries and can be healed in a short period of time. Deferred execution can be used to delay the death of a person who is on the verge of death. Holy light glory can restore everyone's mana. However, this magic can only be used once a year. This is a magic passed down in my family. Moraz paused and said, Purification can remove most poisons, diseases, and curses. Hold on. Klaus put away his notebook and ran upstairs with quick steps. President, among those people, there is a woman who is a healer. This is her magic. Take a look. Chun Zhao and West were still talking. Hearing West's words, they perked up. Chun Zhao and West went into the dungeon. Seeing Chun Zhao and West, Moraz and the others could not help but panic. What's your name? Moraz. Miss Moore, how about joining us? Chen Zhao could not be bothered to beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and stated his request. Moore Raz's expression was resistant and his eyes were filled with fear. Definitely don't join them. Especially this butcher. He killed my friend. You don't want to? Chen Zhao looked at Moore Raz indifferently. Kill them all. Everyone in the cell tensed up and looked at Chen Zhao in fear. How can you do this? That's how I am, Chen Zhao said calmly. How about this? West said, if you join us, we'll reduce their punishment. Of course. How much will depend on your performance. What do you think? Moore Raz was about to speak when West interrupted him. Stop bargaining. Our president doesn't have a good temper. Anyway, Chen Zhao was the bad guy and West was the good guy. Chen Zhao did not mind being the bad guy. Moore, listen to them, Nicole said. After all, she did not want to die. None of them wanted to die. To be honest, she was a bit envious of Moore. At least Moore had value, but she could only be locked up here. She could not even control her own fate. Moore Raz was brought out. Although she still hated Chen Zhao and the supernatural organization, she didn't care. But more than that, she was afraid. Then West arranged a place for Moore Raz. You'll live in this room from now on. If you don't listen, our president will definitely take it out on your friend. If you run away, the consequences will be even worse. Do you see the meat grinder below? It's specially prepared for traitors. How long do I have to serve you? Until the president thinks it's enough? Or until someone can replace you? West said. You know that healers are rare. Don't try to challenge our president. Don't look for trouble. If there's an operation, try to participate. If there's no operation, try not to run around. You must listen to the president. You're all scared of that tyrant, right? We can fight against him together. You're all very strong. Together with our boss, we can suppress that tyrant together. We're not being oppressed. Why should we fight against our president? West rolled his eyes. You should be more obedient. Our president is undefeatable. Moore Raz felt that they must be afraid of Chen Zhao and did not dare to speak the truth before him. A butcher and demon would not have anyone following him. Never challenge our president's bottom line. Don't do it for your own safety or your friends. When Chen Zhao returned home, Fei Lai was swimming in the lake. Fei Lai was already 6 months pregnant, but she still insisted on swimming for 20 minutes every day. However, her stamina was getting worse and worse. She could not even swim as long as Jerlin. Chen Zhao had considered not going out again after this trip to Nanchi Island. In the future, Chen Zhao planned to stay by Fei Lai's side until she gave birth. Just then, Guret's call came. Chapter 1259. Chen Zhao drove a yacht out to sea. He didn't want to get seasick like last time. Even with Chen Zhao's current abilities, he couldn't avoid this physiological reaction. Although the golden key could change one's adaptability to the environment, it would only work when Chen Zhao was in life-threatening danger. Moreover, physiological reactions had many unstable factors. It was just like pain. Many spiritualists would block off their sense of pain so that they could unleash greater strength in battle. But in fact, pain was also the body's alarm system. Without pain nerves, there would be unpredictable consequences. Thus, Chen Zhao wouldn't use unconventional methods to avoid seasickness. Anyway, Chen Zhao had made up his mind that as long as he went out to sea, he wouldn't take those long-distance boats. The stress on long-distance boats and yachts was different. Chen Zhao hated that feeling. He hated the feeling of being dizzy. If he was injured, he could still persevere with his willpower. However, there was nothing he could do about seasickness. His reactions would also slow down due to seasickness. After setting up the navigation, Chen Zhao was free. He lay on the deck and sunbathed. Just then, Guret called again. Hey Chen, have you left yet? Yes. I'll reach Hawaii in the morning. They'd agreed to meet up in Hawaii. So Chen Zhao set up the navigation to Hawaii too. Didn't you fly over? No, I took my own yacht, Chen Zhao said. You're going to explore and search for treasures with the yacht? Is there a problem? The yacht can't go deep into the sea, right? Unless you fill the cabin with fuel. Don't worry about that. I have my own plans since I'm driving the yacht. Fine. As long as your yacht doesn't break down halfway, I don't care, Guret said. The sea route is rather long this time, so we don't have much fuel. Don't expect me to give you my boat's fuel. If your yacht runs out of fuel, You'll have to abandon it in the deep sea. I don't lack fuel, Chun Zhao said, unconcerned. Fine. After hanging up, Chun Zhao continued to enjoy the scenery at sea. He jumped into the sea to swim or dive into the deep sea. There were too many things he could do to kill time. At noon, Chun Zhao caught a giant clam in the water. It was 80 centimeters long and weighed more than 150 kilograms. Of course, this was also the location that Amon had sent him. Such a giant toad might not even be found within a radius of dozens of square kilometers. Giant toads were also known as giant clams. Giant toads had a very long lifespan. The oldest giant toad discovered so far was more than 300 years old. Wild giant toads had an average lifespan of more than 100 years. Therefore, the giant toad could grow very big. Wild giant toads were an endangered species, but harvesting them was not prohibited. Currently, only the harvesting of young toads was prohibited, and harvesting giant toads required some special documents. It was not a fishing permit issued by the National Bureau of Fisheries, but a giant toad fishing permit issued by the International Animal Protection Organization. Moreover, it was not given to fishing companies, but to some small island countries. Technically, it was illegal for Chun Zhao to catch the giant toad. Chun Zhao didn't care. The age of this giant toad was estimated to be over 80 years old. The older the giant toad, the more tender its meat was. The best way to eat it is to eat it raw. Mustard is the best dipping sauce. Of course, everyone had their own taste, but Chun Zhao still preferred wasabi. Once it was frozen, however, it could not be eaten raw. Only fresh giant toads could be eaten raw if the meat was directly cut off from the top. If it was frozen and stored, it could only be used for cooking. Among them, barbecuing and making soup were the best. Chun Zhao finished all the toad meat in one meal and threw the clamshell back into the sea. Generally speaking, most seafood could be eaten raw, but most freshwater products could not be eaten. It was not just because of the taste. The main reason was that there were fewer parasites in seafood. Even if there were parasites, most could not survive in the human body. Freshwater parasites, on the other hand, could mostly survive in the human body. On the Pacific Ocean, 2 exploration ships moved forward in a row. The large one had a displacement of 9,000 tons. It was called Wild Bull. The other only had a displacement of 4,000 tons. It was called Seagull. Hi, you're Prague, right? Yes, Mr. Rick. I'm Prague. How do you feel about the sea? Not bad, Prague said, smiling. Where are we going next? Our plan is to go to the Suomessa Triangle Sea. The Suomessa Triangle Sea? Is there such a sea? Prague asked, confused. Oh, you're not in the archaeological world, so it's normal that you don't know about this sea. The Suomessa Triangle Sea is a special term for archaeology. It's actually 1,000 nautical miles southwest of the Hawaiian Islands, close to the Solomon Sea, and less than 2,000 kilometers from New Guinea. According to the theory of continental plate movement, the Suomessa Triangle Sea is a fragment of Bethmeyer Island. It's a fragment thrown away by the continental plate movement. There are many traces of primitive civilization there, and many islands have unique traces of primitive civilization. That's why the Suomessa Triangle Sea is also the favorite sea area of primitive civilization archaeologists and explorers. Some of the islands even hide mysterious ruins. Both archaeologists and explorers can only find treasures. Will we encounter natives? Some islands in the Suomessa Islands still have natives, but they're modern natives. They're similar to the natives of New Guinea, but the island we're going to doesn't have any natives. Okay, Prague nodded. It's almost dinner time, Rick said. Let's go in and eat. It'll be cold at night on the sea. Okay. After Prague entered the cabin, a crew member came to Rick's side. Mr. Rick, why are you bringing those 2 university students? It'll be very inconvenient for our plan. Because they paid me $5 million, and Peter's father is the sponsor of our expedition team. He gives us $20 million every year, Rick said matter-of-factly. If it were you, would you reject it? Then what about our plan? We can't just bring them to where we're going, right? Chapter 1260. Pete, I'm sorry. I'm afraid the bison can't send you to the Suomessa Islands. What's wrong? Pete asked, puzzled. Prague also looked at Rick in surprise. The bison has a mechanical problem. The maintenance team has already repaired it, but several parts are seriously damaged. We can only wait for the tugboat to come. We can't go any further. Then what should we do? I paid, and my father gives you $20 million a year. Are you going to be so irresponsible? Pete was the son of a rich family. His tone and attitude were quite arrogant. He had no respect for Rick. To him, not only Rick, but the entire fleet and the entire expedition team were his family. These expedition members, including Rick, were his family's employees. $20 million? Do you know that it costs at least $50 million a year to maintain the expedition and fleet? $20 million? Do you think $20 million can solve all the problems? Rick didn't spoil Pete at all. And do you know how much wealth I bring to your father every year? Young man, you'd better be more respectful. Your father is not a philanthropist, and I'm not your father's subordinate. We're collaborators. Pete's face suddenly became extremely ugly, especially in front of his girlfriend. You said it. When I go back, I'll tell my father to stop working with you. A cold light flashed in Rick's eyes, but it only flashed for a moment before he hid it. The Pete in front of him was still too young. Or maybe his father had protected him too much in the past, so he didn't understand how much trouble his words and actions would bring him. Okay, send them to the Seagull, Rick said indifferently. At the same time, he glanced at his crew. Young Master Peter, please. Wait for me. I'll talk to my father on the satellite phone, Pete said unwillingly. Then Pete and Prague went to the Seagull in a kayak. Mr. Rick, what should we do? That troublesome little guy. Rick looked at the Seagull not far away. Inform the people on the Seagull. If he really wants the satellite phone, kill him. His father's money. We still have a huge gap in our funds. We definitely can't let that brat destroy it. Pete's father knew where Rick's expedition came from, but Pete didn't. Pete really thought that Rick's expedition was just an ordinary expedition. Pete's father was a pure businessman. The reason why he cooperated with Rick was that Rick's expedition could bring him profits. He was not a philanthropist. He was a greedy capitalist. Rick was more of a bandit than an explorer. His subordinates were a group of bandits, although they also carried out some exploration and archaeology. But in fact, their main source of income was not exploration and archaeology, but robbing expeditions and archaeological teams. Of course, they weren't ordinary bandits, because once they made a move, they would always be ruthless and ruthless. They would never leave anyone alive. It was precisely because of his ruthless methods that Rick was able to hide his identity so well. So far, no one in the archaeological exploration circle knew his true identity. He could still rely on his identity as an explorer to obtain information that was only available to those in the circle. For example, where did a certain team go and what good stuff was there? Once Rick had his eyes on a team, he would make meticulous arrangements. Every time Rick snatched something, he would sell it to Pete's father at a lower price. Rick knew the true value of those things, but he was only a bandit, not a businessman. He couldn't sell things for the highest price, but Pete's father could. Compared to his father's sinister nature, Pete was much more foolish. If possible, Rick didn't want to kill Pete. After all, his father wasn't good at picking fights, and Rick didn't want to be enemies with his father. But if Pete wanted to die, Rick wouldn't be lenient. In their line of work, they didn't make a profit for half a year, but once they did, they would eat for half a year. So most of the time, they were short of money. And even if they had money, they wouldn't spend it on maintaining the team. Pete's father was the biggest sponsor of his team. Pete's idea was not wrong. In terms of the amount of funding, his father was indeed the big boss of the expedition team. But Rick wouldn't be someone else's underling. And Pete just boarded the Seagull and began to act like a tyrant again. What a broken ship, Pete said unhappily. And why is Prague and my cabin so small? The Seagull only had a displacement of 4,000 tons, and its natural conditions weren't as good as the Buffalo, which had a displacement of 9,000 tons. Pete, forget it. We're not here for a vacation, Prague advised. Prague advised. She was also quite speechless at Peter's childish temper, especially his attitude towards Rick. Even she felt that it was very inappropriate. You still have the face to speak. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to suffer like this. Pete even blamed Prague now. Prague's expression froze, and he looked at Pete with a livid face. I'm going back to Los Angeles. Call your captain over. I really don't understand what I was thinking before. I actually came to the sea to be tortured. Prague gritted his teeth and looked at Pete. He was the one who said that there was an expedition team, and he was the one who could come out and relax. Now he was the one blaming himself. It was as if Prague had met Pete for the first time. Prague was also too young. She thought that when Pete pursued her, he was so passionate and made so many vows of love. She thought that Pete really liked her. She didn't expect that after just 2 days of sea breeze, Pete would show such a face. "We will not return," the crew member said in a cold tone. Before Pete and Prague came to the Seagull, Rick had already informed them. If Pete wanted to return or ask for a satellite phone, then he would kill them all and throw them into the sea. Since they had already fallen out, the crew members simply didn't need to pretend anymore. "What kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to me like this? Do you know who my father is? Do you believe that I won't let you die without knowing how?" The crew member pulled out a gun from behind and pointed it at Prague and Pete. "What are you doing? Don't shoot. Let's talk this out." Peter was terrified. He grabbed Prague's arms and hid behind her. Prague was first frightened by the crew member's actions, but she was even more shocked by Pete's cowardly behavior. Chapter 1261. Captain, his father is not a good person. If we blatantly blackmail him, we will definitely die a horrible death. The crew member looked back at the captain. Prague suddenly seized the opportunity. She picked up the iron bar beside her and heavily smashed the crew member's wrist that was holding the gun. Prague immediately picked up the gun. "Don't move." Pete's face was full of disbelief. He didn't know Prague had such a decisive side. The surrounding crew members saw Prague grab the gun and were somewhat shocked. But they weren't worried. After all, Prague was just a woman. "Miss Prague, you better understand your situation." The captain looked at Prague, his tone somewhat disdainful. To be honest, Prague was very calm at the moment, perhaps because she had experienced more severe and dangerous events. So at this moment, Prague wasn't that afraid. Suddenly, Prague turned the gun and pointed at the captain. Bang! Prague fired, and the captain fell to the ground. But the gun wasn't fatal. The other crew members immediately wanted to pull out their guns. But at this time, Prague fired several shots. These shots made the crew members dumbfounded. They all covered their heads and fled. Prague turned and ran into the cabin, and Pete quickly followed him. He looked at Prague with shock in his eyes. "Is this the girl of my life?" Just then, another crewman came out of a hatch on the walkway. He heard the noise outside and came out to see what was going on. Just in time to see Prague, he didn't have time to react. Prague had already raised the gun to the crew member's forehead. "Pete, take his gun away." Oh. Pete quickly searched the crew member's gun. Prague single-handedly held the crew member's neck and used him as a meat shield, slowly retreating. "Where's the kitchen?" Prague asked. "Go straight. The innermost cabin is the kitchen." At this time, the crew members outside the deck came in, but they didn't dare to shoot. They stared at Prague, Pete, and the kidnapped crew member as they entered the kitchen. As soon as Prague entered the kitchen, he immediately locked the door. This kind of closed cabin door was locked with a wrench. If one side was fastened, then the other side definitely couldn't be opened. This was because ocean-going ships like theirs often had to go to some rough seas, and many times the waves would come in from the deck. Therefore, many people often use this kind of closed cabin door to block the seawater. But now Prague was given a chance. "Peter, tie him up." Peter was completely shocked by Prague's swift method. He never thought that the seemingly weak would have such a decisive response. "What do we do now?" "Don't worry. They should be the ones thinking about what to do now." Prague said calmly, "Food and water are all here, and the nearest island or coastline is at least 3 days away. We have enough time to delay them, and 3 days is enough for them to die of thirst at sea." At this time, the crew members who were being held hostage also reacted. He also looked at Prague in surprise. He did not expect Prague to have such a side to him. "You seem to have forgotten about the bison," the crew member said in a calm tone. "Isn't the bison broken?" Peter asked in surprise. "Rick must have lied to us," Prague said. Prague finally reacted. "They most likely have some ulterior motives, but they accepted your money, so they plan to bring us to Seagull and send us away. But your attitude and your threat to sever your father's cooperation with them made Rick unhappy, so he wanted to kill you. To put it bluntly, all of this could have been avoided. It was all Peter's stupid words and attitude that caused this disaster. Peter's face turned red. He retorted, "It's all because you wanted to go out to sea. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in danger. There are electric welded walls outside, so even if we don't inform the bison, this door won't last long," the crew member said. "So I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. A stalemate won't do you any good." "I don't think so. After I held you hostage just now, those people were obviously very nervous." "Who are you on this ship?" "My name is Pammy. I'm not anyone on this ship. I'm just a collaborator with them." The crew member shrugged. "Collaborator from what side?" "You won't believe me even if I tell you," Pammy said calmly. "How do you know I won't believe you if you don't tell me?" "Okay, I'm a deep-sea priest. I can help the exploration ship avoid dangerous waters," Pammy said. "Nonsense. What deep-sea priest? You're just a liar." Peter didn't believe Pammy at all. "See, you won't believe me even if I tell you," Pammy said calmly. She didn't care about Peter's attitude. "I believe you," Prague said. "Prague, he's obviously lying. He's lying to you on purpose." Prague didn't want to talk to Peter at all. If they weren't in the same boat, Prague would have shot Peter. "Do you have any spells that can stop them from coming in?" Prague asked. "Why should I help you? You're holding me hostage now." Pammy sneered at Prague. Prague lifted Pammy coldly. At the moment, Pammy was tied up tightly and couldn't resist, even if she wanted to. Prague pressed Pammy's head on the stove and turned on the gas, but he didn't light it. The choking gas drilled into Pammy's nostrils, making it difficult for her to breathe. "Don't challenge my patience, and don't think you're special," Prague said coldly as he turned off the gas. Peter felt that Prague in front of him was very unfamiliar. Was she really Prague? Pammy coughed violently. Breathing in gas was very uncomfortable. "What about now?" Prague looked at Pammy. "My hands are tied. I can't cast spells," Pammy said. Prague narrowed her eyes at Pammy. She didn't want to let go of Pammy. Especially after knowing that he was a spiritualist, Prague was even more cautious. She was completely unfamiliar with deep-sea priests and didn't know what abilities Pammy had. Now that he was tied up, she could still threaten him with a gun. But once she let go of Pammy, she would probably be controlled by him. Just then, there was a sudden hurried knock on the closed door. "Open the door. Open the door. Let me in." The voice outside didn't sound like a request or a threat. It was more like a plea for them to open the door. But of course, Prague wouldn't open the door. Suddenly, there was a scream from outside. What happened? The people outside were attacked? Chapter 1262. Prague didn't dare to open the door, because she didn't know what was happening outside. Moreover, they had only been hiding here for less than 20 minutes. How could something happen outside, so coincidentally? So, Prague was inclined to believe that the crew of the Seagull deliberately tricked her into opening the door. Pete was the kind of man who didn't have his own opinions. Since the beginning, he had been by Prague's side. "Prague, what do we do now?" "Hi," Prague said. "Do you have your phone?" "Yes, but there's no signal. We're far out at sea. We can only use satellite phones." Prague looked at Peter with some disdain, but she still said patiently, "We'll wait for them to reach the shore. They're outside and don't even have food. They might not even make it to the shore. Then, we can completely take over the ship. Don't use the phone." Peter nodded. Prague began to wander around the kitchen. There were at least 30 people, enough water and food for 2 months. They wouldn't starve to death even if they hid here for a year. Prague took a piece of bread to replenish her energy. Peter, on the other hand, was in a trance. He had no appetite at all. "Give me some too," Pammy said. Just as Pete was about to take it, Prague stopped Pete. "Just give him the minimum food supply. A little bit a day. That's the only way to ensure our safety." "Why?" "Because he's not an ordinary person. Do you really believe that he knows magic?" Peter asked in return. "If you don't want to die, you'd better listen to me," Prague said. "Fine." Pammy looked at Prague helplessly. She had to admit that Prague's thinking was meticulous, as if she had received professional training. "Miss Prague, have you received military training?" "No." "Shouldn't ordinary people panic in a situation like this? Also, you're a woman. I've been through more terrifying situations. Compared to that situation, the people on this ship are like obedient children in kindergarten. Have you come into contact with other spiritualists before?" "Yes." Prague nodded. No wonder you weren't surprised when you found out about my identity. Prague? What's spiritualist? Peter couldn't understand Prague and Pommy at all. Nothing. Just then, Pommy started to act up again. I need to go to the bathroom. Hold it in. I can't hold it in anymore. Then just poop it on your pants, Prague said calmly. She had no intention of helping Pammy at all. Pommy looked at Prague helplessly. He didn't expect Prague to be so cautious. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Can you untie me? No. Prague obviously didn't trust Pammy. After an hour, Pammy finally couldn't hold it in anymore. I really can't hold it in anymore. Let me go to the bathroom. Previously, it was just a test, but this time, it was for real. Pete, take him to the toilet. Pete wanted to ask why it was him, but on second thought, if it wasn't him, who else could it be? Don't bring guns, Bragg said again. Why? If he wants to resist, even if he holds you hostage, he won't be able to hurt you without a weapon, let alone change the situation. But if you have a gun, and he happens to take it away, then you will put us all in danger. Pammy looked at Prague deeply. She had to admit that Prague's thinking was too meticulous. He wouldn't believe that she didn't have professional military training. After a while, Pammy came out of the toilet, tied up again. To be honest, this was the perfect hiding place. There was a toilet, food, and fresh water. Plus, the people outside couldn't come in. Actually, you don't have to be so cautious. Since you've met spiritualists before, you should know that they have different types. I'm not an offensive spiritualist, Pammy said. Plus, even if there's a gun in front of me, I can't beat you. Pammy's words were sincere. Based on Prague's previous behavior, Pammy didn't plan to resist. To be honest, if Prague went out and fought the crew on the boat now, Pammy doubted that the people on the boat could beat her. Of course, Prague didn't think so. She knew what she was capable of. In terms of intelligence, she could barely beat Pammy. But if she fought with real guns, she would probably be shot into a sieve by the crew outside in one round. The boat was parked outside Hawaii. Chen Zhao didn't dock it at the port. The boat was a medium-sized boat, so it wasn't cheap to dock at the port. It cost $100,000 to dock once and a few $1,000s a day. Chen Zhao didn't lack money, but he didn't plan to waste it either. Not long after, the yacht's radar detected a ship approaching the yacht. Hey, Chen, my boat is approaching you. It's less than 20 nautical miles away. Although they'd already agreed, Guret still reminded Chen Zhao when he got closer, in case Chen Zhao thought it was a boat with unknown intentions. Soon, Guret's boat was within sight of Chen Zhao's boat. Boss, what a big boat. The person on it must be rich. Let's do this, right? Guret's subordinates were all excited. They could tell that the boat belonged to a rich person. This was also the open sea. For the pirates, it was the best target. The owner of the boat is our partner this time, Guret said indifferently. If you don't want to die, you better give up. That person is definitely not someone you can offend. Guret's boat slowly approached the boat and gave Chen Zhao a signal. Chen Zhao waved his hand, gesturing for them to come closer. When they were close, Guret boarded the kayak and came to Chen Zhao's boat. Hey, Chen, we finally meet again. Okay, can we go now? Guret nodded and turned around to signal his crew, telling them to start the boat. Chen Zhao took out some food for Guret. How far are we from Nanchi Island? It's a 4-day journey. That's really far. Chen Zhao was already prepared to spend a long time at sea. According to Guret, it would take 8 days to go back and forth. No, it should be 10 days because it took Chen Zhao a day to get here from Los Angeles. Why did you drive a boat out? It's not convenient to enter the deep sea. I'm seasick, Chen Zhao said matter-of-factly. You're seasick? What's so strange about seasick? Chapter 1263. During the break, Chen Zhao chased Guret back to his ship. Apart from Guret, no one else was allowed to board his ship. Just because Chen Zhao was working with Guret didn't mean he could accept pirates. These guys looked at his ship weirdly. Who knew if they would steal anything once they boarded his yacht? Guret's subordinates were also very unhappy with Chen Zhao's behavior. Boss, who does that guy think he is? He's looking down on us. AG, who cares about his attitude? Guret glanced at her subordinates. Just mind your own business. Guret was also unhappy with Chen Zhao's attitude, but they were working together now. She didn't want something small to cause a problem in their cooperation. Whether it was her or Chun Zhao, they both wanted money. Plus, she didn't think she could gain anything from falling out. Showing off her dignity? Changing Chun Zhao's attitude? Gurette was very clear about her position. Chun Zhao needed her, and she needed Chun Zhao too. AG looked at Chun Zhao's ship, her eyes filled with greed. How much could this ship be worth? Even if it was sold as a second-hand ship, it could probably fetch tens of millions of dollars. Unfortunately, Gurette didn't agree with him at all. In the next 2 days, the pirates watched as Chun Zhao enjoyed good food and wine on the ship not far away. He even jumped into the sea to play. On the other hand, there were only a few dozen of them on the broken ship. This difference in treatment made everyone very dissatisfied. Actually, Chun Zhao was already somewhat bored. It was mainly because of loneliness. Gurette would occasionally come over to chat with Chun Zhao. Otherwise, he would chat with Fei Lai on the satellite phone. When they reached the deep sea, the waves started getting bigger. This showed the good performance of the ship. When the waves hit the ship would deflect them. However, if the ship encountered a 20-meter wave, it would be very dangerous. The ship couldn't withstand the impact of such a wave. Only Gurette's ship could. Her ship was an ocean-going ship. In this sea, the 10-meter wave was already a threat to Chun Zhao's ship. Chun Zhao had to release his little world to protect his ship. Chun Zhao earned money by going out to sea to search for treasures. If he didn't earn any money and lost a ship, he couldn't accept it. Agu had been standing on the deck of the pirate ship for the past 2 days, staring at the yacht. Why didn't the yacht capsize? Agu had always hoped that the waves in this area could capsize the yacht. Then, the Asian would need to ask for help from their pirate ship, and they would be able to reject him and not let him board the ship. At that moment, another huge wave came crashing over. The bow of the pirate ship tilted down and passed through the waves. However, the huge waves directly drenched the people on the deck. AG wiped the seawater off his face and looked at Chun Zhao's yacht. However, to his disappointment, the waves suddenly weakened after reaching Chun Zhao's yacht. Damn it, such a big wave. Why did it weaken after walking for a few dozen meters? Agu became more and more dissatisfied. His jealousy had already twisted him. Suddenly, Agu saw a ship amidst the waves ahead. "Boss, there's a ship ahead." Adger immediately reported to Gurette. "What ship?" "I don't know." Signaling. No response, and "I don't see anyone on the deck," Agar said. "Search for the nearby radio channels." Only the Asian's yacht has a radio channel. That ship doesn't have a radio channel. How can it not have one? Radios were very common. Any mid-range or long-range ship had to be equipped with radios. Even fishing boats and illegal immigration boats had radios. "Should we go closer and take a look?" Agar asked. Usually, according to the international rules, when one received a distress signal, they had to go and rescue if the conditions allowed. Such a ship stopped in this turbulent sea, and there was no radio signal. It was very likely that something had happened to the ship. Of course, they were pirates and wouldn't go and rescue people. Actually, they had saved people before. Of course, they wouldn't expose their identities. "Boss, let's go and take a look," Agar suggested. "Okay, send a signal to Mr. Chen's yacht and tell it to stop for now. We'll go and check the ship." Agar's lips curled into a subtle smile. He quickly ran to the cockpit and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Mr. Chun, there's a ship ahead. Boss Gurette asked you to come with us and see who's on it." Chun Zhao also saw the ship in front of them. He was rather bored now. After some thought, he agreed to the suggestion. Chun Zhao stopped the yacht and lowered the anchor. Then he released the kayak into the sea. Gurette's pirate ship also sent 5 people. They arrived on the Seagull one after the other. Agar took out a grappling hook. He threw it up and hooked it to the edge of the boat. Then he started climbing. When all 5 climbed up, Agar looked down at Chun Zhao. "Mr. Chun, do you need us to help you?" Agar looked at Chun Zhao teasingly. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. He could feel Agar's malicious tone. Chun Zhao pulled the grappling hook. Ignoring Agar, he climbed up himself. Seeing Chun Zhao climb up, Agar wanted to kick the grappling hook away, but it didn't budge. After reaching the deck, Chun Zhao started looking around. He was also curious why there was no one on the ship. It didn't look like a ship that had drifted for a long time. There were still traces of people on it. There should have been people on the Seagull not long ago. Mr. Chun, you know who we are, right? Agar stared at Chun Zhao. He planned to give Chun Zhao a show of strength here. Therefore, the people he chose were all his trusted subordinates. Chun Zhao looked around. Then he walked around Agar and walked toward the cabin. Chun Zhao completely ignored Agar. Agar's face immediately twisted. Just then, one of Agar's subordinates raised his fist and punched Chun Zhao's back. "Kid, our boss is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Chun Zhao turned around and looked at the 5 people. Suddenly, Chun Zhao pulled out the gun that the pirate had inserted into his pants and pointed it at the pirate's chin. Bang! Agar and the others didn't expect Chun Zhao to be so decisive. They were about to attack when Chun Zhao raised the gun and pointed it at Agar's head. "Were you talking to me just now?" Agar didn't dare to move. At the same time, he opened his arms to stop his subordinates. "Mr. Chun, I just want to be friends with you. You don't have to kill one of my subordinates without saying anything, right?" Chapter 1264. "Mr. Chun, can you put the gun down?" Chun Zhao smiled and put the gun down, after which he walked into the cabin. Agu signaled one of his men with the corner of his eyes, and one of his men quietly took out a gun. He was about to aim at Chun Zhao's back. Suddenly, Chun Zhao turned around and fired. A bloody mark was left on the subordinate's cheek. He was so scared that he dropped his gun. "Sorry I scared you." Chun Zhao still had that casual smile. "But I hope you won't shoot me in the back next time. If it happens again, it won't just leave a mark, understand?" Actually, Chun Zhao had wanted to aim at the man's head. However, Chun Zhao's shooting skills were too bad. Even at a distance of 1 meter, he could still miss. Chun Zhao glanced at Adger. "If there's a next time, you can all die." Adger didn't want to move anymore. It was as if this man had eyes in the back of his head. His reflexes were most likely trained on the battlefield. It wasn't wise to fight someone like this head-on. Although Aji's heart was filled with resentment, he still suppressed it. Chun Zhao continued walking toward the cabin, but after a few steps, he felt something under his feet. Looking down, he saw something sticky on the ground. Chun Zhao squatted down and poked it with his finger. It felt like jelly. Adger and his subordinates really wanted to pull out their guns now. But thinking about Chun Zhao's reflexes, they gave up on the idea. This man wasn't easy to mess with. They had to find another opportunity. After a few more steps, Chun Zhao saw blood and claw marks on the wall. It looked like someone had struggled here. Their fingers had scratched the metal floor and left bloody marks. But there wasn't much blood. They came to the end of the corridor. Chun Zhao could feel someone's voice inside. Chun Zhao tried to turn the wheel that sealed the cabin door. It seemed to be locked. Chun Zhao pulled the wheel off and opened the metal door. Instantly, 2 guns were pointed at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked into the cabin. It was the kitchen. There were 3 people inside. Chun Zhao even knew one of them. It was Prague. "Prague, you dare to point a gun at me?" Prague quickly put down his gun and was surprised. "Mr. Chun, why are you here?" "I went out to play and found that there was no one on this ship, so I came up to take a look. I still want to ask you, why are you here?" "Prague, do you know him?" Peter asked, puzzled. "Put down the gun if you don't want to die." "They have guns." "Nobody can be trusted here," Peter said. "He'll kill you," said Bragg. Just then, Agu and the others finally raised their guns. They felt that their chance had arrived. Pete raised his gun from the front, and they pointed it at Chun from the back. They didn't believe that Chun Zhao could survive in this situation. Pete didn't expect the 4 people behind Chun Zhao to raise their guns. He wasn't pointing at himself, but at Chun Zhao. "Mr. Chun, who are they?" Prague asked, confused. Weren't they Chun Zhao's subordinates? Why was he pointing a gun at him? "They are dead people. Go to hell." Agu fired first. Chun Zhao twisted his neck. The bullet brushed past his face, and he dodged it by a hair's breadth. You shouldn't be so close," Chun Zhao said indifferently. Chun Zhao suddenly pulled out his gun and fired 3 consecutive shots at an extremely fast speed. Bang, bang, bang. 3 of Aji's subordinates died at the same time. At such a close distance, Chun Zhao wouldn't miss no matter how bad his shooting skills were. Aji's expression was somewhat stiff. "Chun, Mr. Chun, I was joking with you. You're still holding your gun." You're not sincere at all. Chun Zhao smiled. Agu was conflicted. Should he shoot or put down his gun? Chun Zhao had actually dodged his bullets at such a close distance. He was already scared out of his wits. Moreover, Chun Zhao had killed 3 of his subordinates in less than a second. This scared him out of his wits. Mr. Chun, you won't kill me, right? I'm Boss Guret's right-hand man. I'm responsible for many things on the ship. Of course, I promise you that I won't kill you. Chun Zhao nodded. I'm such a good friend with Guret. I won't blame you for such a small joke. Agu didn't really believe Chun Zhao's words, but his fear of Chun Zhao forced him to put down his gun. At the moment, Agu was already regretting his actions. Why did he have to make life difficult for Chun Zhao? As expected, Chun Zhao put down his gun. Agu heaved a long sigh of relief. But just then, another thought popped up in his mind. When he returned to Guret, he would definitely tell him about Chun Zhao's violent actions. Agu was the kind of person who would forget the pain after a scar healed. Peter didn't dare to raise his gun anymore. He hurriedly put it down. This man was a butcher who killed without batting an eye. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 3 people. Mr. Chun, what's the situation outside? I'm going to ask you why you're here. Where are the people on this ship? I don't know either. The people on this ship aren't good people. We were tricked onto this ship and realized that they had bad intentions towards us. So, I took this person as a hostage and hid here. Not long after, there were cries for help outside. We've been hiding here for 2 days. During this time, we didn't dare to go out. I see. Mr. Chun, can you take us back to L.A.? You can go to my ship first, but I won't go back for a few days. I have my own destination. Okay then. Pointing at Pommy, Prague said, he's also a spiritualist. He says he's a deep-sea priest. So embarrassing. As a spiritualist, he's actually taken hostage by a kid. Chun Zhao glanced at Pommy. Pommy didn't retort. Chun Zhao's killing just now had also scared him. Let's go. Chun Zhao brought the 3 out of the cabin. Prague realized that everyone on the ship had really disappeared. However, they found another corpse on the deck. He was just joking with me, and I accidentally shot him, Chun Zhao said calmly. That's my ship. Great, Peter exclaimed in surprise. I can finally rest. Did I say you can go to my ship? Huh? Why not let me go? You pointed your gun at me just now. Is that reason enough? Do you know who my father is? It's none of my business. Chun Zhao snorted and turned to Prague and Pommy. Jump onto the raft. Peter's eyes were filled with anger. Chun Zhao didn't care about Peter's expression. Peter could only say, send me back to L.A., and I'll give you $10,000. Do you think I'm a beggar? Peter looked at Chun Zhao's ship. It cost at least $50 million. Chapter 1265. $2 million. Chun Zhao raised the price. Just then, Agar couldn't stand it anymore. He tried to steal business right in front of Chun Zhao. $1 million. I'm willing to send you back to L.A. Hearing Agar's price, Peter was also tempted. After all, it was a big expense to save $1 million. He's a pirate. Are you sure you want to get on his boat? Chun Zhao sneered. Peter's expression changed instantly. You're a pirate? As long as you pay, I can promise to send you back to L.A., Agar promised confidently. It was just that Peter had already been cheated once. How would he be willing to get on his boat again? Chun Zhao was fierce, but at least Prague knew him. Mr. Chun, I think I'll get on your boat. I'll pay $2 million. Smart choice. Chun Zhao patted Peter's shoulder. Go to my raft. Agar watched Chun Zhao leave with the 3 in anger. The duck that was about to fall into his mouth flew away, just like that. Prague glanced at Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, I thought you'd kill that guy too. I've always kept my word. How could I go back on my word? Seeing that Agar's raft was approaching Guret's pirate boat, Chun Zhao's lips curled. Plus, who knows what's hiding under the sea? Suddenly, Agar's raft flipped. Logically speaking, as a pirate, Agar was definitely good at swimming. However, Agar was calling for help on the sea. His body was bobbing up and down. Prague looked at Chun Zhao. Aren't you going to save him? Hee. Your joke is really refreshing. Chun Zhao could not be bothered with Agar, who was crying for help on the sea. The raft passed him less than 10 meters away, but he still ignored it. Prague, Peter, and Pommy watched as Agar's body sank into the sea. The 3 all felt that Chun Zhao was cold-blooded. Returning to the boat, Chun Zhao arranged rooms for the three. The three rooms on the right of the inner cabin are yours. The three looked around their rooms. Prague and Pommy didn't have any objections, but Peter was displeased. Why is my room so small? You have a bigger room. Because I'm a captain. I paid for it. I promised to send you back to Los Angeles, but I didn't promise to let you enjoy it. If you keep nagging, I might send your ashes back to Los Angeles. Pete didn't dare to speak, and Prague was speechless. He had already suffered a loss before, but Pete still didn't learn his lesson and dared to spout nonsense. Why don't you take a look at who the other party is? At this moment, Gulai's call came. Chun, I want you to give me an explanation. Why did you kill all my people? I also want to ask you, why is every single one of the people you sent here filled with hostility towards me? If you don't discipline them well, I don't mind disciplining them for you. If anyone shows hostility towards me again, I won't hesitate to kill them all, even if it's you. Guile was speechless. She had a bad feeling when Agar and his cronies boarded the Seagull. What happened next was just as she expected. Agar and Chun Zhao had a conflict. With Chun Zhao's personality, it wouldn't be surprising if he killed them. The two boats continued moving forward. Guile didn't continue arguing with Chun Zhao. She also knew that she was in the wrong. If she kept arguing with Chun Zhao, she would be the one at a disadvantage in the end. Mr. Chun, when are we going back to Los Angeles? Pete was unhappy with Chun Zhao, but he still suppressed his dissatisfaction. At least, he didn't want to anger Chun Zhao again. I still have something to do. I'll add another $1 million. Take me back to Los Angeles immediately. Chun Zhao glanced at Pete and ignored him. Prague and Pommy were very sensible. They also wanted to return to Los Angeles as soon as possible. But they wouldn't be like Pete, who didn't know when to stop. Also, I know you have a gun, Chun Zhao said. If you make a hole in my boat, I'll make a hole in your body. Although Peter was dissatisfied, he could only endure it at this time. Thankfully, Chun Zhao's boat was big enough. The environment and facilities were all top-notch. It was like a luxurious hotel, so the three didn't complain anymore, mainly because of Pete. Pete hid in his room and sulked. On the other hand, Chun Zhao was lying on the sun chair in his boxers, enjoying the sea breeze. Just then, Pommy walked over with a glass of juice. You're a spiritualist too? Yes. Chun Zhao opened his eyes and glanced at Pommy. I heard from Prague that you're a deep-sea priest. What element exactly? I can feel the emotions of the creatures in the sea, Pommy said. From their emotions, I can analyze the danger level of the nearby sea. Then what do you think the sea we're in right now is dangerous? Safe, Pommy answered. What element are you? Strengthening, Chun Zhao said. I also know some random spells, all offensive spells. Wizards have weak magic power. If you practice so many spells, it'll spread out. I don't need someone who can be kidnapped by a college girl to teach me how to use magic, Chun Zhao said in disdain. I don't want to fight, Pommy said stubbornly. Do you really think I can't beat her? He was also someone who cared about his reputation. This was the first time Chun Zhao had mocked him. He was afraid of Chun Zhao's methods and didn't dare to talk back. Now, he basically understood Chun Zhao, so he wasn't as afraid of Chun Zhao as before. Oh, then show me. I'm not a monkey. Unless it's really necessary, I won't show it to anyone. You should listen to me on my boat. If you don't show me, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. Fine. Actually, my spell is Deep Sea Shark. I can summon a school of sharks, so you can't feel the effect on the boat. Summon a school of sharks? Show me. Pommy looked unwilling. This spell uses a lot of magic power. Stop talking and show me. Can I summon one? Fine. Pommy started casting the spell, but after a long time, Chun Zhao still didn't see any sharks. Can you do it or not? There are no sharks nearby. Let's wait, Pommy said. Pommy said, my spell can only summon sharks within a 30-kilometer radius. I can't summon all the sharks in the entire sea. Oh, I got it. Pommy felt the presence of a shark, but as soon as he spoke, his connection with the shark was cut off. What happened? Why did the shark suddenly die? Chapter 1266. How come I don't see the shark? Chun Zhao asked despite knowing the answer. Feeling Chun Zhao's gaze, Pommy was speechless too. He could sense it and make a short connection to order the shark. But he didn't know what the shark was thinking. In the end, he could only attribute it to his bad luck. It was a shark that was about to die. Pommy felt very embarrassed. So, he decided to contact another shark to at least earn his face back. Fortunately, in less than 10 minutes, another shark appeared in the nearby waters. Judging from the strength of his senses, it was a great white shark. Great white sharks were the greatest threat to humans out of all shark species. At least in the sea, they were the greatest threat. Bull sharks, on the other hand, had the most injuries. Bull sharks could adapt to freshwater and would become more aggressive in freshwater, especially in the Ganges River region of India. This was especially true in the Ganges River basin of India. Because of the Indian custom of throwing corpses into the Ganges River, bull sharks living in the Ganges River basin were used to eating human flesh. Moreover, Indian religions believe that bull sharks are a holy symbol, which leads to a large number of bull shark attacks in India every year. Pommy couldn't see the great white shark he contacted. However, from the size of the great white shark spirit, he could still sense the size of the great white shark based on his experience. The great white shark was very strong and had already reached adulthood. It was the undisputed king of the sea. Pommy controlled the great white shark to approach. "Mr. Chun, you can look at the sea on the left of the deck, but don't be scared." With a faint smile, Chun Zhao looked at Pommy. "I'm looking forward to it." Pommy could feel that the great white shark was less than 100 meters away from the boat. "It's coming." Suddenly, Pommy lost contact with the great white shark. Pommy was stunned. Why did it disappear again? Where's the great white shark? Completely disappeared? What happened? How could this be? Where did the great white shark go? Great white sharks usually lived in shallow waters, more than 200 meters deep. There shouldn't be anything that could threaten them, right? But why did the great white shark disappear? Where did it go? Chen Zhao smiled at Pommy. "Where's the shark?" Accident. That shark hit the bottom of our boat and fainted." She didn't believe it. She felt that she had to show Chen Zhao her abilities today. However, half an hour later, that shark is constipated and can't leave the water. An hour later, Pommy succeeded. A small shark with a body length of no more than 60 centimeters. Impressive. Chen Zhao looked at Pommy with admiration and then turned to leave with a smile. Pommy felt like she had lost all her dignity. How embarrassing. After working for more than an hour, only a young shark was summoned. There was nothing more humiliating than this. Although he could not return to Los Angeles immediately, Peter gradually relaxed. Although he was still dissatisfied with Chen Zhao, the only thing that made Pete unhappy was Prague's attitude. Prague was now looking at Peter with disdain. Pete originally wanted to enter Prague's room and do some shameful things with her, but Prague pointed a gun at his head and drove him out of the room. They were heading north in the direction of the Bering Sea. The cold wind from the Bering Sea not only made the surface of the sea turbulent, but the temperature was also very low. At night, the temperature on the deck was minus 10 degrees Celsius. Chen Zhao quite liked this kind of environment. When he'd reached extreme polarity with both ice and fire at the same time. Therefore, he was very resistant to low temperatures. In fact, not only was he resistant to low temperatures, but it could also make his mind more stable. During the day, the temperature was a few degrees Celsius. At night, it plummeted. Chen Zhao sat on the roof of the boat, enjoying the chilly spiritual qi that blew from the bow of the boat. Cultivation didn't make much progress for Chen Zhao. However, the low-temperature spiritual qi could make Chen Zhao's mind more stable. If he encountered an unexpected situation, his emotions wouldn't fluctuate too much. Chen Zhao circulated the Qingyi manual in his body and returned to his original state. When he opened his eyes, he realized that Prague was wrapped in a blanket and sitting not far away, also enjoying the cold wind. "Prague, why are you sitting here? Don't you want to rest?" Prague glanced at Chen Zhao. "Mr. Chun, aren't you cold?" Chen Zhao was only wearing a pair of boxers now. Prague really didn't understand how Chen Zhao could endure such low temperatures. Chen Zhao had been sitting there for more than an hour without moving. Prague almost thought that Chen Zhao had frozen to death. "Where are we going?" Prague asked. "Nanchi Island." "Never heard of it. Why are we going there?" "To find the pirate's treasure." "Pirate's treasure?" "That's right." Just then, Pommy hurried out of the cabin. Mr. Chun, bad news. Pommy looked like he'd seen a ghost. What's wrong? Mr. Chun, this area is dangerous. Very dangerous. I can feel it. It's very dangerous. We can't go any further. Looks like we're going in the right direction, Chun Zhao said calmly. But Pommy didn't think so. He'd never felt such intense danger. The information the ocean sent him made his scalp go numb. Danger filled Pammy's mind. Mr. Chun, I'm serious. If we go any further, we'll be dead. I'm not joking. There's something really dangerous up ahead. Oh, that's why I'm here, Chun Zhao said coolly. If we continue forward, we will die in this sea. Okay, it's getting late. Go rest. Chun Zhao turned and left. You can't do this. You'll get us all killed. Don't make a fuss. This is part of my plan. You have no idea how dangerous this place is. Pommy still wouldn't give up. Almost all the creatures in the sea are dying. All of them are desperately trying to escape. If you think it's dangerous, you could disembark now. By the way, I can provide you with a raft. Pammy froze. A kayak? How could they rely on a kayak in such deep waters? What was the difference between this and suicide? Chapter 1267. The boat stopped. The boat in front has stopped. Pommy suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Chun, they've also discovered the problem. They're leaving. Chun Zhao was also confused. He didn't know why Guret's boat had stopped now. Just then, Guret connected to the boat's radio. Chun, we've reached the outskirts of Nanchi Island. Okay, got it. We plan to enter again tomorrow. Okay, let's anchor here tonight. If we go in again, it'll be a dangerous area. Pommy really wanted to escape from this area. However, Chun Zhao clearly wouldn't let him do that. Nevertheless, he was temporarily safe since he could stop moving forward. Pommy didn't feel sleepy at all. He had been looking at the turbulent sea with a worried look on his face. Pommy still couldn't overcome his fear. He didn't know what was in the water, but it was definitely something that scared him. Just then, a beam of light appeared in the distance. A boat? Another boat appeared nearby. Pommy looked at the boat. It seemed familiar. Wild Bull. That's the Wild Bull? Pommy couldn't help but be excited. He didn't expect the Wild Bull to come here. If he could return to the Wild Bull, he would be safe. Mr. Rick, there are 2 boats in front of us. They're about 10 nautical miles away. Rick picked up his binoculars. After looking for a long time, he was confused. How come one of them is a yacht? Contact the 2 boats, Rick said. Yes. One of the ocean-going boats replied that they're here for research. The other yacht replied automatically and refused to let us get close. Any unauthorized approach will be considered a threat. Rick frowned. Can you tell who they are? The so-called research boat has many bullet holes and explosion marks. It's covered up, but it's clearly a pirate ship. I can't tell what's going on with the other yacht. Pirates. Rick narrowed his eyes. The owner of the yacht should be rich, right? Maybe they're already being held hostage by pirates. A pirate ship and a yacht. The combination was too abrupt. It was hard to connect them together. He couldn't help but think that the yacht was being held hostage. Get closer, Rick ordered. Get closer? But aren't they pirates? So what if they're pirates? Do you think we're honest people? Rick's eyes shone with greed. Since we've met, we naturally want to share. They were all bandits. It was just that they hung out in different places. Rick did not think that he would cower in the face of pirates. Take out all your weapons. Rick said, tell them that we're out of fuel and food. Ask them to supply us with some. Boss, they're approaching us. Guret had also noticed the bison approaching. Guret's face was extremely cold as he stared at the Wild Bull. Anyone who could appear here was definitely not an honest person. He was like this, and so were others. Take out your weapons. As soon as they get close, we'll start fighting. Guret's attitude was unyielding. Seeing that the bison was getting closer and closer, the waves suddenly became bigger. The waves in this area began to grow larger. The pirate ship began to move up and down, and so did the bison. Even the crew would find it hard to resist, let alone fight. Both sides could only temporarily cease hostilities. The bison could only lower its anchor for now. If it did not, the huge waves might damage the ship. Guret looked at the yacht. She realized that Chun Zhao's yacht was also moving in the waves, but it was much smaller. No wonder Chun Zhao drove this yacht over. It had been modified Guret thought. The waves grew larger and larger. The huge waves were even taller than the hull. Although the ship would not sink, the huge waves were very painful for the people on the yacht. Chun Zhao also woke up. If he still did not wake up, the yacht would capsize. Chun Zhao stretched, looking at the swaying pirate ship in the distance. His mood instantly became much better. Pommy, didn't you sleep? Pommy looked at Chun Zhao, who had just walked out of the cabin. I can't sleep. Mr. Chun, can you take me to that ship? Chun Zhao looked in the direction Pommy was pointing. There was indeed a ship that he had not noticed before. Chun Zhao saw that the name of the ship was Bison. Oh, that's the ship. Chun Zhao remembered that Peter and Prague had said that their original ship was called Bison. It seemed to be this ship. Sure, take the kayak. Pommy looked at Chun Zhao helplessly. The kayak could go over before, but the waves were so big now. The kayak would capsize if it went in. So you're not satisfied? Mr. Chun, can you go closer to the ship? No. Chun Zhao refused without hesitation. That ship is full of bandits. You want me to go closer? Chun Zhao's reason was very good. Plus, he was not even a friend. Pommy was a bit angry, but there was nothing she could do. Pommy could only wait for the sun to rise and the waves to become smaller before going to the Bison. But after waiting for a long time, the sky still did not brighten. Even Chun Zhao could feel it. He looked at the time. It was already past 8 in the morning, but the waves were still endless. The sky was still as dark as the night sky. Peter and Prague had also woken up. They also noticed the unusual weather. Guret contacted Chun Zhao. Chun, what's wrong with the sky? I don't know. Don't you know? You've been here before, right? I've been here before, but I've never experienced something like this. Chun Zhao looked at the night sky. He did not feel any magic. However, the unusual weather was definitely not a natural phenomenon. Just then, the Bison came toward the yacht. It only stopped when it was more than 10 meters away. It's them? When Prague and Peter saw the Bison, their expressions changed. On the deck, Rick also saw Prague, Peter, and Pommy. Why were they here? Signal the yacht and ask for a docking, Rick said. What are they saying? Chun Zhao saw the signal from the crew on the opposite deck. He did not understand. They're asking for a docking, Prague said. In other words, to come closer. Don't let them dock, Peter immediately said. They're up to no good. Let them dock, Chun Zhao said nonchalantly. If they're obedient, then forget it. Take Pommy away. They won't just take her away, Peter said. They must have other intentions. Chapter 1268. A while later, the wild bull came over. Rick stood on the deck and looked at the people across from him. When the wild bull was less than a meter away, it finally dropped its anchor and stopped. Rick jumped onto the boat with a few people. Sir, hello. How should I address you? My surname is Chun. Mr. Chun. Rick's smile was fake. He looked at Peter and Prague. I want to know why they're on your boat. Peter hid behind Chun Zhao subconsciously. Chun Zhao looked at Rick calmly. It's none of your business. Take Pammy and leave my boat. Other than Pammy, I want the two of them to leave with me too. What if I refuse? Chun Zhao asked. Rick sneered. Do you think you have a right to refuse? Rick's men raised their guns and pointed at Chun Zhao. Suddenly, a huge wave crashed toward them. The boat heaved up and down, but Chun Zhao stood firmly on the spot. But Rick and his men couldn't stand still anymore. Chun Zhao suddenly moved. His fingers pierced through Rick's men's chests and pulled them to the sides. Blood splattered all over the deck. Another man tried to resist, but Chun Zhao punched him. The man's head exploded like a watermelon. Fire! Fire! Chun Zhao attacked again. He raised his leg and kicked the man who couldn't stand still in the first place in the stomach. His body fell into the sea like a piece of rag. Chun Zhao grabbed the fourth man's shoulder and his neck with his other hand. He pulled hard, and the fourth man's body was torn from the shoulder to the neck. He didn't die immediately and was still wailing. When the ship stabilized again, Rick was the only one left. The 4 subordinates he had brought had all died tragically in Chun Zhao's hands. Pammy and Peter stared at Chun Zhao, dumbfounded. They'd never seen such a bloody way of killing before. Mr. Chun, I think there's some misunderstanding. No, there's no misunderstanding. Chun Zhao looked at the people on the wild bull. The people on the other side also saw Chun Zhao's killing. Chun Zhao suddenly jumped onto the wild bull. The people on the deck of the bison immediately attacked Chun Zhao. An arrow shot toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao caught it and tossed it back. A person died a horrible death. Then, he grabbed the face of the person closest to him and pressed it against the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. In a few moments, the 4 people on the deck were all dead. Chun Zhao charged into the cabin. Screams rose and fell in the cabin. Occasionally, 1 or 2 severed limbs would be thrown out. Only a few minutes had passed from beginning to end. When Chun Zhao walked out of the cabin, he was covered in blood. Chun Zhao returned to his boat and looked at Rick with a smile. Rick had never thought that one day he would actually provoke such a malefic star. That blood-stained face was filled with ghastly horror. Do I have the right to refuse now? Rick paled in fear. He stared at Chun Zhao in horror. Just because of a disagreement, he killed more than 20 people on his ship, had already foreseen this. She knew better than anyone else how terrifying and powerful Chun Zhao was. In this battle, Chun Zhao didn't even use 1/10 of his strength. But Pete and Pammy were different. To them, this level was enough to scare them to death. Rick's face paled even more. Mr. Chun, I actually didn't plan to what? Didn't plan to have a conflict with me? Do you think there's any point in saying this now? I cleaned my boat, Chun Zhao said. You dirted my boat. Everyone was speechless. You made the decks so bloody. You must have done it yourself, right? But Chun Zhao didn't realize it all. He felt that it was Rick and his men who did it. Mr. Chun, I'll watch him for you. If there's any residue left on the deck, I'll find it for you. Pete had been pissed off by Rick before. Now that he finally had a chance to take revenge, he was very enthusiastic and proactive. Pammy's face was also pale. Mr. Chun, you're not welcome here. Chun Zhao's attitude was firm. Pammy didn't have good intentions. Before the boarding, he'd already expected a conflict. Actually, the conflict could have been avoided. But he didn't even warn Chun Zhao. Even if Chun Zhao didn't care, it didn't mean that he could tolerate a passenger with bad intentions. Chun Zhao could even tolerate a hot-tempered young master like Pete because he'd already paid the fees. But Chun Zhao didn't have the obligation to tolerate Pammy. After cleaning up the deck, Rick looked at Chun Zhao with trepidation. Chun Zhao glanced at Rick. He'd attacked again. After a painful scream, Rick's arms were torn off by Chun Zhao. Okay, you can get off my boat now. You can't do this. You killed all the people on the bison. We can't even start the bison. Ha! What does that have to do with me? Chun Zhao chuckled. An ocean-going boat was different from a yacht. A yacht was about simple operation. In other words, it was a system that only idiots could operate. Even people without any sailing experience will be able to operate it. However, an ocean-going boat was different. There were all kinds of equipment and at least 20 people. Just the cockpit needed 3 people. There were also the engine room and the pressure room that needed a few people to watch. If one person was alone, he'd probably die of exhaustion. As for Rick, he was already useless now. Okay, you can go, or I'll throw you off the boat. Chun Zhao ordered them to leave again. Pete, take care of those arms. Pammy stared at Chun Zhao with hatred. That look of yours can easily get you killed, Chun Zhao said with a smile. Shocked, Pammy lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Chun Zhao anymore. He was afraid that he'd reveal more hatred. Pammy jumped onto the bison. Pete also threw Rick onto the boat. Rick, if there's a chance next time, come to Los Angeles. I'll treat you to a drink, Pete said proudly. Pammy started the bison. It was hard for him to do it alone, but it wasn't completely unusable. After starting the bison, Pammy started cleaning up the bodies on the boat. He threw them into the sea one by one, including Rick, who hadn't died yet. With my flesh and blood, I offer your chaos. With the silence of the 4 seas, I exchange your darkness. Respond to my horn. Woo, woo, woo. A loud horn sounded from the bison. The yacht was already a nautical mile away, but it could still hear the horn. Mr. Chun, Pammy probably won't let this go. After all, he's a spiritualist too. Chapter 1269. What's in the sea? Peter realized that something seemed to be moving in the raging waves. Chun Zhao had noticed it long ago. Amon had warned him. A large number of sharks were approaching. Without a doubt, Pammy had summoned them. But what could they do? No matter how many there were, could they jump onto the yacht? or sink the yacht. Stop joking. This was reality, not a movie or a novel. The bottom and body of Chun Zhao's yacht were made of carbon alloy that was 25 centimeters thick. Carbon alloy was very light, but it was many times stronger than regular steel. Of course, it was also many times more expensive. Unless the sharks were as big as Amon, they could leave a dent in the yacht. But sharks couldn't do any damage to the yacht. It was the same for one shark, 10, 100, or 1,000 sharks. The saying, ants can bite an elephant to death, didn't happen in reality. Even if the sharks used suicide attacks, it was just suicide, not an attack. It was like a normal person hitting an iron plate with their head. Apart from suicide, there was no other use. The iron plate was still iron, but the head would become a watermelon. The sharks hit the yacht, making thumping sounds. It sounded terrifying, but it was actually the sound of the carbon alloy spreading the impact. If the sharks couldn't attack 100 times faster, their numbers wouldn't matter. Peter and Bragg were terrified. After all, the sound was terrifying. They were worried that the yacht would be smashed. If they fell into the water, Chun Zhao might not be afraid, but they would definitely die. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao didn't plan on letting the sharks attack. Suddenly, Peter and Bragg realized that the water turned red. Then a shark surfaced. At first, they thought that the shark had been killed by a collision, but upon closer inspection, they realized that it wasn't the case. The shark seemed to have been bitten by something. Half of its body was gone. It was also more than 6 meters long. At least half of its body was 3 meters long. It had to be a huge beast to be able to bite it in half. Just then, another half of the shark surfaced, and then another. To regular people, these sharks might be ferocious beasts in the sea. But compared to Amon, they were clearly not enough. Even the largest great white shark in the sea would not exceed 8 meters in length. An ordinary adult great white shark would basically maintain a length of about 6 meters. It weighed about 3 tons, while an adult killer whale could reach a length of 10 meters and weigh more than 10 tons. Amon's body length reached 75 meters, and his weight was 800 tons. Every time Amon grew up, he would gain a lot of weight. After all, normal creatures wouldn't just grow in length. If it only had length, then it would be a snake. For the giant beasts in the ocean, the bigger they grew, the bigger their bodies became. Not only did Amon's body grow in length and weight, but he was also gradually revealing his demonic form. Chun Zhao didn't even dare to let Amon appear before ordinary people. Amon was fighting with a school of sharks in the sea. Amon's lethality towards them was fatal. Basically, a single bite, a sweep of his tail, or a collision with his body would be fatal. But the shark couldn't even break Amon's skin. Now, Amon's skin was as hard as diamond. Even a large caliber gun might not be able to penetrate his skin. There was more than one halberd growing out his back. There were also many bones, spurs growing out of his back, as if they were inlaid with pieces of blades. Within a 1-kilometer radius, there were hundreds of shark corpses floating. The entire sea had turned red. Shock was written all over Bragg and Peter's faces. The pirates on Guret's ship were also shocked. "Boss, what's going on?" Guret pointed at the yacht in the distance. "The owner of that yacht did it." "Him? How'd he do it?" "His pet is in the water," Guret said. "This is why I'm working with him. Don't get into conflict with him, especially at sea, because you won't even have a place to run." To be honest, even Chun Zhao was surprised by Pommy's magic. Actually, Pommy's magic was already very good. It even exceeded Chun Zhao's expectations. If the target was someone else, perhaps Pommy's magic could create a massacre. "Master, we've killed all the sharks. Catch up with that ship and kill that man." In the past, Amon couldn't do anything to those large ocean-going ships either. Ocean-going ships were all made of 80-centimeter stainless steel. In the past, Amon would be in the same situation as the sharks against Chun Zhao's yacht. But it was different now. Amon was a huge piece of iron now. An 800-ton iron block could smash anything into pieces. Perhaps an aircraft carrier couldn't be destroyed, but a medium-sized ocean-going ship could be smashed by Amon with just one hit. Pommy sensed that the sharks he'd summoned were disappearing one by one. This took him by surprise. He guessed that it was probably Chun Zhao's doing. Chun Zhao was also a spiritualist. Although he said that he was a strengthening magician, he also said that he knew many types of magic. Coupled with the fact that the summoned sharks had mysteriously disappeared when he had shown him the magic earlier, Lin Li had no idea what was going on. Palmy's feeling grew stronger. It was definitely Chun Zhao's doing. Palmy somewhat regretted his recklessness. Suddenly, Palmy saw a black shadow coming from the sea. That black shadow was very big, and it was very fast. But because it was more than 10 meters underwater, Palmy couldn't see clearly. The bad feeling grew stronger. Boom! The huge impact threw Palmy 3 meters away. Then the ship started tilting. Palmy hurriedly grabbed onto the protrusion. He couldn't stop the ship from tilting at all. There was nothing he could do. Just then, he saw the black shadow again. It wasn't as long as the bison, but it was still shockingly huge. As the shadow approached the sea, Palmy finally saw it clearly. What was that? A killer whale? Could a killer whale grow so scary? The thing in the water looked like a combination of certain things. Apart from a huge sword that looked like a blade, there was also a row of blade-like bone spikes. On both sides of the huge mouth, there were 2 exposed bones that looked like ivory. On its black back, there were faint golden patterns. Palmy had never seen such a creature before. Chapter 1270. Chun, I don't know what's wrong with the sky. It's not bright at all. We can't wait anymore. Let's go to Nanshi Island now. Giret contacted Chun Zhao and told him the plan. Just then, an aurora appeared in the night sky. The dazzling aurora was intoxicating. Everyone who saw it opened their mouths. Chun Zhao also looked up at the aurora. It was his first time seeing one. He had to admit that the aurora was too beautiful. It was filled with mystery and unknown beauty. But Chun Zhao couldn't help but wonder. Theoretically, this place was still some distance from the Bering Sea. It was a warm and cold sea, so there shouldn't be such an abnormal aurora. The 2 boats approached Nanshi Island. Nanshi Island wasn't on the common map or navigation. It was an undeveloped and undiscovered island. There were more than 30,000 islands in the Pacific Ocean. The total area of the islands was 4 million square kilometers, which was almost half the size of China. Many newly discovered islands would be added every year. Many islands had magical natural phenomena. Just like Nanshi Island, there were many islands that were submerged in the water for half of the year. The reason why it would sink into the water was because the island was in a very low position. Secondly, the Earth's crust was very active. There were many islands that could dive. There were islands like this off the coast of China. Volcanoes were active at the bottom of the sea and erupted periodically. Every time a volcano erupted, the Earth's crust would move, causing the nearby land plates to shift. After sailing for an hour, Chun Zhao finally saw the outline of Nanshi Island. Just then, Chun Zhao felt something approaching the boat. It wasn't Amon. Then the boat shook. A huge tentacle reached out from the sea and circled around the deck. The suction cups on the tentacle grabbed the boat tightly. The tentacle was more than 1 meter in diameter and more than 30 meters long. Peter and Prague were both frightened by the tentacle. Peter screamed, "Help! North Sea monster! We've encountered a North Sea monster." Some scholars believe that the North Sea monster in ancient Greek mythology was a deep-sea giant cuttlefish. This was common knowledge. Suddenly, the tentacle's suction cups loosened, because Amon had already arrived and bit the tentacle's body in half. This monster was not a giant squid, but an octopus. A super large octopus. Chun Zhao sensed that the octopus's body and tentacles were at least 50 meters long. Amon liked the taste very much. At least, Amon didn't eat a single bite of the sharks from before. But this octopus, Amon swallowed half of its body in one gulp. However, this kind of mollusk was not dead. Even though half of its body was bitten off, it was still not completely dead. Several huge tentacles wrapped tightly around Amon. Amon jumped out of the water. At this moment, Prague and Pete finally saw Amon's true body. Both of them opened their mouths wide and looked at Amon in disbelief. The pirates on the ancient ship also had faces full of disbelief. What was that? Giret, on the other hand, frowned. Compared to the first time he met Amon, Amon's appearance had changed a lot. Back then, Amon was huge, but not to this extent. Furthermore, its appearance was that of a true killer whale. But at this moment, Amon was completely in the form of a monster. Mr. Chun, what is that? Monster. Monster. There's a monster in the water. Let's run. Let's run. Chun Zhao glanced at Pete disapprovingly. However, before they could get close to Nanchi Island, they saw a warship. More accurately, it was a piece of scrap metal. The warship was upside down and pierced into the water. Guret had said that not long ago, a naval fleet had been completely annihilated here. This warship should be one of them. Suddenly, the seawater churned. It was as if thousands of horses were galloping in the sea. Chun Zhao could sense that many smaller creatures were approaching from below the sea. Amon started to clean them up. They were very small, but there were many of them. Amon jumped out of the water again. On Amon's body, many small things stuck to him like parasites. Amon's body shook, and the small things were sent flying. Amon didn't just rely on his huge body to dominate the sea. He also had a certain ability to control the water flow. Guret's pirate ship stopped in front. Chun Zhao saw something climb onto the ship. Fish. The image of the little fishmen in the game flashed across Chun Zhao's mind. They were very similar to the little fishmen. They were only 30 to 40 centimeters tall, about the size of an inferior demon. Their skin was smooth and dark blue. They had 4 limbs. They were also very strong at climbing. Chun Zhao saw them climb onto the pirate ship and start attacking the pirates. But they were too weak. Guret and her men started to fight back. Just then, the little fishmen also climbed onto the ship. Peter and Bragg immediately took sticks and began to beat these little fishmen. Basically, with a swing of his stick, he could kill several of them. However, there were too many inferior manfish. More and more of them climbed onto the ship. These little manfish were ferocious and gluttonous. They didn't let their companions' corpses go either. Instead of attacking, they went to eat their companions' corpses. Mr. Chun, hurry up and think of something. Prague finally asked Chun Zhao for help. Chun Zhao stood where he was, rubbing his chin in thought. The little fishmen didn't attack Chun Zhao. Instead, they kept attacking Prague and Pete. They weren't very smart, but they could feel that Chun Zhao wasn't easy to deal with. In fact, the number of little fishmen climbing onto the ship was actually quite small. Amon was in the sea, devouring them like crazy. These inferior manfish were like popcorn to him. They were small, but there were a lot of them. Amon could suck hundreds of them into his mouth when he opened it. Chun Zhao grabbed an inferior manfish and observed it. The aura of this little manfish was very weak, but there was a sense of familiarity. Amon was rarely interested in normal food. The only food he was interested in was either demonic crystals or a god of the mutants. A god of the mutants. Chun Zhao finally remembered. These little fishmen weren't demonized. They'd been corroded by the aura of the god of the mutants. Chun Zhao couldn't tell what they were originally, but they were definitely some kind of fish. Amon was a demon, so he was very interested in god of the mutants and mutated creatures. Chun Zhao was interested. He'd never tried devouring a god of the mutants. Chun Zhao activated the mouth of gluttony and swallowed the little fishman. The mouth of gluttony immediately felt a strong appetite. Chapter 1271. Peter and Prague were already exhausted. They were all complaining inside, wondering why Chun Zhao wasn't attacking yet. Seeing that it was about time, Chun Zhao squatted down and pressed his hands on the deck. Instantly, electricity was released. Peter and Prague were the first to scream. The strong electricity numbed their bodies first, causing them to fall to the ground. At the same time, all the fishmen on the deck were electrocuted too. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao's control of the voltage was still very accurate. It could numb Peter and Prague, but it wasn't fatal. It did a lot of damage to the fishmen. Their size meant their resistance to electricity. Many inferior manfish were killed on the spot, and some passed out from the electric shock. The two only felt like they were electrocuted for a moment. They quickly climbed back up. What just happened? Peter still didn't understand. Prague knew. She'd seen Chun Zhao control lightning and electricity before, so she wasn't surprised by this attack. Chun Zhao looked at his right palm. It was indeed inconvenient without lightning storm. His individual power was already strong enough, but his range was very limited. The Demon God Cannon could be considered a medium to small range attack. It was powerful, but its range was still very limited. Its accuracy couldn't compare to lightning storm either. It wasn't hard to create pure damage, especially if it had a large area of effect. It could be done with some explosives. With Chun Zhao's current connections and power, it really wasn't hard to get these things. But the problem was that if he threw these things out, he would be affected too. Therefore, other than large-scale damage, he also needed enough accuracy. Lightning Storm was the most perfect AoE skill to use. It covered a wide range, was accurate, controlled, and had decent damage. It basically matched Chun Zhao's 4 requirements for AoE attacks. If he had to point out a flaw, it would be the limitations of its usage. It could only be used in the headquarters. It could only be used for defense. It couldn't be used as an attack. For example, if Chun Zhao had Lightning Storm, the battle would be much easier. But Chun Zhao didn't have it. He couldn't help it. On the pirate ship, Gurette and her subordinates were even better than Chun Zhao's. Gurette had many people and a lot of heavy firepower. The fishmen that had climbed onto the pirate ship had already been cleaned up. Moreover, they were still attacking the surface of the sea, throwing grenades into the water. Meanwhile, on Chun Zhao's yacht, the mermen started climbing up again. Chun Zhao was also helpless about this situation. Unless Chun Zhao ignored Prague and Peter's lives and kept using the Eye of the Thunder, Chun Zhao could kill Rick and the other bandits, but Chun Zhao might kill the 2 of them because of that. Up until now, Chun Zhao had never killed an innocent person. He didn't even think that he had to kill an annoying young master like Peter. "You 2 step back. Leave the rest to me," Chun Zhao said. Prague retreated decisively while Peter looked at him in confusion. Shouldn't the more people, the better? Suddenly, Peter saw Chun Zhao's feet float off the deck. Breaking free from gravity? Peter widened his eyes and stared at Chun Zhao in shock. What was going on? Suddenly, Peter remembered that Prague had mentioned that Chun Zhao was a spiritualist. And then there was the inexplicable electric shock just now. Everything was proving Chun Zhao's true identity. Dark magma started spreading around Chun Zhao. Peter stared at Chun Zhao in shock. Chun Zhao flew a few meters into the air. Then he tilted forward and landed on the water. The dark magma spread toward the surface of the sea. At the same time, it started churning wildly. All the mermen that approached the yacht were instantly minced. Chun Zhao shouted at Peter and Prague, "Start the yacht. Go forward." Not daring to delay, the 2 hurriedly started the yacht. Amon was also in the water under Chun Zhao's feet. One was above the water, and the other was below. Everything had been crushed by Chun Zhao and Amon. Just then, Amon jumped out of the water. Chun Zhao landed on Amon's back and steadied himself. A beam of white light shot out of Chun Zhao's right arm. It pierced through the darkness and cleared the area hundreds of meters in front of him. Peter and Prague were both stunned. That monster had teamed up with Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked at the pirate ship. The pressure on the ship suddenly increased. Even bigger monsters had boarded the ship. Those things were very similar to the legendary Naga. It had green scales, and its upper body resembled that of a fish, while its lower body resembled that of a human. Its body still retained many of the characteristics of a fish, and it had 4 thick limbs. Naga weren't created in the game. In fact, there were Naga sirens in Greek mythology. Chun Zhao immediately rushed toward the pirate ship. When Chun Zhao landed on the ship from the sky, everyone was stunned. Even Gurette didn't expect Chun Zhao to board her ship like this. "Set sail," Chun Zhao said. "I'll lead the way for you." With that, Chun Zhao dove into the battle again. The dark magma turned into long spears and stabbed into the water. Every time he stabbed a Naga, he would lift it up and then devour it through the mouth of gluttony. Gurette's subordinates had never seen such a terrifying and strange battle. They all stared at Chun Zhao, dumbfounded. "What are you waiting for?" Gurette yelled. "Set sail now." The 2 ships formed a straight line. The pirate ship was in front, and the yacht followed. Chun Zhao led the way and killed at the front. They were getting closer and closer to Nanchi Island, but the attacks were getting fiercer. Amon leaped out of the water again and shot a water bomb dozens of meters away in midair. Wherever the water bomb landed, everything was crushed. The power of his water bomb wasn't any weaker than a 10-kilogram TNT bomb. The pirates on the pirate ship and Peter and Prague on the yacht were all dumbfounded. This man and beast were like killing gods. Even an army of thousands of men and horses could not stop their footsteps. Prague, you already knew. Have you forgotten that I went missing for 3 days? Our paranormal society accidentally intruded into his territory and witnessed him and his men fighting a group of demons. You haven't seen a real demon with your own eyes, so you can't imagine how scary he is. Chun Zhao's eyes hardened. He suddenly remembered. Even if the small merman and Naga could defeat the Navy fleet, they wouldn't be able to keep the ships on the sea. Chapter 1272. Suddenly, a bloody mouth burst out of the sea and bit Chun Zhao in midair. Caught off guard, Chun Zhao was pulled into the sea. Everyone turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Chun Zhao, who had been so powerful just a moment ago, to fall into such a trap. What was that thing that just rushed out of the sea? It looked like a crocodile, but did a crocodile have horns? Also, wasn't that body a little bigger? The bloody mouth above the water was more than 10 meters wide. Even Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to escape after being bitten by that thing, right? But not long after, the giant crocodile surfaced, and its upper jaw was completely broken. Chun Zhao was standing on the crocodile's mouth. He looked unscathed, and his eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Just then, more crocodiles appeared around them. Not 3 to 5, not 30 to 50. There were hundreds of them. These crocodiles didn't just attack Chun Zhao. They also attacked the pirate ships and yachts. The pirate ship was fine. The pirates were armed, and their heavy firepower could barely kill 1 or 2 giant crocodiles. However, Peter and Prague on the yacht could do nothing. The yacht was knocked off course. Chun Zhao immediately rushed to the yacht. He saw that the bottom of the yacht was dented and damaged. Heartbroken, Chun Zhao immediately grabbed Peter and Prague. He lifted them into the air and threw them onto the pirate ship. The yacht had been severely damaged under the attack of the crocodiles. Chun Zhao was infuriated. The purpose of this trip was to look for treasures, but before he could earn any money, he had lost a yacht. Of course, Chun Zhao did not blame Guret. This was because Guret had reminded him many times before he left. This time, Chun Zhao and Guret were working together. Chun Zhao's mission was to help Guret land in the waters close to Nanshi Island. Even though the losses were more than expected, it was still Chun Zhao's own doing. Chun Zhao was going to drive the yacht himself. So, no matter what the loss was, he had to bear it himself. His only hope now was that the pirates' treasure on Nanshi Island could make up for his loss. But now was not the time for Chun Zhao to think too much. The giant crocodile began to attack the pirate ship. The pirate ship was sturdier than Chun Zhao's yacht. However, against such a group of giant crocodiles, the pirate ship would not be able to hold on for long. At this time, the pirate ship had already tilted, and several pirates slid from the tilted deck into the sea. Then, accompanied by a few screams, he was swallowed by the giant crocodile. No matter how hard Chun Zhao and Amon fought, they couldn't stop the crocodile from attacking the pirate ship. It couldn't be helped. There were just too many giant crocodiles. Chun, help! Guret lay prone at the stern of the sinking ship. He looked at Peter and Prague, who were also struggling to protect themselves. The other pirates were also having a hard time protecting themselves. They either slid down or grabbed onto the handrails. Gulai didn't expect Nanshi Island to be so terrifying. Everything was a mess. Her and Chun Zhao's plan had been ruined by the attack of these crocodiles. Chun Zhao first mentioned Guret and then looked at Prague and Peter. He gritted his teeth and placed Guret on his back. Hold on tight. They swooped down at the same time and picked up Pete and Prague with both hands. Just then, he heard Amon's cry for help. Even he could not face so many mutant giant crocodiles. Chun Zhao placed the 3 on the barbed warship in the water and returned to the battlefield. Chun Zhao couldn't abandon Amon for the treasure. Guret's face was pale. She'd never experienced such despair in her life. But she also felt lucky. If not for Chun Zhao, she would be dead for sure. Looking at her pirate ship and her subordinates, Guret sighed. She'd watched her subordinates die and her pirate ship sink, but there was nothing she could do. Prague and Peter were also scared. If not for Chen Zhao's help, they would definitely be eaten by the crocodiles. These crocodiles were much bigger than the sharks from before. Every one of them was more than 20 meters long. Their mouths, in particular, were ridiculously large. It was no wonder that Amon couldn't beat them. If there were only a dozen, Amon could crush them in all aspects. But it wasn't just a dozen, but hundreds. But with Chen Zhao's participation, Amon's pressure was greatly reduced. "Amon, you're in charge of devouring these monsters," Chen Zhao said. There was definitely a mutant god hidden on Nanxi Island, and this mutant god was definitely much stronger than the fallen source. After all, the fallen source couldn't create so many mutant monsters. This was like an army. In ancient times, it could definitely sweep through the world. Of course, if Amon could eat as much as he wanted, these mutant monsters would also be great nourishment. Of course, Amon didn't eat them all. He only devoured the mutant power in them. Once the mutant monsters were killed, Amon would immediately charge forward and devour them with power. Chen Zhao was so focused on killing that the entire sea turned blood red. At this moment, Guret, Peter, and Prague, who were nestled at the stern of the warship, were all dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Especially Peter. Before today, he didn't believe that there was magic in this world. But now, he had to believe it. Chen Zhao had killed more than 100 mutant crocodiles, but he didn't feel tired. This was the benefit of clear heaven and earth. Chen Zhao's small world could provide him with more magic power. At the same time, it could help him recover his magic power dozens of times faster. But if he continued such a high-intensity battle, his body would still feel tired. So, Chen Zhao decided to change tactics. Chen Zhao jumped out of the water. He took out his zither and placed it between his legs. 12 light swords were unsheathed. In the past, when Chen Zhao used rhythm to control the swords, he still had to consider his magic power consumption. But now, he didn't have to think at all. The mana consumption of the swords wasn't as fast as the recovery speed of the small world. Chen Zhao could play the zither until the end of time. The damage and killing speed of the swords were clearly much faster than physical combat. It was even faster than the mountain of knives formed from dark lava. The 12 light swords were like 12 death talismans. Although the 12 light swords might be damaged if they were to face some powerful opponents, they were still able to withstand the power of the swords. However, these mutant crocodiles were between strong and weak. They weren't strong or weak. Instead, they gave the light swords space to perform. The 12 swords darted in and out of the sea. Their killing efficiency was astounding. Chen Zhao had learned rhythm before ultimate transformation. Now, he was enchanting, and clear heaven and earth were clear. Chapter 1273. Amon changed again, but this time he didn't grow bigger. Instead, the wings under his belly grew bigger. They became extremely large, like a pair of wings growing from his belly. When Samuel's original body had summoned Chen Zhao had accidentally summoned Amon to hell. Chen Zhao had seen Amon's original body back then. Amon's original body could float in the air. Chen Zhao had always wondered if Amon was the so-called Kuan Peng. The more supernatural things Chen Zhao came into contact with, the more he believed in myths and legends. Now, Amon was also growing toward his original body. "Master, I can feel it. There's a strong aura of an alien god on that island. It's very strong." Amon's warning was within Chen Zhao's expectations. To be able to make so many creatures mutate, the original body must be on Nanxi Island. Are there any other mutated creatures in the surrounding waters? Many, but they're not strong. "Devour all the mutated creatures," Chen Zhao said. Chen Zhao looked at his boat. It had been completely destroyed in the chaotic battle. Now, he could only see the bottom of the boat in the sea. Chen Zhao was in a bad mood. He had to go to Nanxi Island to find the treasure. Now, Chen Zhao was invincible. He would kill whoever dared to stop him from finding the treasure. Chen Zhao went to the back of the boat. Because it wasn't big, Peter, Prague, and Guret didn't even have space to move. "Guret, get on my back first." Carrying Guret and Peter and Prague, Chen Zhao flew to Nanxi Island. "Mr. Chen, you're Superman, right?" Peter looked at Chun Zhao with bright eyes. Chun Zhao was in a bad mood. He wasn't in the mood to answer Peter's question. Gurette, it's up to you now. Chun Zhao had saved Gurette not only because they knew each other and could be considered friends, but also because Gurette was the key to this treasure hunt. She was the only person who had been to Nanchi Island. She'd said before that she and the original owner of the island, the big-bellied pirate family, were a bit pretentious. So, if Chun Zhao wanted to find the family's treasure, he could only rely on Gurette. Chun, are there monsters on the island? Yes, I can feel the aura of monsters. There are many, and they're very strong. Chun Zhao didn't hide it. The aura was also very heavy, so Chun Zhao couldn't find where the monster was hiding. Nanchi Island's area was not big. It was less than 10 square kilometers. It wasn't even as big as Chun Zhao's private land at Mirror Lake. Nanchi Island's terrain was relatively simple. Not far away, there was a large mountain that occupied most of the island. Most of the island was made of rocks, and the ground was very wet. It looked like it had just risen from the sea level. Gurette's heart was heavy. Peter and Bragg's expressions became unnatural. But now, they had no other choice. He could only follow beside Chun Zhao. Let's go. Gulai led the way. Mr. Chun, why don't you just fly us? That way, we'll be able to find a treasure faster. I don't care. Chun Zhao shrugged. Flying with 3 people did put a lot of pressure on Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao didn't know what to do. Carrying 3 people on the ground and carrying 3 people in the sky were 2 completely different concepts. He felt like he was flying with a tank in his hand. Gurette also looked at him. She also thought that it was a good idea. If a monster attacks later, I can only throw you down, Chun Zhao said. Are you willing? Never mind then. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, the 3 immediately understood. If they encountered a monster with Chun Zhao's strength, he would definitely be fine. But if the 3 of them faced a monster, they would definitely die. Not to mention anything else, Chun Zhao would definitely throw them down when he fought a monster. If they fell from the sky, they would definitely die. To be honest, after arriving at Nanchi Island, the alien god's aura was much stronger than before. If this aura covered the entire island, Chun Zhao had to be careful. Such a powerful aura was probably 100 times stronger than the fallen source, right? So if something happened, Chun Zhao would also go all out. He could barely protect the 3 on the ground, but if they flew into the sky, it would be even more difficult. Chun Zhao would rather be safe and approach the location of the treasure slowly instead of charging around recklessly. Gurette could vaguely sense Chun Zhao's expression. She also felt the pressure from Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao had never been so serious before. When Chun Zhao had dealt with the 3-headed dragon, he had still been as casual as before. But this time, Chun Zhao was actually so serious. Gurette could only vaguely sense it. In fact, Chun Zhao had already used one of his trump cards, 10,000 spells return to 1. 10,000 spells return to 1 was one of Chun Zhao's strongest trump cards, but when Chun Zhao didn't attack, it gave off the feeling that it was the most ordinary. If one didn't face Chun Zhao directly, they definitely wouldn't understand how terrifying 10,000 spells return to 1 was. To be honest, I'm really curious how the big-bellied family lives on Nanchi Island. The island spends half of its time in the water. They can't be in the water too, right? Gurette chuckled. What do you think of Nanchi Island's geology? Chun Zhao frowned and thought for a few minutes. What does this have to do with geology? The main structure of the island is Kosi granite, which has very good impermeability. What Miss Gurette means is that the family built their home under the rock stratum. That way, if the island sinks into the water, there won't be any problems as long as it's sealed well. Chun Zhao suddenly understood. No wonder. There were no buildings or even plants on the island. It didn't seem like people had lived here before. So as to dig a hole and build a base underground. That made sense. When the big-bellied family stole the gold, it was less than a week before Nanchi Island sank. Their family thought that as long as Nanchi Island dived into the sea, even the Navy wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But they underestimated Citibank's determination and anger. The Navy appeared near Nanchi Island the next day and launched an attack on the island. Chun Zhao looked around. Because there was a lot of mud here, he couldn't tell that the island had been attacked. First, there was a large-scale bombing, then the Navy landed. After Nanshi Island was attacked, the big-bellied family couldn't fight back at all. Then, the biggest change happened. The demonic seal they'd been guarding for centuries was destroyed. The family and the Navy on the island were all destroyed. Chapter 1274. Gold and the wealth that the big-bellied family had accumulated over hundreds of years. Now, these things were on the island, right under their feet. Peter and Bragg didn't want a share of the loot. It was already good enough that Chun Zhao could send them back. A share? Peter and Bragg only wanted Lothar now. The entire island was covered in mud. The mud had been brought up from the bottom of the sea. There was also a large amount of seafood along the way. Of course, most of them had died from dehydration. Some of the mud had dried up, but many places were still soft. Suddenly, the ground before them arched. There seemed to be something hidden under the mud, and it was rushing towards them from under the mud. Guret, Peter, and Bragg all stopped. Chun Zhao walked forward. He also wanted to see what was coming. Something had come to help him vent his anger when he was angry. A few meters in front of Chun Zhao, the mud suddenly exploded. A multicolored lobster jumped out of it. Yes, it was a lobster. The only difference was that he was a little bigger. It was 20 meters long, and its skin was like a mollusk. It kept changing colors. It waved its pincers at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao threw a clean punch. Guret, Peter, and Bragg knew that Chun Zhao was strong. But the lobster before them wasn't weak either, right? At least they thought that Chun Zhao would have a fight with the lobster. But the result made their jaws drop. Chun Zhao's seemingly casual punch actually shattered the 20-meter-long lobster. Is this lobster made of foam? The pieces of the lobster spread in a radius of 100 meters. So if one didn't face Chun Zhao directly, they wouldn't know how strong Chun Zhao's punch was. This mutant lobster was definitely stronger than those mutant giant crocodiles. But Chun Zhao's punch had smashed it into pieces. At this time, more mutant lobsters crawled out of the mud. There were dozens of them. They weren't just lobsters. More mutated creatures crawled out of the mud. Mutated crab, mutated octopus, an assortment of creatures appeared before Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao summoned Black and Bustil. When Bustil appeared, Peter and Guret were both shocked. Prague, on the other hand, had seen Bustil before, so he wasn't surprised. Everyone thought that Black and Bustil was going to participate in the battle, but that wasn't the case. The Black and Buster was there to protect them. Meanwhile, Chun Zhao charged into the group of monsters. The dark magma was like a sea urchin, turning into countless spikes that shot out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through a dozen mutated monsters. However, Chun Zhao was still not satisfied with his killing speed. Swordplay was not suitable for this battle. This was because most of these mutant creatures had shells. Through close contact, Chun Zhao could tell that the shells of these mutated creatures were very hard. It was not the time for his 12 light swords to fight. If he was not careful and slashed the mutated monster's shell, the result might be the disintegration light sword. Chun Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The dark magma was ever-changing. He seemed to be limited to simulating blades. Chun Zhao lifted his arms. The dark lava suddenly rose by 100 feet. Spin! Chun Zhao shouted. Immediately, the dark magma started spinning wildly. The dark magma turned into a tornado. The center of the dark magma was hollow. However, on the inner wall, there were countless sword edges. It was like a drum washing machine, spinning wildly. To Chun Zhao, this drum washing machine was another big move. Moreover, it consumed more magic power than swordplay. However, after killing the mutant monsters, the dark magma devoured more and more of the unusual god's power. This caused the dark magma's power to increase by another level. The tornado formed by the dark magma became even stronger. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't want to be called a drum washing machine. Chun Zhao named it Dark Storm. Previously, Chun Zhao had been thinking about ranged attacks. Now, he finally developed a killer move that belonged to the dark magma. The tornado grew larger and larger. The more monsters it devoured, the bigger it became. The mutant creatures tried to escape, but they couldn't. The suction force of the tornado was too strong. In a short 20 minutes, all the mutant monsters were devoured by the tornado. All of a sudden, a vast expanse opened up in front of them. Everything had been cleared. Chun Zhao had an idea. He immediately called to Gurette, "Sit on my pet's back. Let's move faster." Gurette was confused. Chun Zhao hadn't been in a hurry earlier. Why was he in such a hurry now? But Chun Zhao didn't have time to explain. After the three climbed onto Bustil's back, Chun Zhao also flew. "Which direction?" "That way," Gurette said, pointing. The entrance to the Big Belly family's base was set halfway up the mountain. Their base was hidden in the mountain. Dark Bustil flapped its wings and rushed in that direction. Chun Zhao flew in the front. But just then, a large number of mutant monsters appeared below. Only a few of them could fly, or they could attack the air. Chun Zhao controlled the dark storm to sweep across the ground. As for the flying mutant monsters, Chun Zhao dealt with them personally. Gurette and the other two sat behind Bustil. They were worried that they would fall, but they were also worried about Chun Zhao's battle. Chun Zhao didn't put Bustil away until they reached the entrance of the mountain. The three heaved a sigh of relief, but Chun Zhao seemed to be in a hurry right now. "Hurry, don't waste time. We'll leave after we get what we want." "Chun, why are you in such a hurry?" Gurette asked, confused. Chun Zhao looked around and shook his head. "I can't say." Just then, the ground started shaking violently. "It's starting? What's starting?" "Stop nagging. Which way should we go?" "The Big Belly family's base is up ahead." After entering the belly of the mountain, Gurette found a button and pressed it. A hole appeared in the stone wall in front of him. The stone wall was still a modern password door. It wasn't too high-tech or complicated. There were also traces of seawater here. It was probably because Nanshi Island had unexpectedly sunk during the attack. The Big Belly family didn't have time to seal the entrance, so seawater flooded into the base and the Big Belly family was wiped out. Along the way, there were some corpses that had been soaked in seawater. They were definitely the Big Belly family members. Chapter 1275. The Pot Belly family's base was built in the middle of the mountain. It had a modern feel. A large area of metal was laid out. Even though it had been soaked in seawater, it was still a nice building structure. "How much further?" Chun Zhao urged. "It's pretty deep," Gurette said. She was anxious too, mainly because she was affected by Chun Zhao's emotions. She could feel Chun Zhao's anxiety. She didn't know what Chun Zhao had discovered that made him so anxious. But for him to be so anxious, it definitely wasn't something good. "Chun, did you discover something?" "Find the gold and the Pot Belly family's treasure as soon as possible," Chun Zhao said. Suddenly, a piece of meat surged out from the tunnel ahead. The piece of meat was like soft mud as it flowed through the tunnel towards the four of them. Gurette jumped in fright. "Chun!" Chun Zhao raised his arm. Just as the meat was about to reach him, a white light flashed. The meat was penetrated, but it kept wriggling. After the wriggling, the meat formed a face. "Humans, you shouldn't be here. Leave now, and I can forgive your ignorance and offense." Gurette, Peter, and Prague all looked at Chun Zhao. It was their first time seeing a monster that could speak. Chun Zhao's nervousness disappeared, replaced by a smile. "You're the unusual god that's been sealed here? Since you know I'm a god, you still dare to come here? Do you not want to live?" "I wasn't sure at first, but now I'm completely sure." Chun Zhao grinned. "You want to sink, right? Leave, or else you'll be buried in the deep sea forever, just like the humans who used to live here. They'll all die here." The flesh on the face kept wriggling, giving off a terrifying feeling. "Even if you sink into the sea, you can't stop me," Chun Zhao said. "I know what's hidden in the depths. You want the Pot Belly family's treasure, right? I can give it to you. Leave now." Gurette and the others stared at Chun Zhao in disbelief. Had the monster been scared by Chun Zhao? He actually took the initiative to hand over the treasures. "Your children attacked me and destroyed my ship," Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. "You made me suffer heavy losses. Why should I let you go? I don't just want the treasure. I want more." "That's right. Then I'll destroy the treasure. I'll make it so that you'll never be able to obtain it," the abnormal god threatened angrily. "If I'm missing even a single cent, I'll let you suffer in hellfire for eternity. You'll have your flesh and blood sliced apart. Furthermore, your heart is hidden in the depths of this place. I've killed otherworldly gods before, and you're not the first. I'm very experienced, and I know how to kill you. At this moment, everyone felt that this so-called otherworldling god was not scary at all. The truly terrifying one was this man. This so-called god was actually afraid of Chun Zhao. Faced with Chun Zhao's threat, it actually didn't know what to do. I've already given you all the treasures. What else do you want? I said I want more, Chun Zhao said. What exactly do you want? Accept my dominance. Don't even think about it. I won't accept the dominance of a mere human, ever. Negotiation is over. Scram. Just wait for your heart to be crushed. Your core, your will, and your soul will all be destroyed by me. The ground started shaking violently. Guret, Peter, and Prague couldn't stand steadily. But Chun Zhao was unmoved. He looked at the twisted face calmly. If you could break free, you would have done so long ago. You wouldn't have waited until now. Chun Zhao now completely understood the truth about Nanchi Island. Nanchi Island's original form was that of the otherworldly god. However, the otherworldly god's body was covered by a thick layer of rock. This was its true seal. Back then, the Navy's attack hadn't really undone its seal. It had just cracked the rock layer, causing its power to seep out through the cracks. As long as Nanchi Island remained, as long as the rock formations of Nanchi Island remained, he would never be able to escape. Chun Zhao's previous impatience was because he could feel that Nanchi Island was sinking. If they couldn't find the treasure before it sank, Guret wouldn't be able to continue leading the way. But this otherworldly god had run out of its own accord and appeared before Chun Zhao. This confirmed one thing. If it was only for the treasure, the otherworldly god wouldn't have needed to appear before him at all. It had only appeared because it was afraid. Afraid that Chun Zhao would find its core. Its heart was in the depths of this base. It should be with the treasure. It wasn't easy for me to escape from that place. I will not be controlled by anyone again. Absolutely not. The unusual god threatened. I may not be able to kill you, but I might not be able to kill you, but I can kill your companions. The surrounding ground, walls, and ceiling started collapsing and sinking. Guret's expression became extremely ugly. The otherworldly god's threat was meaningless to Chun Zhao. God, your threat is useless to him. If I die, he won't need my share. He'll be happy for you to kill me, Guret said helplessly. What about the two humans? They're just unimportant people. I don't think he'll give up his goal for them. The otherworldly god was speechless too. Why was this guy so difficult to deal with? Must you be so ruthless? Don't make it sound so bad. I don't plan on killing you. Chun Zhao shrugged. I just want to control you and dominate you. I can pledge my loyalty to you, but I won't accept being controlled by you. Prague, Peter, and Guret all looked at him in disbelief. A god was actually pledging loyalty to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao shook his head. I know you, otherworldly god. Oaths are meaningless to you. It's the same for me. I only believe in things that I can control. Even Guret and the other two felt that Chun Zhao's request was too much. Of course, the three of them didn't have any stance right now. After all, their lives were in Chun Zhao's hands. I accept your domination, but not forever. I'll only accept 100 years of servitude, the otherworldly god said. Anyway, 100 years is long enough for you humans. Chun Zhao thought about it. Indeed, he would probably die of old age in 100 years. Fine, 100 years, Chun Zhao said. But can you move? Chapter 1276. Chun Zhao thought about it and realized that it made sense. If the otherworldly god could move, he would have run long ago. He wouldn't be trapped here. What do you mean by moving a little? The mountain pressing down on me is too heavy. If you can help me reduce it, I can move faster. Chun Zhao wouldn't fall for it. What if it ran away after he reduced its burden? It was fine like this. Move, Chun Zhao ordered. The otherworldly god was very unwilling, but had no other choice now. If it didn't submit to Chun Zhao definitely wouldn't let it go. But to it, 100 years wasn't unacceptable. To humans, 100 years was a lifetime, but to it, it wasn't too long. Under the otherworldly god's lead, Chun Zhao, Guret, Peter, and Prague finally arrived at a huge treasury. There were many boxes inside. Some of them looked very old. However, many had been soaked in seawater and were seriously damaged. But the most eye-catching thing was that there was a huge ball of flesh hanging in the middle of the treasury. The ball kept bouncing up and down and glowed weakly. Chun Zhao opened a box. There should have been some paper-based collections in the box. But now, there were only picture frames and some scraps. Chun Zhao's heart ached. This was all money. There might even be some famous artists' work. Chun Zhao walked up to the ball. It had a diameter of more than 40 meters. It was very huge. Chun Zhao placed his palm on it. A human face immediately appeared on it. Human, I've already submitted to you. Please don't hurt me. Huh? Who would believe a verbal submission? Humans didn't believe in oaths, and neither did Chun Zhao. The dark lava started seeping into the otherworldly god's heart. Back then, the source of the fallen had been corroded by the dark serum. But there hadn't been a lot. It could only cause some damage to the source of the fallen, but couldn't control it. It was different now. Chun Zhao's dark serum had turned into dark lava, and the amount had increased by 100 times. It wasn't difficult to corrode the otherworldly god's heart. Wait, the otherworldly god resisted with all its might. Swear on your magic that you'll return my freedom in 100 years. I swear on my magic that I'll return your freedom in 100 years. Oh, what's your name? Sardin Starry Shadow. The darkness in this area is your territory, right? That's right. To be honest, if Sardin wasn't sealed, he didn't know if he could beat him. Such a large domain was tens of thousands of times larger than his own small world. Of course, the size of the domain did not represent the strength of the user, but to a certain extent, it did have an impact. However, Chun Zhao had predicted the outcome. If the two of them really fought, neither of them should be able to do anything to the other. If he used all his trump cards, he might even have a chance to defeat Sardin. What's your domain skill? Chun Zhao asked curiously. Although Guret, Peter, and Prague didn't understand what they were talking about, they felt that it was very impressive. Evernight, Zayden replied. What's the effect? Just create a curtain of night? Chun Zhao was speechless. If it was just creating a dark space, what was the point? Could it be that in a battle of the same level, he would have to rely on darkness to win? No, it's vision deprivation. All enemies who enter my domain will be deprived of their vision. Chun Zhao thought about it. If that was the case, it would indeed be troublesome. Although it wasn't a direct attack, if one's vision was deprived, it would indeed be troublesome for people who weren't familiar with absolute darkness. Even Chun Zhao wasn't confident that he could defeat Sardin without his vision. Then why didn't you use it before? I'm sealed here. How do you think I should use it? Chun Zhao was still somewhat glad, even if he didn't win gloriously. Starting from Sardin's heart, Chun Zhao's dark lava fused into every corner of Sardin's body. At the same time, Chun Zhao could sense Sardin's real body. Sardin's real body was extremely huge, even larger than the mountain they were on. However, his body was completely covered by rocks. His lower body had many tentacles that were connected to the seabed. Looking at the whole picture, Sardin's body was more like a multi-legged bug. Then Chun Zhao and Guret started to sort out the collections of the big-bellied families. The original 4 tons of gold had been reduced by the seawater, so it was estimated to be around 200 kilograms. This was unavoidable. After all, they'd been soaked in seawater for more than 3 years, and the seawater was extremely corrosive. Secondly, there were a large number of collections. Some paper and cloth collections had been completely destroyed by the seawater. However, there were also some metal collections, large numbers of gold and silver coins, porcelain utensils, and many gems. Suddenly, Chun Zhao found a golden awl among the many collections. It was very beautiful and hadn't been corroded by the seawater. The golden awl was about 40 centimeters long and weighed about 500 grams. There was a Buddha carved on the handle of the awl. The golden awl looked like a Buddhist ritual implement, but from its shape, it didn't look like a Chinese Zen or a Tibetan Tantra. It looked more like an Indian ritual implement. I want this, Chun Zhao said. Guret looked at the golden awl in Chun Zhao's hand and nodded. Chun Zhao was already very trustworthy to keep his promise and share the treasures with her. Now that Chun Zhao only wanted a golden awl, she wouldn't have any objections. Mr. Chun, How do we split the rest of the treasures? Do we do it after sorting it out? But do we split it now? Chen Zhao didn't know what was valuable and what wasn't. Chen Zhao had suffered the same loss before. This time, Chen Zhao decided to find someone familiar. We'll bring the things to Hawaii. You find someone with authority, and I'll find someone too. Then we'll discuss and decide whether to split the treasures or just split the money. What do you think? Okay, Guret nodded. This was the fairest way. At least in the end, neither side would have any complaints. Guret could hear Chen Zhao's sincerity. Chen Zhao didn't want to make a one-time deal. Although Guret didn't put in much effort this time, Chen Zhao wasn't worried. Guret didn't do much this time, but without her, he definitely wouldn't have gotten so much wealth. If Guret had other good deals in the future, she could definitely work with him again. So, Chen Zhao hoped that both sides would part on good terms. If neither side was satisfied in the distribution, it would be difficult to work with them again. Chen Zhao reached out and grabbed everything. Everything disappeared. The three were shocked by Chen Zhao's move, but thinking about Chen Zhao's identity, it wasn't surprising. Everyone went to the shore again. Looking at the vast ocean, Guret looked at Chen Zhao. How do we go back? Can you bring us back? Chen Zhao looked at the shore. Amon. Amon suddenly rushed to the shore, giving everyone a fright. Chapter 1277. Prague, Peter, and Guret experienced riding on the wind for the first time. They felt that the huge beast under their feet was Poseidon's mount. Only Poseidon had the right to ride such a huge beast. West, remember that I told you last time that I went out to sea for treasure? Chen Zhao said, find some art experts and relic experts and bring them to Hawaii. Yes, we found it. Now we need to appraise it and estimate its value. Chen Zhao and West had discussed this before. They would use $200 million as an example. Using $200 million as an example, they would have to pay at least $25 in fees. Of course, this would be done in the name of the association. The association could get around 15% of the money, which meant that the actual fee to be paid was around 10%. This was much lower than the fees of money laundering organizations. It was also within Chen Zhao's acceptable range. However, the income this time shouldn't be that much. Chen Zhao and Guret had both estimated their income this time. The value of the treasure shouldn't be more than $400 million. Among them, gold was the easiest to sell, while art and collectibles would be relatively cheaper. This time, they had to sell all of them. Neither Chen Zhao nor Guret could sell them one by one. If they were put up for auction one by one, they could increase their value. It might even reach $500 to $600 million. However, Chen Zhao and Guret didn't have the time to do that, so they would only sell for half of the actual market price. Chen Zhao couldn't say whether he was happy or unhappy. He was happy to find the treasure, but the income wasn't as big as he'd imagined. This made him slightly disappointed. Plus the loss of the yacht. Chen Zhao had only bought Fei Lai for $12 million. However, the actual cost of the yacht was at least $40 million. The market price would definitely reach $60 million. This meant that Chen Zhao's actual income after deducting the loss this time was less than $100 million. Chen Zhao sat on Amon's head, holding the golden awl. In Buddhism, the guardian Vajra wielded a Vajra awl or a Vajra axe. It could shoot out thunderbolts and release monstrous karmic fire. Chen Zhao used magic to test it. There was nothing special about the awl. When Chen Zhao saw the awl, his instincts told him that there was something special about it. However, after trying a few times, he didn't find anything special about the awl. Chen Zhao was somewhat disappointed. He put the awl away. By this time, Amon had already left the vicinity of Nanchi Island, and the sky was already bright. Amon's speed was very fast, exceeding 200 nautical miles per hour. What did that mean? This was basically the speed of an express train. However, the sea was stormy and rough, so Guret, Peter, and Prague weren't very comfortable. The novelty of the beginning was gone, and all that was left was boredom and pain. Thankfully, Chen Zhao could always take out food and water. At least they didn't have to starve. The next morning, everyone arrived at the waters of the Hawaiian Islands. However, the four of them pretended to be drowned in a shipwreck and were rescued by a nearby ship. They arrived in Hawaii on the same day. Peter, I hope the money you promised can be transferred to my account as soon as possible. If I don't get the money before I return to Los Angeles, I'll get it from you personally. Do you understand? Of course. I understand. You don't want to pay what you owe? Pete didn't think he was qualified. Not to mention, it was only $2 million. He could afford it. He had no idea how he could survive if he offended Chun Zhao for $2 million. Prague also left, but she didn't take the same flight as Peter. She was disappointed in Pete during this trip. Chun Zhao stayed in Guret's Pirate Hotel. The next day, West arrived. At the same time, he brought 2 experts with him. From West's introduction, Chun Zhao knew that they were appraisal experts working for a large auction company. They were experts, not scholars. They wouldn't ask about the origin of the appraised item, nor would they say that the item should be handed over to the country. Of course, if possible, they would persuade the person to hand the item over to their company for auction or sell it directly to their company. Guret Specialist had also arrived. To everyone's surprise, Guret Specialist knew Chun Zhao's 2 specialists. They were also in the same field, but they belonged to different companies. They probably communicated with each other before. Guret led everyone to the warehouse, where Chun Zhao and Guret's harvest was placed. Apart from the gold, Guret and Chun Zhao had already split the gold in half. The rest were the big-bellied family's collection. There were more than 1,000 of them, so appraising their origin and value would be very tedious work. Some were intact, while others were severely damaged or had been corroded by seawater. For Chun Zhao and Guret, this was a huge loss. The value of a complete collection and a damaged one were not the same. Rare and non-rare items had different values. In this collection, there was no lack of priceless treasures. However, most of them were only worth a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars. Perhaps 1 or 2 items weren't worth much, but when put together, the total value was still very high. Another type was unappraised, which meant that their origin and age couldn't be appraised. Chun Zhao and Guret were specially picked out and split the loot evenly between them. The 3 experts appraised the items for 5 days. It wasn't like the 3 experts appraised the items together. Chun Zhao and Guret's experts appraised separately. They would only appraise the items with different prices at the same time to confirm the value. In the end, they got a total value of $235 million. With an actual price, it was easier to distribute. Chun Zhao and Guret started to distribute the items. Then, under West's control, the items were all sold to the auction company that the 2 experts worked for. With the auction company's participation, the money was easier to handle. However, the money couldn't be seen yet. West still had to find a professional finance company to handle it. Chun Zhao didn't know how to do it, so he didn't know how to do it. Anyway, he just had to sit and collect the money. What made him happy was that the income this time wasn't too different from his expectations. Chun Zhao had expected to earn $200 million. Now, he'd sold the items for $120 million. Together with the 2 tons of gold, it was almost $200 million. After deducting the middleman's fees, there was at least $150 million. Of course, Chun Zhao had to include the yacht that he'd lost. Chapter 1278. Chun, when are you coming back? Something happened at home. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or is Jerlin sick? No, it was the day before yesterday when I took the children to our new home because I rented a yacht. At that time, when we were at sea, we found a fishing boat fishing for sharks outside our beach, so I asked them to stop fishing for sharks. In the end, they used water cannons to hit our yacht, and Little Nine secretly followed them. At night, I heard that Little Nine capsized their fishing boat and killed a man, but among the survivors, someone took a photo, and now the news media is reporting this news, and they even took photos to prove it. Xiao Jiao is too reckless, Chun Zhao said casually. He had to give Little Nine a reward later. Good job. How dare they use water cannons to attack Fei Lai in their own territory? How dare they attack her with water cannons? If he could find those people, Chun Zhao would definitely throw them all into the furnace of hell and burn them clean. I'll go back tomorrow. Oh, Fei Lai, your Fei Lai accidentally went silent. Chun Zhao really didn't want to talk about this. After all, the boat was named after Fei Lai. Are you okay? I'm fine. That's good. After we go back, we'll buy a bigger boat and name it after you, Chun Zhao said. Fei Lai didn't mind. She just wanted Chun Zhao to be safe. A woman with a child would always want her family to be safe and sound. Chun Zhao had wanted to go back to Los Angeles after today's matter. However, West hadn't booked a plane ticket today. The earliest he could get was a flight ticket for tomorrow. Of course, Chun Zhao could fly back, but that would be too ostentatious. Plus, Los Angeles wasn't close. Chun Zhao didn't want to fly that far. On the other side, Guret's gains weren't less than Chun Zhao's, so she treated Chun Zhao and West warmly. Of course, Guret's losses weren't less than Chun Zhao's. After all, she hadn't just lost a pirate ship. She'd also lost dozens of subordinates. The family compensation for these subordinates wasn't a small amount. Pirates didn't need compensation. In this day and age, anyone who carried a gun had compensation. Sunshine, beaches, and tourists from all over the world. This was the specialty of Hawaii Island. As the world's most famous leisure resort island, Hawaii Island had all the entertainment projects one could imagine. Chun Zhao arrived at the beach. There were tourists everywhere. Also, the sea breeze here was a little warm. The native population of Hawaii was less than 1 million, but it received tens of millions of tourists every year. Its annual GDP was close to 60 billion US dollars. One could imagine how many tourists there were. This was Chun Zhao's second time coming to Hawaii, but he hadn't really gone there for fun either time. He'd always come to Hawaii as a transit stop. Today, he went out mainly to feel the atmosphere of Hawaii. As the most famous tourist island in the world, what was different about it from other places? Chun Zhao sat beside the stone, feeling a bit bored. West wanted to come out and play with Chun Zhao. However, Chun Zhao rejected him. If it were a woman, Chun Zhao would be more than happy to go. Unfortunately, West was a man. Just then, a volleyball hit Chun Zhao's head. Chun Zhao turned around and saw two beauties in bikinis. One was fair-skinned and looked a bit shy. The other had healthy, wheat-colored skin. She was slightly tall, but rather voluptuous. "Sorry, uncle. Are you okay?" "Uncle?" Chun Zhao's mouth twitched. They seemed to be only a few years younger than him. Why did they call him uncle? Did he look that old? It seemed that he needed to take care of himself. Chun Zhao touched his hair and shook his head. Watching two girls in bikinis play beach volleyball was quite a pleasant thing to watch. After a while, the two girls stopped. The tall girl said a few words to the fair-skinned girl and then left. After a while, the tall girl returned. She brought 2 bottles of drinks to Chun Zhao and handed one to him. "Uncle, are you here for vacation?" "No." "Then are you here for work?" "Sort of." "No wonder you're so lonely here." The tall girl was rather cheerful and friendly. "I'm Jamie's and she's Dorinko. Do you want to play beach volleyball with us?" "Me? I've never played before." "It's okay. We're normal," Jamie said. "If you can beat us, $10 per ball." "How about that?" Of course, if you lose, it's still $10 per ball." "Fine." Chun Zhao went to the beach. It was good to win a few dozen dollars. The girl was clearly trying to scam him out of his money. Why should he be merciful? But 10 minutes later, Chun Zhao deeply understood what the phrase "dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel" meant. Chun Zhao pounced. The ball touched the net, but it hit the net. Every time the ball was about to hit the ground, Chun Zhao could catch it, but he couldn't control his strength at all. Volleyball was a very technical sport. It was even more technical than soccer and basketball. You couldn't just play it as long as you could catch the ball. Chun Zhao couldn't even see the ball clearly when he kicked. After 10 minutes, Chun Zhao had already lost more than 10 balls. No one liked to keep losing. Chun Zhao was depressed. "Let's stop. It's boring." Chun Zhao took out $200 from his wallet and patted his jacket on the beach. "Don't go. Let's play again." Chun Zhao rolled his eyes and left dejectedly. "Jamie's, you can't be like this. You're scamming money again." "Scamming money? I didn't. I earned it with my own abilities," Jamie's said proudly. "You clearly used magic." Just then, both of them received a message on their phones. "Boss wants us to meet up." The two went to an office building and pressed the elevator button for the 13th floor. When the two of them arrived, everyone in the office was already there. "Boss, we're here. Also, this is an office. Can you consider us non-smokers?" Kingsley was smoking by the window. Hearing Jamie's words, He put the cigarette out on his tongue. Okay, everyone's here. Let's get to the main topic. The North American Psychic Competition is starting. It's held in Los Angeles. Get ready. We're going there tomorrow. Chapter 1279. Among the four ancient civilizations, only China still had a relatively complete heritage. That was why China had always been a superpower, followed by Europe. Although the Middle Ages in Europe were the Dark Ages for most people, it was also the Dark Ages that created Europe's alternative civilization. Then there was Africa. Most of the time, Africa gave people the impression that it was poor and backward. Moreover, there were very few spiritualists in Africa. Most of them were wizards supported by tribes. However, once a spiritualist came out of Africa, they were extremely powerful. Then there was Africa's Egypt. Although the ancient Egyptian civilization had been cut off, there were still many families that continued their ancient heritage. There were also many powerful spiritualists in those families. Then there was South America. There were many spiritualists in South America, but their strength varied. They were mainly divided into druids and shamans, as well as a small number of ancient Inca civilization inheritances. North America was recognized as the weakest region in the supernatural world. For example, the supernatural organization of the past. Such a weak organization could actually become an official supernatural organization. There were even organizations that were weaker than the supernatural organization. Some organizations even had a few awakened spiritualists who dared to form their own faction. Thus, Gimli formed his own team and called it the Guard. They had some connections with the Hawaii state government and were the only supernatural organization in Hawaii. Gimli led the Guard and helped the Hawaii state government solve many problems. Now, there were 8 people in the Guard, including Gimli. Apart from solving supernatural incidents in Hawaii, the Guard's daily tasks were to earn extra money and learn from other organizations outside of Hawaii. Ever since the Guard was established, it had interacted with many supernatural organizations around the world. Organizations in China, Japan, Europe, and Africa had all interacted with the Guard. Of course, it was more like learning than communication. Generally speaking, when 2 supernatural organizations communicated, they would exchange a few minor spells for each other to express their friendship. This made the Guard think that the North American Guard could look down on everyone. They even looked down on the supernatural organizations in North America. They felt that only organizations outside of North America were qualified to communicate with them. Even the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society, which were at the peak of their power, only thought that the other party had more people. After the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society were destroyed last year, their mentality was even more obvious. The North American Psychic Contest was held once every 3 years. So far, it had been held 8 times, and the Guards had basically participated in every single contest. In the last 3 tournaments, the Guards had always been the champions. The champions of the last competition were Jamies and Dorinko. At that time, they were 16 and 18 years old respectively, but their skills amazed everyone. Even the Witch Society had extended an olive branch to them, hoping that they could join the Witch Society. Half of the Guards didn't want to go, and the other half wanted to go to Los Angeles. Boss, must we go? Although the North American Psychic Contest is a little underwhelming, this year's prize is very good. It's the skeleton of a powerful magical creature. If we can win the championship, then we can make the mana potion. This year's competition is a little different, so all of us have to participate. Jean-Lee said, well, go and get ready. I've booked tickets for tomorrow. Guirette sent Chunjiao and west of the airport. As the owner of this place, Guirette had been taking care of Chunjiao and west for the past few days. Although her people had suffered heavy casualties this time, Guirette was still very satisfied with the cooperation. Because of Chun Zhao's integrity, he didn't break the agreement because of violence. Moreover, both sides had done their best in what they were supposed to do. As for the fact that her people had been killed for provoking Chun Zhao, Guirette had long forgotten about it. She had warned them time and time again, but they just wouldn't listen. Who could stop a group of people that wanted to die? Chun, be careful. We'll reach Los Angeles after we get off the plane. I don't know where I need to be careful. Okay, next time, bring your family to Hawaii. Remember to stay in my hotel. What about me? Of course, you're welcome too, Mr. West. Okay, we're boarding now. Bye. Bye. Chen Zhao waved at West. When they reached the departure lounge, West said, President, the North American Light Society invited us to participate in the North American Psychic Conference. Should we go? What's the North American Light Society? The Society of Light is also an international organization, and it has some connections with the Supernatural International Association. They can be considered competitors. There's a division in Korea called the Oriental Society of Light, and a division in Europe called the European Society of Light. There's also the North American Society of Light. The Society of Light isn't divided by countries, but by regions. Their principles are similar to the Supernatural International Association, and they're all responsible for maintaining the peace of the supernatural in the region. However, they're different from the Supernatural International Association's conservative nature. Since we're competitors, why did they invite us? It's probably to suppress and humiliate us. We're a division of the Supernatural Organization. The North American Light Society has always been hostile toward us, West said. Actually, we've participated twice. The first time was because we broke the rules, and the second time, we were last. Then we won't go, Chen Zhao said calmly. Since they're trying to humiliate us, why should we join them? Plus, they're just a bunch of clowns. What's there to compete with? If it's a supernatural organization, we can consider interacting with them. Wes had wanted to go because the supernatural organization wasn't the same as it had been in the past. With the strength of the North American supernatural world, West was confident that they could win the competition. But hearing Chen Zhao's words, he felt that it made sense. They couldn't say that they were super powerful now, but they were at least close. Especially Chen Zhao. He was the supernatural organization's biggest face. It wouldn't be right for him to participate in such a low-level competition. Actually, Chen Zhao had considered this before this trip. After returning from the treasure hunt, he wouldn't go far. Feilai's belly was getting bigger. He should stay by her side and take care of her instead of letting himself go everywhere. His second child will be born in 3 months. When Jerlin was born, he hadn't been able to see her. This time, he had to see his child born no matter what. Of course, he hoped that his second child would be a daughter. Chen Zhao wondered if he should ask the handsome guy for a wishing ring and wish that his second child would be a daughter. Chapter 1280. Yes, President. Do you want me to suppress this? West was confused. He'd heard about it. He'd also seen the photo and recognized that the attacking Hydra was from Chen Zhao's family. However, the location wouldn't make people think of Chen Zhao. It was also too late to suppress it now, because it was already too big. Wes felt that there was no need to care about it anymore. No, I want you to find the people on the fishing boat when it happened and cast a blind curse on all of them. Why? West's face darkened. What was the point of this prank? Did Chen Zhao have a grudge against those people? If a blind curse was used on a spiritualist, they would only be blind for 10 minutes at most. But if it was used on a regular person without magic, they would be blind for at least 10 days. They used a water cannon on Feilai, Chen Zhao said. That's why Xiao Jiu attacked them. If you don't want to, forget it. I'll do it myself. I'll do it, Wes said hurriedly. It was just a few blind curses. Hearing Chen Zhao's explanation, it meant that they deserved it. But if Chen Zhao did it, it wouldn't be as simple as a blind curse. A blind curse was a regular curse. It could cause temporary trouble, but it wouldn't cause any actual damage. But if Chen Zhao did it, who knew if they could stay intact? Oh, remember to add a panic curse. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt his neck being strangled. Then, a hard muzzle was pressed against his temple. A man who was 7 meters tall and had a thick beard was strangling Chen Zhao's neck and pointing the muzzle at his head. He has a gun. What is he doing? In an instant, the entire departure lounge was in chaos. Everyone was retreating in a panic. Sir, what are you doing? Wes was also dumbfounded. Hostage? Kidnapping Chen Zhao. I want to see my daughter, the man roared. I want to see her now. Chen Zhao could feel that the man was also panicking. The arm around Chen Zhao's neck also didn't have any strength. Any ordinary person would probably be able to break free, let alone Chen Zhao. Where's your daughter? Beside that bitch. I don't care. I want my daughter. Bring my daughter here, or I'll kill him. By then, the airport security had also arrived. They formed a circle around the two. Sir, can you communicate properly? Someone is going to get hurt, Wes said. He wasn't worried about Chun Zhao's safety at all. On the contrary, he was worried about the safety of this father who loved his daughter to the point of madness. At this moment, a few people emerged from the crowd. Yo, isn't this Uncle? Chun Zhao glanced at Jamie's, then turned his head away without saying anything. Have you been kidnapped? Do you need my help? Leave. I don't want to see you. Do you want me to save you because you lost $200 to me yesterday? Gimli turned his head and asked, Do you know him? We know each other. Boss, are you going to make a move? None of you are suitable to fight. Let me do it. Suddenly, Chun Zhao felt a wave of magic. Chun Zhao looked up at Gimli. He saw that Gimli's fingers were moving subtly. Then, Chun Zhao heard rapid breathing from the man holding Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao realized that the man's clothes were being tightened. Huh? Chun Zhao realized that his pants were being tightened too. Huh? What kind of magic is this? It can shrink clothes and pants? The man's breathing became difficult. Then, he fell to the ground, his face bright red. Everyone thought that the hostage had suddenly suffered a heart attack or something. Wes walked up. President, did you do it? Chun Zhao shook his head. Not me. It's that guy over there. Just then, the security came up to ask about the situation. Chun Zhao was fine. He didn't plan to pursue the matter. However, he was suspicious about the security of American airports. To be able to bring a gun into the departure lounge, either the man was really powerful or the airport security was too incompetent. If he wasn't in a hurry, Chun Zhao really wanted to find a lawyer to mess with Hawaiian Airlines. Uncle, are you okay? Jamie's walked up and asked, but her tone sounded like she was asking for credit. I'm fine. My plane is about to arrive. Bye. How rude. You didn't even say thank you. Jamie's pouted. They don't know that we did it, Dorinko said. Chun Zhao and West boarded the plane. Not long after they sat down, they saw Jamie's and the others enter the first-class cabin. Hey, Uncle, what a coincidence. You're in first class, too. Chun Zhao put a facial mask on his face and closed his eyes to rest. Chun Zhao didn't want to talk to others, especially someone who called him Uncle. Uncle, this brand of facial mask can only replenish water. If you want anti-aging, you should change to another brand. I recommend you a brand. Chun Zhao finally couldn't help but yell, I'm not old. I just want to replenish water. The passengers in the first-class cabin couldn't help but turn to look at Chun Zhao. Even the air stewardess looked at Chun Zhao. Wes glanced at Chun Zhao and then turned his head silently. This was probably Chun Zhao's first time in such a difficult situation since coming to America. Miss, I want to rest. Can you not let others disturb me? Chun Zhao could only call the air stewardess. Jamie's, stop messing around, Kim said in a low voice. We're on a plane, after all. Uncle, do you want to give me your number? I can teach you some skincare techniques. Jamie's didn't have any self-awareness at all. She was completely immersed in her own world. Oh, Uncle, are you emotionally unstable because you were threatened? It's okay, it's all in the past. But I'm so envious of you. You have the chance to be threatened. No one has ever dared to threaten me. Miss, are there any seats in first class? I want to descend. I'm sorry, sir, but they're all full. Then can you let me experience the comfort of first class? It's my first time in first class. I hope to have the comfort that first class should have. Uncle, it's also your first time in first class. Miss, can you please stop harassing this gentleman? The air stewardess could only turn her head to look at Jamie's. I'm harassing him? What did I harass him? Uncle, tell her if I'm harassing you.